A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Jane Ace has discovered what she believes is a great singing voice. The voice is that of a 17-year-old orphan whom the orphanage kids call Caruso. Jane wants to be his manager, and tonight has invited the boy to the house to sing for Mr. Ace and Marge to prove his ability. The scene is after dinner in the living room at the Aces. Mr. Ace is engrossed in his evening paper as Jane, with the aid of her maid Laura, arranges the stage. Listen.
Now, move that chair over here. No, Laura, that chair. This one, ma'am? Yes, push it over here, next to this one. Trying to curve it around so it'll face the piano over. Oh, no. I don't know what you mean, ma'am. I'm trying to make this part of the room the audience, and over there, the stage. Can't you make it look like an audience? Well, you see, ma'am, I'm more on housekeeping and cooking and things like that. Oh, let me show you. Can't you just curve this chair around here? What's hard about that? There. Oh, yes, ma'am, that's nice. Let's see now. There's 1, 2. We need one more chair. Excuse me, dear.
What?
Excuse me, I need this chair.
I'm trying to read this text. Well, what are you doing to this room? What are all those chairs out in the middle of the floor?
Well, this is where we're going to sit to hear him sing. Over there is the stage by the piano, and this part of the room is for the audience. Now, please, dear, will you go in and get dressed?
Oh, what do I have to get dressed for? The boy won't mind.
Oh, you're so obsolete. Hurry now, dear, please. They'll be here any minute.
Who's they?
Well, I had to call up for a piano player, didn't I?
You called up for one? Where?
Oh, I found one, don't worry.
Yeah, how much does that cost?
Not much. I'll pay for it. You just go in and get dressed.
Well, I guess I better. I'll never hear the end of it. I knew I shouldn't have allowed this whole thing.
I'll call you when we're ready, dear. Oh, I'm going to have trouble with him, I can see that. Laura. Yes, ma'am. Look, Laura, I want you to do something for me. Yes, ma'am. You're going to be here when the singing starts. You just be standing in back here. Oh, thank you, ma'am. You're welcome. Now, here's what I want you to do. I want you to applaud, and I'll applaud you. Just like in a theater, you see? Sometimes I applaud when other people do, even if I don't like something. I do it just to keep them company. So if you'll applaud and I'll applaud, they'll think it's good too, see? Just to keep us company. You understand? I understand about the applauding, ma'am. What was that other part? I say it's just like being in a theater. Oh, never mind. You just applaud. That's all you have to understand. Do you understand that? Oh, yes, ma'am. Oh, there's somebody now. That's either him or the piano player. Never mind, Laura. I'll go. You just stand back here where I show you. Yes, ma'am. Yes?
Is this for the party?
Party? There's no party here.
Or is this, 5423 North Boulevard?
Yes, but there's no party here.
Didn't you call the union for a piano player?
Oh, you're the piano player. Oh, excuse me. Yes, come in.
Is this where the party is?
Oh, no, this isn't a party.
Ain't you the party that called for a piano player?
Oh, that kind of a party. Yes, I called for a piano player.
They said it was a party, I thought.
Oh, no, this is for a singer.
Singer?
Yes, somebody's going to sing, and I want to have somebody play the piano for him. You play the piano, don't you?
So they call me Chick Hot Stuff Williams.
Oh, pleased to meet your acquaintance. I'm Mrs. Ace.
Yeah, that's the name. I was trying to remember it all the way out here. Set the box?
Box?
Over there, the piano.
Oh, yes, this is the piano.
Okay, lady, just tell me when the fun begins. I'll be on the job.
This isn't going to be fun. You got this wrong, Hot Stuff, if you think it's a party.
Don't matter, lady. It's the same union scale.
Scale?
Yeah, it's the same scale no matter what it is.
You mean do-re-mi?
Yeah, same do-re-mi.
Oh, the music you mean. Well, I got the music. You read music, don't you?
Read it? What for?
What for? To know what to play. Can't you read music?
Well, I used to when I was a kid. Nowadays, it keeps you so busy banging it out. I can't take time to read it.
Well, if you can't read it, how are you going to play it for the singer?
What's the name of it?
Freeze.
Freeze.
Mm-hmm.
Huh, that's a cinch. Wait till I show you. Just put my coat on.
Take your coat, Laura. Yes, me.
Thanks, baby.
Oh, Joe.
Now, let me show you. Freeze. Freeze. Oh, yeah. How's it?
not yet, Laura. Yes, that's pretty, but how about trees?
How about it? I just played it.
You played it? Well, that's not the trees I mean.
That's not the trees you mean?
Those aren't the trees I mean.
Yeah, those... What?
Well, that didn't sound like it when he sang it for me.
What kind of a singer is this, anyhow? Who is he?
Caruso.
Who?
Caruso, that's his name.
Listen, lady, let's level. Let's get down to business. Enough of this clowning around.
Oh, Jane, how's it going? Oh, hello, Marge. This is the piano player, Mr.
Get hot stuff, will you?
Oh, how do you do?
Hi.
Hot stuff, did you say? Yes, he played just now.
Well, it isn't exactly hot stuff, Mr. Williams. Didn't Mrs. Ace explain the idea to you?
Yeah, but she's been clowning around with Caruso and things like that.
I told him Caruso was coming here to sing.
Look, lady, I'm a solid tenor. I can make you go. I can play anything you want from jam to jive. But don't give me that double talk about Caruso coming here.
Ah, just a minute, Mr. Williams. Maybe I can explain it. You see, Mrs. Ace has picked up a boy she thinks has a beautiful voice. He's an orphan, and his nickname at the orphanage is Caruso. He's coming here to sing tonight, sort of an audition. You get it?
Oh, so that's it.
Yes, that's what I told you.
Yeah, I'm beginning to come through now. And he's going to sing trees, is that it?
Yes, he said he wanted to. He sings it beautifully. Wait till you hear him.
I can hardly wait.
Me too. He ought to be here in a minute.
But can you read this music, Mr. Williams?
Well, I got a confession to make. I wouldn't want this to get around to the rest of the boys, though, now. You've got to promise to keep this strictly unpreneur.
Well, what is it?
Well, I do read music.
You do?
Come out. I wouldn't want him to start kidding me.
What happened? What did he say?
He can read music.
Well, if you're going to blab it all over town, I'm sorry I
Oh,
told
he
you.
won't. Just he could stay with us.
Okay, now you're on your runner now.
Oh, there he is. Here he comes now.
The singer?
Yes, I think so. Well, Laura, what are you standing there for? Let him in. Oh, well, before you went to the door, ma'am, I thought you was going now, too. Oh, isn't she a mess? Hurry, Laura. Yes, ma'am.
I'll call Ace.
Yes, home. Will you, Marge?
Is Mrs. Ace at home?
Yes, sir. She's waiting for you. Come in, please. Ace, we're all set. Come in, Caruso. Hello.
How do you do, Mrs. Ace?
Just fine. This is Miss Hale.
Hello.
I'm pleased to meet you.
And this is Mr. Williams. He's the piano player.
I'm pleased to meet you. Hi, Bing. Just looking over your music here. What tempo do you want on this thing? Oh, I brought along another piece I'd rather sing.
Another piece?
Yes, if you don't mind, Mrs. Ace. It's a little more classical, but it has a nice range and I
Oh, that's all right. Anything you want to sing is all right.
Well,
Okay.
well, what is it? Is it as pretty as trees?
Well, I think so, yes. You got it with you there? Yes, here it is.
What's the name of it?
Non ti scordare. Never be popular. Let me run over it once on this piano.
Well, what is it?
Non ti scordare. It means do not forget me.
Oh, isn't that sweet? We want Caruso.
What did I get into here?
Oh, it's not difficult, Mr. Williams. It's really quite simple.
Yeah, simple. It's a good thing I went to the conservatory. I'll be with you in a minute.
Well, you all set?
Oh, hello, dear.
Well, hello, Jane. I haven't seen you in some
Oh,
time.
thanks, dear. This is Caruso, dear.
How do you do, Mr. Ace?
How are you, young man?
I can never find words enough to thank you, Mrs. Ace, for what you're doing for me.
Well, all right. Yes, we'd like to hear you sing.
Well, just a minute, dear. Mr. Williams is studying his song.
Oh.
Caruso's going to sing a different song. He's not going to sing trees.
Well, the song originally scheduled for this time will not be heard.
There's been a change in the program.
He's going to sing, what was it,
Non ti scordare di me.
Oh, really? Okay, buddy, I think I got you now. You ready to go?
When you are, thank you.
Well, just a minute now. You sit here, dear, and you sit there, Morris. That's it. And I'll sit here. Now, no, Laura, what is the matter with you?
Oh, I thought
What's going on here?
Oh, ain't nothing, dear. All right, Caruso, you can start.
Non ti scordare di me, la vita mia legate a te. Io t'amo sempre più, nel sogno mio rimani tu. Non ti scordare Nice set of pipes.
All right, Laura. Oh, yes, ma'am. Well, dear?
Well, he's really marvelous.
Marvelous? Why, that's not the word for it. He's very marvelous. And he'll get better, too. There's some things he has to learn.
What was it you didn't like, Mr. Davis?
Well, for one thing, you don't pronounce your words very well. I couldn't understand a single word you sang.
Oh,
Well, I couldn't. Now, if he goes to a school where they study electrocution, he's going to be all right.
Your boy singer has passed his first crucial test. Mr. Race and Marge approve. Now Jane really gets busy carving out his career as we learn when next we meet the Easy.
Now, the third play of A Man. The scene, a hill overlooking Steel Town. Far below, the furnaces roar with flames. The great chimneys pour smoke up into the cold blue sky. Alone, one Giorgio Maslerovic, steelworker, sits looking down into the valley of steel. He lifts his face, a face lined deep with sorrow, and speaks.
I tell you, buddy, sure. Me, I would like to go to meal. Yeah. I come up the street. The air she's cold. The sky she's black like inside empty furnace. I laugh. I say, hey, you old son, you sleep late. That's all right for you. But me, Giorgio Maslarovic, I got go meal. I got go make steel. Yeah, that's what I say. I keep walking to meal. I see my friends. They go wood too. Joe, Steve, Nick, Hassan, friends from all countries. Good, strong Croatian hands they got like me. Strong hands for to make strong steel. They work along. They say, Kako si ti? How's everything, George? I said, dobre, everything she's fine. She's going to be good day for make good steel. They laugh. They say, going to be good day, make money. Buy more shoe and pulse and bread and meat for kids. Things for kids. Yeah, I think that's good, too. Make money for buy things my wife and kids. Money for send old mother back in old country so she has eat. Yeah, make money for that. That'd be very good thing. But first, I like make steel. Good steel. Steel what run out white with blue flame round on top. Steel but cool, slow red, like the sun when she fall down from sky. Steel what run slow through rolling mills. Blue, black steel, like night when stars shine out real sharp and cold. Yeah, good steel. That's my life, I tell you. I go in mills. Right there, I hear music. Yeah, music, I tell you. Every morning when I come into mill, I can hear it. Out of furnace, out of smoking pits, out of forges and the rolling mills. A burning music, a hammering music, singing out of the floors. Out of the machines dragging the ingots, out of furnace and hot pits. Every morning when I come to mill, I can hear it. I listen. I feel good. I like it. It's sing over and over again the song of the steel. A good song with the good steel. And then, I don't fool you. The steel, she talk right up to me. Yeah, to me, Giorgio Maslarovic. She talk to me strong and straight like good woman talk. She say, "Hello, Giorgio, to work, my friend. Make me strong. Yeah, make me strong, Giorgio. I got to be strong. Strong for the old big buildings on my back. Strong for the gross deep river. Strong for the old plain. Strong for to make house for people. I got hard work to do, Giorgio, so make me strong, my friend." I laugh. I say, sure, I make you strong for that good thing. Sure, my friend, the steel. I make hard work for to make you strong still. Yeah, me, Giorgio Maslarovic, I do it. And then the machines, the big cranes and the rolling mills and the hammers, they laugh at me. They laugh and say, "Sure, Giorgio, we help you. We help you make steel strong." And the wheels go faster, over and over the whole mill. I hear them talking. Saying, "Yeah, we help Giorgio. We help Giorgio. We help make strong steel. Strong steel for building what go up the sky. Strong steel for trains that go fast. Strong steel for tool what make good things for people to live better. Faster, work, steel. Make steel strong, make steel good steel, good steel." And then, for a long time, is no work. Lay off. No more smoke from me chimney. No more song from furnace. Everything is cold and fire. No wood. No. I sit at home. I wait. I know the world needs for steel. Yeah, the mill she stopped again. She's got for two. The people need good house, good tools, good everything the steel can make, yeah. So I wait. Someday. Again. One day the whistle blow. I run to the door. My friend calls, "Giorgio, the mill is open, the work she starts." I grab my wife, my kids, I laugh, I jump. Right, I was right to wait. The time she's come, the wool won't steal again, good steel. I run to me. "It's me," I say, "I could work." Me, Giorgio Maslarovic. They say, "Sure, Giorgio, we got work for you, plenty work." So good. I run into mill, I know can wait. My friend is steel, I want to hear her. I got to hear her. But no, the song, she's not the same. It's not the same. Why? And then the steel, she talk. And this time her talk is not so sweet. It's hard talk, like women talking street. She say, "To work, Giorgio Maslarovic, get to work. I am airplane now, but drop bombs from sky. I am gun now, but shoot the kill. I am thing called tank now, but crush out little people. To work, Giorgio Maslarovic, to work. Got no time for things like building. Got no time for plant, streets and train and houses. Guns and airplanes, bomb and bullets. Make me fast, Maslarovic. Make me fast for guns to shoot straight. Make me fast for kill the people. Work, Giorgio Maslarovic, work." No. Not me. I don't make steel for that, not for guns, not for killing. No, not me. Let me the dirt from fields first. Let my kids starve in the streets first. But not for guns. I hate steel.
Tonight's three short plays were especially written for radio by Arch Oboler and featured Miss Joan Blaine in Dark World, Mr. Raymond Edward Johnson in Steelworker, as originally performed on the Valley Hour. The Laughing Man was Mr. Teddy Bergman with John Brown. This program was listened to by the full session of the Third American Writers' Congress, now meeting in New York City. Next week, we will bring you the first comedy Mr. Oboler has written for this series. Its title, Nero's Wife. Arch Oboler's Plays. On the winds of the night, we bring you a story whispered in the night. Arch Oboler's Plays are presentations of the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
The wheels of chance, like the hands of time, move slowly. But time is more dependable. Chance is not only a gambler and a knave, it's also a playwright. And like the egotistical creature it is, it plays all the parts, including the hero and the villain. Tonight I'd like to tell you of one of its masterpieces, which Chance co-authored with its very good friend, Coincidence. A fine pair, Chance and Coincidence, and a lusty match for anyone. Well, the place, Somerville, a drowsy little town with a population of 2,704, including Mrs. Wilson's twins, which were born last week. Somerville's vital statistics are recorded in the town hall, and if you look up the figures on crime, you'll find that Somerville is a very law-abiding place. The last outbreak of violence occurred on June 4th, 1943, when two young boys swiped 3 or 4 potatoes from the bin in front of Mr. Gorsey's general food store. The punishment was swift and just, and was meted out by the culprit's parents. The principal character in our story is a man named Howard Williams, a recent arrival in Somerville. He has a wife and 2 children, a boy and a girl, and 2 occupations, accounting and minding his own business. The time? Well, the time is now.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Williams.
Good evening, Mr. Hawley. I took 2 of your papers from the stand outside, the Star and the Gazette.
Oh, that's 8 cents. Anything else?
Not just now, thank you.
Good. I understand you got yourself fixed up at the cottage on Spring Street.
Yes, it was quite a break. Houses aren't easy to rent these days.
I take it then that you'll be staying in Somerville for a while, hmm?
I'm going to make it my home, Mr. Hawley.
Oh, now that's fine. That's real fine. You'll find the folks hereabouts are plain, not very exciting, but they're nice people to know.
I think we're going to like it here.
I'm sure you will. You like detective stories?
Not particularly, but my wife does.
Oh, fine. Well, now, look, I got a new issue in today. I thought you might like a copy. nice for reading by the fire and scaring the tar out of you on a long winter's night.
I'll buy a copy for Hazel. She gets a big kick out of stuff like that.
Oh, good. Here you are, Mr. Williams. That's 23 cents in all. Thank you.
Hey, this first story sounds like a thriller that's a crime that was almost perfect. Oh, Hazel should like that. She's always getting me into arguments about the perfect crime. She reads so much of this stuff, she believes the perfect crime is impossible.
Impossible? Well, don't you?
Oh, it seems to me there's many an unsolved murder case in the police files. Of course, I don't know much about those things, but I imagine a man could kill another man and get away with it if he planned it carefully enough.
Ah, yes, but there's always a slip-up, isn't there?
Well, maybe there is. I couldn't say. No, my business is accounting. I prefer leaving the criminology to someone else.
It's a good idea.
I want a pack of cigarettes, Kensington.
Very good. Here you are, ma'am.
Do you know where I can get a room for the night?
Somerville Hotel is about 3 blocks up.
No, I tried that. I phoned. They don't have anything.
Well, the only other place I know of is Mrs. Kopp's rooming house.
Where's that?
It's just outside, about 2 miles up.
Is there a bus that goes in that direction?
Well, yes, you can catch it right in front of the door.
Oh, good. Thanks very much.
Oh, don't mention it. Stranger in town, I guess. Mighty pretty, too, eh?
Well, I think I'll be on my way, Mr. Hawley. I'm afraid I'm late for dinner.
Well, I'm certainly glad to hear you're going to make Somerville your home, Mr. Williams. We're one big happy family in this town, and we always welcome newcomers.
It's good to have friends, Mr. Hawley. Lots of friends. And I hope to make them here. I'm a simple man with simple tastes, and I've always wanted to raise my family in a community like this.
Drop in again soon, Mr. Williams.
I will, and thanks.
Good night.
Oh, the weather's awful, isn't it?
It looks like we're in for a storm. It's beginning to hail.
How often do those buses run past?
I'm not sure. Every 15 minutes, I imagine.
Maybe I can get a cab.
I'm going in your direction.
You are?
And I have a car over there. Can I give you a lift?
Well, I'd hate to put you to any trouble.
No trouble at all.
Oh, maybe you'd better not.
Why?
Oh, well, I guess it's all right. Which car did you say was yours?
The gray sedan.
Oh, let's go.
Do you mind if I stop at this gas station for a minute? My tank's a little low.
No, it's all right with me.
Fill her up, mister?
Yes, please, and check the oil.
Do you have a phone inside?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
I'll be right back.
No hurry.
Right tonight, ain't it, mister?
Blowing up.
Better watch the road out of town. This hail ain't gonna do it much good.
Well, I'm not going very far.
Say, your left front tire's kind of smooth. You better get it changed.
I intend to buy a whole new set next week.
Oh, can I take your order for it?
I suppose you can. My name is Williams. I'll run by here on Wednesday or Thursday and let's put them on.
Okay. Say, you're new in town, ain't you, mister?
We've just been here a little over a week.
Well, welcome to Somerville.
Thank you very much.
My name's Pete. I run this gas station. Anytime you need any advice about your bus, just drop in. No charge for advice to neighbors.
That's very kind of you.
Yep. We're a small town, maybe, but we get along nicely. City's a good place to visit, but it's no place to live. You never get to know folks the way you do here in Somerville.
And they seem like worthwhile people to know.
Well, I'll check your battery and your water.
You ready?
Just about.
Look, I changed my mind. I'm not going to that rooming house just yet. Do you know where the turnpike is?
It's a mile from here. But it's only a crossroads.
Are you driving past?
Yes.
Then I'll get off there.
But there's nothing up the turnpike. Well,
Are you giving me a lift or aren't you?
Why, of course.
Then let's get going, and you can drop me off where I asked you to, at the turn. You certainly are a careful driver, mister.
It's hard to see the road in this weather.
How far are we from the turnpike now?
Half a mile, I guess. I'll let...
Well, what's the matter?
I'm almost afraid to look. Just a second. I thought so.
What is it?
Blowout.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
I'm sorry. I don't like it any more than you do. It won't do my clothes any good to get down in this mud on my hands and knees, but it looks as if I'm elected.
Well, I'm leaving.
Well...
There's nothing I can do to help, and I'm in a hurry. The turnpike's up ahead, isn't it?
Well, just keep walking. You can't miss it. If you wait a few minutes, though, I'll change this
No,
tire.
I can't wait. Thanks for lift. We'll be seeing you.
Be careful. The road's very slippery. Well, I better get started. Looks like I'll be home a good deal later than I thought.
Hold it, mister! Hold it!
What's the trouble?
The road is blocked. There's been a crack up. You'll have to detour.
Which way do I go? I live on Spring Street.
Well, you better turn back and make a left turn on Maple.
Oh, apparently I'll never get home.
Sorry, mister. Nice night for ducks, anyway.
Yeah, ducks and murder. Maple, did you say?
That's right, mister, and take it easy.
Howard Williams, you ought to be spanked.
Now, don't be angry with me, Hazel. I couldn't help it.
We'll have to send those clothes to the cleaners immediately. I only hope they can get all the mud off.
Well, it's nice to be home again in front of the fire.
Is that robe warm enough for you, dear?
Now, stop worrying, dear. I don't catch colds as easily as that.
Howard, I met one of our neighbors this afternoon, Mrs. Harvey. Oh, she was awfully nice. She kept asking me if there was anything she could do to help make us comfortable.
Everyone here seems to be that way, Hazel. It's going to be nice living in Somerville.
After all we've been through, it'll be like making a brand new life for ourselves.
You promised me you wouldn't think about what happened.
It was like a bad dream. But I'll forget about it. In time.
I did all I could for Mr. Cagle. Sorry it ended up the way it did, then, that's all.
If only he hadn't dragged you into it. Your reputation.
Hazel. Let's not discuss it, huh?
Are you happy, Howard?
Right now, I'm very happy. And there's a great deal more to living than making money, Hazel. When you have peace and contentment, when you have good friends and neighbors.
Oh, I'll take it, dear. Hello?
Mr. Williams there, please.
Who's calling?
My name is Mallory. Lieutenant Mallory, State Police.
Police? Just a moment.
Police?
Yes.
Hello?
Mr. Williams?
Yes?
Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Williams, but I was wondering if you might give me some information.
About what?
You know a woman named Laura Pearson?
Why, no.
Are you sure?
Quite sure.
We didn't think you'd know her, but Mr. Hawley mentioned something about your being in his stationery store when she came in for cigarettes. A tall girl, good-looking, bleached blonde hair.
Oh, yes, I remember now.
Good. I wonder if you'd mind dropping into headquarters for a few minutes.
Now?
Well, if it's not too much trouble, we won't keep you long, but you may be able to help us out.
Well, if it's important.
Yeah, it's very important. See, we found Laura Pearson about an hour ago. She's been strangled to death.
Yes, the town of Somerville is very small, and you'd never find it on the map. But things do happen in Somerville. On this particular evening, for instance, at exactly 8:45, Howard Williams stepped into Lieutenant Mallory's office at police headquarters and was formally introduced to Fear.
Sit down, Mr. Williams. Sit down. Do you remember Pete, the owner of the gas station?
Oh, hello, Pete.
Hello. Pete told me you'd met a couple of hours ago.
He's the guy, Lieutenant. She was riding with him when he stopped for gas.
According to Pete, Mr. Williams, Miss Pearson was seen in your car just before her body was found.
I could have told you that myself if you'd asked.
Naturally. How did you come to pick her up, Mr. Williams?
I didn't pick her up.
No?
I gave her a ride.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I put it in the wrong terms. Exactly what occurred between you and Miss Pearson this evening, Mr. Williams?
Well, I met her outside the stationery store and offered her a lift to Mrs. Carp's. She made a phone call at the gas station.
Is that right, Pete?
I guess so.
Well, of course it's right. Why should I lie to you?
Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't mean to infer that you'd lie. Please go on with your story.
Well, that's about all there was to it. Instead of going to Mrs. Carp's, she asked me to drop her off at the turnpike.
Oh, why?
She didn't say why.
Mr. Williams, the turnpike is over a mile from Mrs. Carp's. That's an odd place for a young girl to go in weather like this.
Well, it wasn't any of my business why she was going there. And I didn't ask her. I only...
Just a minute, please. Flanagan, send Mr. Hawley in.
I'm afraid I can't help you out very much in connection with Miss Pearson. I never saw her before tonight, and I...
Oh, come in, Mr. Hawley.
Howdy. Good evening, Mr. Hawley. I said good evening.
Yes, I heard you.
Mr. Hawley, did Mr. Williams and the Pearson woman recognize each other when they met in your store?
Well, I can't recollect that they did. All I know is that that's very funny.
What is?
Weren't you wearing a brown suit about 3 hours ago, Mr. Williams?
Why, yes.
Why did you change your clothes?
Well, because my other suit. Wait a minute. What is this, Lieutenant Mallory? I'm beginning to feel as if you're questioning me like a suspect.
Oh, no, not at all. We merely want whatever information you can supply. But I won't question you any more right now, Mr. Williams. Perhaps I'll get in touch with you again tomorrow. Thanks a lot for coming in.
That's all right.
Oh, just a second. Mr. Hawley tells me your wife reads detective stories.
What about it?
He said that you and she were discussing the perfect crime this evening.
Perfect crime?
Well, I know how it is, Mr. Williams. I sometimes read detective stories myself. Good night.
What happened, Howard?
I don't know. He questioned me about this girl. And that was all.
They certainly don't think that you had anything to do with it.
Of course not. I saw before the murder, so naturally they want me to give any information I can. Why, I never even met the girl before. It's ridiculous. They haven't got anything on me. They can't prove anything. Hazel?
Yes, dear?
You know I had nothing to do with this, don't you?
You don't have to defend yourself to me, Howard.
Defend myself? What? Yes, that's what I'm doing now, isn't it? Defending myself. Just doesn't make sense. I have nothing to defend myself against, Hazel. Have I?
Sorry to disturb you again, Mr. Williams.
What is it now, Lieutenant?
There's a man named Cy Parker who lives about a mile north of the turnpike.
I'm afraid I don't know who he is.
Well, he may know you, however.
He does?
He seemed to give me a pretty good description of you. He said he warned you away from the roadblock early this evening.
Oh, he must be the man who told me to detour.
That's right. He also said you were alone.
What about him?
That you looked like you'd been through some kind of a crack-up yourself.
Did I look like a...
He said he noticed mud on your face and hands, and you seemed to be rather annoyed at being held up.
Well, naturally, the weather was foul, and as far as the mud was concerned...
Those your clothes on that chair there? Yeah, brown suit. Were you wearing it tonight?
Yes.
Muddy, isn't it?
Well, I had to fix the flat tire.
Ah. Mr. Williams, you'll have to return to headquarters with me.
What for?
Well, there are 2 or 3 loose ends that have to be cleared up.
Loose ends? What do you mean?
When we found Laura Pearson's body, her clothes were also covered with mud.
Have another beer, Si?
Yeah, I don't mind if I do.
I never would have figured him for it. Didn't look like that kind of guy to me.
You mean you really think he killed that gal?
Well, no, I'm not the type who'd pin a man against the wall without proof, and I believe in fair trial by jury. According to law, a man's innocent till he's proven guilty, right?
Right.
But between you and me, Si, who else could have done it?
Yeah, nice sort of way he looked at her when she came into my store, I tell you. I don't care if he never seen her before. I know what goes on in a man's mind when he sees a girl like that.
He's got a wife and 2 kids besides.
Say, you think maybe he's crazy, Holly?
Crazy? Look, a lunatic don't plan a killing the way he planned this one. Look at how slick he did it. Oh, no. No, he ain't no crazier than I am, a murdering rat.
Well, Judge, he was sitting with this woman in the car, and it seemed to me they knew each other a lot longer than he said he did. Anyway, he told me to fill up his tank, and I figured he was going for a ride, a long ride, with her.
He was as nervous as a cat, Judge, and dirty as a mongrel, too. He kind of stared at me when I mentioned something about the weather, and said it was a nice night for murder.
He talked like he knew a lot about crime, Judge. We had this argument about the story, see, and he said to me, wait till I get the words right. He said, I imagine a man could kill another man and get away with it, if he planned it carefully enough.
When the body was examined, the coroner concluded that she'd only been dead for half an hour. He filled his gas tank at 7:10. Cy Parker steered him away from that roadblock at 7:40. It's only a 10-minute drive from the gas station to the roadblock at the most, but apparently it took Williams almost 40 minutes. We also discovered that the defendant had been involved in an embezzlement case in Chicago. He was acquitted. He left the city soon after.
And it is the judgment of this court, Howard Williams, that you be sentenced to hang by the neck until you are dead.
Well, I haven't been very kind to poor Howard Williams so far, have I? But let's see what I have in store for him as his wife visits him in the cell.
Howard.
Hello, Hazel.
Howard, they just told me. There's been no reprieve.
I know. They told me an hour ago.
Howard, what are we going to do?
What can we do?
They can't kill an innocent man. I don't believe it. They couldn't.
You're the only one who believes I'm innocent, Hazel.
Why did we come here? Why did we ever come to this horrible place?
Don't. All the kids.
I asked you.
Hazel, I want you to leave now.
Please?
It'll make it easier for both of us.
Will this be the last time I'll be able to see you?
Yes.
Howard.
Don't say any more. Tell them outside that I want to see the prison chaplain. I refused to talk to him earlier, but I've changed my mind. Goodbye, Hazel.
No, I won't say goodbye. You still have time. There's still a chance. There's still a chance.
I'm afraid there isn't, Mr. Williams.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Hello, Williams. You asked to see me?
Yes.
Open the cell door, Haggerty. You can leave us, Haggerty.
Hazel, will you leave us too?
I'll wait outside.
Pretty tough on her.
Yeah. Even tougher than it is on me.
I'm sorry, Williams.
Mallory, I have a favor to ask you.
Yeah? What is it?
One day, Mallory, you'll find that I was innocent.
Will I?
You're a good detective. One of the best in the state. Something will turn up. Something that'll make you think. And reopen this case.
Perhaps.
All I ask is that when you do hit on new evidence, you'll prove me innocent. It won't do me any good, I know, but at least my name will be cleared. And my family will be happier.
I see.
I know it's a lot to ask, but I swear to you that I didn't murder that woman. I'm going to die in a couple of hours, and I wouldn't lie at a time like this. You've got to believe me, Mallory. I'm not guilty.
I believe you, Williams.
You do?
I not only believe you, but I'm sure you're telling the truth.
You sure? Did you say?
Yeah.
But how can you be sure? I mean...
It's very simple.
Simple?
Uh-huh. I know you're innocent because I also know who killed Laura Pearson.
But why didn't you tell him? Why in the name of heaven don't you tell him that you know?
I can't, Williams. You see, I killed her myself.
What?
I was the one who called. She called that night from the gas station. I was the one she met, Williams, at the turnpike.
No.
She deserved to die. She was a blackmailer, a cheat. She wouldn't take no for an answer when I told her we were through. I have a family of my own to think about.
You'd tell me that now.
You wouldn't expect me to mention it in the courtroom, would you? Yeah, I killed Laura Pearson. There are only 2 people who know about it now, Williams. And after tonight, there'll only be one.
You're wrong, Mallory.
Wrong?
There's someone else you didn't count on me. You're just outside the cell door.
What?
Did you hear what he said, Chaplain? Did you hear?
Yes, I heard. Chaplain, as a man of God, you've got to keep a confidence. You can't tell him. You won't.
No, Lieutenant. I won't. But you will, my son.
Yeah, you're right, Chaplain. I guess I will.
And that is the story of Howard Williams as recorded by the clock. Chance and coincidence. Collaborators extraordinary. Their scenarios are always good, and I ought to know, because time is their editor. I'd be very honored if you'd join me again in exactly 10,050 minutes' time, or, if you prefer it, in exactly 167.5 hours' time, when I'll be here to tell you another of my stories. Until then, I wish you all happy time.
The Clock will be heard next week in exactly 10,050 minutes' time from this same station. Written by Lawrence Clee with Hart McGuire as narrator, you heard Charles Tingwell as Howard Williams and Ken Wayne as Mallory. Others in the cast were Wendy Playfair, Joe McCormick, Don Crosby, and June Salter. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
Let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. The Signal Oil Program. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, the doctor operates in crime.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Presently I'll tell you of nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
The Whistler will bring you his story in a moment. But first, for the benefit of those who missed the War Production Board's recent warning about the tire shortage, I'll briefly repeat the facts. Because of a predicted shortage of over 1 million bus and truck tires during the first quarter of 1945, WPB warns there may not be enough new passenger car tires for even B and C book drivers. So regardless of what kind of ration book you have, your best bet is to use your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer's service for keeping your present tires in condition for recapping. By inspecting your tires regularly, he can catch and repair small damages before they become serious and ruin the carcass. Then, when he finds the tread is worn to just the proper stage, he can give you a recap job of top-quality material packed with thousands of miles of additional wear for your necessary driving. However, if you have a new tire certificate, Signal dealers still have fresh, new synthetic tires to help keep you rolling for the duration. And now, the Whistler.
From the street it looks innocent, just a plain, ordinary two-story dwelling. There's a sign over the entranceway. It says Dr. Julius J. Weber. Just that, nothing more. A dark, lean man, his coat buttoned tightly, his hat brim pulled low, turns into the entrance, pauses a moment, then pushes a button and opens the door.
Is this the doctor's office? Sign just said ring and come in.
Can I help you?
Hey, you're a cutie. What's your name?
What did you want to see the doctor about?
Me. I want to see him about me.
Your name, please.
Take it anything you like.
I'm afraid I must have your real name.
Why?
Perhaps you'd better see another doctor.
Oh, no. Dr. J. Weber's the guy I want.
I'm sorry.
No, don't get on your high horse. Angelo's the name. Anthony Angelo.
Anthony Angelo.
Tony to you.
I don't quite know when the doctor...
Oh, no. Oh, excuse me, I did not...
This is Mr. Anthony Angelo, Doctor.
Hiya, Doc.
How do you do? Have I any more appointments this afternoon?
No,
this is important, Doc.
Angelo. Seems to me I've heard the name before.
Yeah. I've been getting lots of publicity, especially lately. That's why I want to see you.
Come inside. Nurse, bring along your book.
Hey, this is confidential.
You are at liberty to take your business elsewhere.
Everybody's touchy around here. Okay. Let her come along.
Come in. You may sit here, please. That's it. Now, who recommended me to you?
Guy by the name of James.
So? Friend of yours?
I wouldn't say that. Maybe he did me a good turn.
Perhaps.
You did some work for him, didn't you?
Have you seen him lately?
Not for 5-6 months.
Then how did he manage to recommend me?
Well, it wasn't personal. Grapevine gets around.
What would you like me to do for you?
I want the works.
How badly?
Pretty bad. I'm hot as a firecracker, and I don't think things will cool off this time.
You want a complete job of plastic surgery, then, huh?
You're the doctor. Anything you say goes.
I'm glad we understand each other. What kind of face would you like?
Huh? You mean I could pick my own?
With certain limitations. I can change the color of your eyes and hair. I can change the contour of your face, reshape your nose, change the way you walk.
The way I walk?
I can take every birthmark or scar off your body and replace them with others as, well, other portions of your body.
Permanent?
Yes, permanently. I will extract every tooth in your mouth and replace them with plates.
Well, what for? My choppers don't show.
They're a positive means of identification.
Yeah, that's right. Anything else?
Yes, your fingerprints. I will remove them.
Huh?
I will get you shoes which will increase your height and change your gait.
Kind of thorough, ain't you, Doc?
I have to be. Will you get the camera, nurse, please?
Yes, Doctor.
Camera, what for?
I need various photographs of you for study before I operate.
I don't want it.
I must insist.
I never had a picture of me taken yet.
You're going to have one. Now.
You're quite a one, Dr. Weber. How much is all this going to cost me?
We can come to terms on that, I believe.
And where's this operation going to be performed?
In my surgery. You will spend about 5 weeks here in this house. Nurse, have you the camera?
Yes, Doctor.
Would you mind, Mr. Angelo, a few shots of your face, please? Then your hands, torso, feet.
Okay. Don't mind me. I'm only the patient.
This is a big job you've taken on yourself, Dr. Weber. Tony Angelo is a big man in the underworld. And what you were planning, not only in aiding the forces of evil, but of your payment, therefore, just might have repercussions. And what is your fee, Dr. Weber? 5 weeks have elapsed, and Tony is ready to go forth into the world newborn, so to speak. And you haven't mentioned your fee yet. Better go easy. Tony Angelo is hard. He's tough. You think about that while you're unwrapping his bandages.
Rather a fateful moment, isn't it, Tony? I'll take that, nurse.
All right, Doctor.
Thank you. There. You'll find that the slight scars will vanish in a short time.
Now, let's have a mirror. Let's have a look.
Here you are.
My nose. My face. My lips. Hey, this ain't me.
You may go, nurse.
Yes, Doctor.
Yeah, look at my eyes. They're gray. And my hair and eyebrows. Doc, you're a marvel. It's worth whatever you ask. How much do I owe you?
Sit down, Tony. Over there in that chair, facing me.
Yeah, sure, okay.
My fee is $1,000 a month for the rest of your life.
How much?
$1,000 a month.
You're kidding.
Levity is the furthest thought from my mind at the moment.
I can't pay that much.
Yes, you can. And you had better.
I was afraid of something like this. Okay, I'm listening.
There's nothing to tell. My fee is $1,000 a month for the rest of your life. The completeness of my job works for me as well as for you. I'm satisfied you're going to live for a long time.
How do you know I got that much money to pay on the line?
You have. You've been investigated. I know what each of my patients can pay.
There's a sweet racket you have, Dr. Weber.
I am bringing it to a very successful conclusion. You are my last patient. I am now assured of an income for the rest of my life, which will permit me to live in luxury.
You mean with my 1,000, you have enough?
That's right. And if you have any ideas of not paying, forget them. Smarter men than you are paying right now.
Maybe they forget easier.
That's what I advise you to do. To forget your entire past.
I suppose you know that you can get knocked off any time.
By whom?
Any one of your patients. Maybe Huey James,
How do you know James was a patient?
I heard rumors.
I wouldn't put much stock in rumors. Furthermore, any idea you may have of inflicting injury on me, you can discard. If I am absent 12 consecutive hours without notification at certain places, a complete file of documentary evidence is presented at the office of the district attorney.
Very smooth. Go ahead, Doc.
And if by the 10th day of each month your payment is not in this office, complete evidence on you is sent to the DA.
That sounds like blackmail.
Call it whatever you wish. I'm only ensuring your payment. In case you're in doubt as to the extent of my evidence, I'll enumerate the things which makes my insurance the best in the world.
I'm listening.
I have a complete set of your former fingerprints and of the impressions made by your fingers now. I have photographs of you before the operation, and while you have been sitting in that chair, 36 shots have been made through that aperture in the wall directly behind me.
What?
Yes, right there. So, Tony, get rid of any idea that my plan is not foolproof. It is. There is nothing you can do. Nothing.
Smooth. Pretty smooth.
It's better than that. It's perfect. And the reason it's perfect is because I am winding it up now. You are my last case.
You know, I ain't got the foggiest idea what to do about it yet. But I'll think it over.
You do that. In the meantime, keep sending those checks regularly, huh?
I'm through here now, huh?
That's right. You can leave. If anything bothers you, come back. But please make it soon, because I'll probably be taking a trip.
Okay, Doc. I'll be seeing you.
Good luck, Tony.
Oh, Mr. Angelo.
I got a new name, sister. Sucker. By the way, are you in with that guy's racket?
Here is your wallet, Mr. Angelo. Will you let us know what name to use in place of Angelo?
Yeah, sure. You're a cutie, you know. You cutting into the doc's melon?
I am the doctor's wife, Mr. Angelo.
Oh.
Goodbye, Mr. Angelo.
Goodbye, nurse. For now.
You were listening to The Whistler, brought to you by your friend, the Signal Oil Company, marketers of famous Signal gasoline, your best buy today. Remember to let every go signal remind you do go farther with Signal gasoline.
Well, that's a neat little racket Dr. Weber has, isn't it, Tony? He has you so tied up you can't possibly wiggle out of it, can you? Or maybe you can. If you can just think up the right angle. Maybe if you can track down some of the others and compare notes, then you may be able to pick up a clue, find out something that the good doctor forgot. They'll cooperate with you. They're in the same boat as you. And two heads will be better than one. So, who'll it be first? Well, there's only one you even know about, Huey James. Yes, look up Huey James, or the man who used to be Huey James.
Huey James? Haven't seen him.
James, he hasn't been around here for months. Just disappeared, I guess.
I heard he got his face lifted. And as far as I know, ain't nobody seen him since. Don't even know what he looks like now.
Oh, yeah. Huey James. He's the guy who used to wear those English tweed suits and smoke those English cigarettes. Players, wasn't it?
That's right. Do you know where he bought those cigarettes? I might be able to track him that way.
Why, sure. The cigar store down the corner. Maybe he can tell you.
Yeah, now you're getting somewhere, Angelo. Try the cigar store. You're using your head now.
You have any Players cigarettes?
No, Oh, now, wait a minute. Players, huh? Yeah, here. I do have one pack left here in the drawer.
Thanks. Not many people buy these, huh?
No, I've been keeping especially for one customer. Guess I'm about the only store in town that has...
One customer, huh?
Yeah.
That one customer wouldn't be Huey James, would it?
Oh, no. I haven't seen him for months. I used to keep Players especially for Huey. Then he disappeared. But it was very funny. A few weeks later, this other guy shows up and asks for them. He's been coming back regular ever since.
Oh? What's he look like?
Oh, well, now that you mention it, something like Huey. He wore those gray tweed English-made suits, just like Huey. And it's something of the same build.
But the face wasn't like Huey.
Oh, no, not at all. And he had red hair.
I see. Maybe I'll stick around and meet him, a fella Players smoker, you know.
Oh, no. No, he won't be coming in again.
Huh? Why not?
Oh, the cigarette shortage, you know. I can't get Players at all anymore. He bought out all I had the last time and said he wouldn't be back until after the war and I got more.
But mightn't he come in just for any kind of cigarette?
I doubt it. He said he came from clear across the town to get them.
I see. Okay, thanks.
Too bad, Angelo. Just when it seemed you were getting on the track, the trail ends. You found out that Huey now has red hair, if the player smoker is Huey. But where are you going to find one red-haired man out of all those in this big city? You try everything you can think of, but the trail leads nowhere. And the date of your first payment to Dr. Weber is approaching fast. You've got to do something. Figure something out. Forget Huey. Figure something else out.
Figure something. Gotta figure it out. If I plug the doc, the evidence gets turned over to the cops. Wait a minute. Who turns it over to them?
That's right, Angelo. Now you're thinking again. Who does turn the evidence of your transformation over to the police? If you can get to that guy, get him and destroy the evidence, your worries are over. Slowly a plan takes form in your mind. Could it work? Could it? Maybe. And it's worth a chance. You can't just sit and pay $1,000 a month all your life, now, can you?
Oh, Mr. Angelo.
Hello, sister.
What are you doing back here? Something wrong? Don't you feel well?
I feel okay, sister. I want to see the doc.
But what about? He's very busy.
I know, but he'll see me. I got something for him.
Oh? Oh, yes. You're early with it, aren't you? Well, that's good. A lot better than being late, isn't it?
Yeah. That's just what I figured. See in there?
Yes, you may go in.
Okay. Maybe you better come along. You might want to take some more of them notes.
Oh? Very well.
Well, Mr. Angelo.
Mr. Angelo says he has something for you, Doctor.
You're very prompt, aren't you, Mr. Angelo?
I got something for you, Dr. Weber, but it's not what you think. I got a surprise.
A surprise?
Yeah. Your game is up, Doc. You won't get a cent out of me.
Oh?
Yeah. Because I found out who your trigger man is and where he kept the evidence.
Where he kept the evidence?
That's right. You get it, Doc. The evidence ain't there anymore, so you got nothing on me. Now, if I decide I ain't going to pay, there's nothing you can do about it.
I see. I don't believe you, Angelo.
You will, Doc. You will. Now I'll be running along. It's been very pleasant to make your acquaintance. See you later, sweetheart.
A smart trick, eh, Angelo? By the look on their faces, you figure you pulled it off, too. Now all you have to do is wait around across the street to see what happens. If they take the bait, one of them is sure to go see about that evidence, and they'll lead you right to it. And you don't have long to wait. It's only a few minutes before the doc comes out and hails a taxi. You're in one right behind him, and you tail him clear across town. You follow him into a swank-looking apartment. It's easy. He's an amateur at this game, and you're an expert. You take the stairs. He takes the elevator. And you're ahead of him all the way. When he gets off at the 5th floor, you're standing in the stairwell watching. He knocks on a door. And while you're both waiting, you think how neatly your trick worked. He's led you right to the evidence. Then the door opens and you get a shock. Yes, you get a shock because the man who opened the door to Weber wore a gray English tweed suit and had red hair. And you know without anyone telling you, it was Huey James. Your trick didn't work after all. He didn't lead you to the evidence, but he did lead you to your fellow victim, Huey James. Now's your chance, Angelo. You've got them together. You've got Weber trapped there. And with Huey's help, you should be able to worm the truth out of him. Go ahead, Angelo. Go on in and start talking.
What do you want?
I see by your door plate you called Mr. Peterson.
Hey, whatever.
I'm called Becker. I want to talk with you.
I'm busy now.
It's all right. You needn't worry, Huey. I'm okay.
My name's not Huey.
Yes, it is. It's not Peterson any more than mine's Becker. I got something to say you'll want to hear. Maybe Dr. Weber won't.
Oh. Maybe you better come in.
I thought you'd see it my way. Thanks.
Seems you two have met.
Yes, we have. So your information was a trick to try to get me to give away my information, wasn't it, Angelo?
Never mind about that. You did me a favor. I've been looking for this guy for weeks. Now that I found him, you're on your last legs, Doc.
Angelo, I warn you. You're playing with fire.
You can't scare me now, Doc. Once Huey and I get working together, we'll break up your racket, okay?
Hey, what is this? Do you mind letting me in on what you're talking about?
I'll tell you, Huey. You and I are in the same boat. This guy's blackmailing us for our shirt, his payment for the operations he gave us. If we can get that evidence he's got cached away somewhere and destroy it, we're free. He's got nothing on us. We can stop paying him his hush money.
I see what you mean. You and me together, huh?
That's it. We got him here right now. Let's make him talk. Make him tell us where that stuff is. We got ways to make him talk. You know that.
Angelo, I'm warning
you.
you.
Here we are, Doc. Don't move.
That gun won't help, Angelo. You're just going to write your own death warrant.
Well, that's what you think.
Yeah, and so do I. Drop it, Angelo.
Hey, Huey. You aren't sticking up for him. Listen, don't let him buffalo you.
Everything was going okay, punk, and I wanted to stay that way, see? No dumb punk is going to come shooting his mouth off and ruin everything for all of us, see? Now drop it, I said.
Why, you yellow liver...
Huey, stop it. Don't be a fool.
Look out. Stop. You fool, you fool.
Take it easy, Angelo. Take it easy. You got a couple of slugs where they do the most harm. And there's Huey James lying over there. And you can tell from here he's dead. Your bullets did that. You're a fool, Angelo. You came here to get Huey on your side. Instead, you end up by shooting it out with him, bumping him off, and maybe getting bumped off yourself. Better get out of here while you can still walk, before the cops come. Weber, the doc got away. Here's the door. Get out. Hurry! Hurry!
Well, this one here in the hall is still alive. Not for long. The other one's dead.
Okay. Here's the guy we caught running out of the building.
Take your hands off.
What's your name?
I'm Julius Weber. I'm a doctor. I was just visiting here in the apartment, and I don't see why...
He did it.
Hey, wait a minute. What did you say, man?
He did it. I was coming down the hall. He ran out the door, shooting. I got in the way.
That's not true. He's lying. He did it.
I was just an innocent bystander.
That's not true. I tell you, he did it. He's Tony Angelo. He's a gangster.
Tony Angelo? That's not Tony Angelo. I know Tony.
I tell you it is.
And how do you know? Come on, speak up, brother. You're staring a murder rap in the face.
I know it's Tony Angelo because I performed the plastic surgery on him.
You hear that, mister? What have you got to say to that? He did it. I'm just innocent. Innocent.
He's lying, I tell you. Make him tell you the truth.
Too late now. He's dead.
But... No. You don't believe him. Surely.
Put the cuffs on him, Joe. Take him down and book him for murder.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, let's consider for a moment the very important subject of how many miles you're getting per ration gallon of the gasoline you're using. Perhaps you're among the 98% of drivers who don't know the answer to that question. Then here's a point well worth remembering. For years, more and more Western drivers who keep close track of their gasoline mileage have been switching to Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. And what's more important, the switch to Signal has actually increased since gas rationing. And here's why. Although certain gasoline ingredients have gone to war, Signal standards of quality still guarantee you the very finest gasoline that can be made today. And Signal still places the emphasis on mileage. Naturally, no company today can promise you the same performance you found in pre-war gasoline. And we can only hint at the brilliantly improved Signal gasoline you'll be able to buy after victory is won. But what you're interested in today is getting the most possible miles from every ration coupon. And for that job, you'll find Signal Go Farther gasoline your best buy today. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Angelo and Huey James both dead, and the doctor booked for murder. Funny thing, the police never did believe that he was telling the truth. Or maybe they didn't care too much, especially after they found all the evidence. Enough evidence to send the doctor up for a good many years for performing illegal operations. So Angelo did do a pretty good job of fixing the doctor. The funny part of it was something he never knew, that his trick had worked perfectly. Yes, the doctor had taken the bait, because the police found the doctor's evidence in Huey James' apartment. It seems Huey was really the brains behind the racket. After he'd had his face remodeled by Dr. Weber, he'd persuaded the doctor that they could run a nice racket, with Huey taking the lion's share of it. You see, blackmail works both ways. Huey has as much on the doctor as the doctor had on him. It was very neat, until Angelo came along. The moral of the story is, of course, that a doctor who operates in crime may expect to run his practice into the ground. 6 feet into the ground.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Signal Oil program will bring you another strange tale by the Whistler. The Signal Oil program is broadcast for your entertainment by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil, and by your neighborhood Signal Oil dealer, who is at your service daily to keep your car running for the duration. The Signal Oil program, produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Selig Lester and Merwin Gerard, and music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Bob Anderson speaking for your friend, the Signal Oil Company, and suggesting once again that you let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. The Signal Oil Program. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, Lie or Consequences.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Presently I'll tell you of nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Before the Whistler tells you his story, I think you'd enjoy hearing about a Signal gasoline station in San Francisco, California, that's been run by the same owner, Frank Miley, for 20 years. When I tell you that many customers have been dealing with Frank Miley the full 20 years he's been serving San Francisco, you'll know he really has something to offer. And that something is longer car life. You see, Frank Miley, like all Signal gasoline dealers, has made his customers' cars his life's business. He knows cars thoroughly, and the little tricks that keep them running smooth and long. When customers leave their cars with Frank Miley's Signal station, they know every part, including the important unseen parts, is going to receive the thorough, conscientious service it needs. Because Frank Miley, like your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer, is in his own business and will be there year after year to back up his work. Well, that in a nutshell is why cars serviced by independent Signal dealers with Signal quality products actually do go farther. And it's why now, when your car has to last out the duration, is a mighty good time for you to get acquainted with your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer. And now, The Whistler.
To the men who live by matching wits with the hardened criminals who deal in narcotics, the threat of violence is always present. But sometimes that violence has unexpected consequences. Witness the experience of Mark Hoskins, veteran detective of the narcotics detail. It was late one fall evening that Mark, with his fellow officer Red Andrews, was making his way down a blackened alley toward the hideout of two criminals prominent in the dope trade.
The door right up the top. Open up. But if we should need it, I spotted it this afternoon when I cased the setup.
Anybody see her?
No, nobody but the druggist. I just bought a package of cigarettes.
Okay. Well, come on. Let's go get your promotion.
What do you mean by that?
We've been on this assignment a long time. If we crack it, you know the old man will give you a promotion.
Why just me?
Are you kidding? You're the fair-haired boy. I'm a dog around this department. The chief's had a knife in my back a long time. He likes an excuse to twist it. You'll get the promotion.
You sound jealous, Mark.
Maybe I am. Come on, let's go.
Better stay in close to the wall.
Right. Red, look out. Somebody under the stairs.
You bet there's somebody under the stairs.
Hey, behind you, Mark. There's another with a blackjack. Oh, I see you.
Let's go, Joe.
I knew I'd catch up with you, Finley.
No, you haven't, Tucker.
Oh, nuts. They got away, Mark. Mark! Hey, Mark. Mark, you all right? Hey, Mark. Oh, they really let you have one that time, didn't they?
Hey, what's going on up there? I heard shooting.
Come here. It's all right. We're police.
Well, what's wrong?
Look, did you see a couple of guys duck out of the alley?
Yes, just after the shooting. They jumped into a car and drove off.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
Hey, what's wrong with this guy?
They blackjacked him. Look.
Yeah?
Go into that drugstore on the corner. You can go through the back door. Call an ambulance while I take care of him.
Police ambulance?
Yeah.
Well, who shall I tell him wants it?
Red Andrews.
Okay.
Where did you come from?
The alley. I came in the back door. Look, there's a cop out there hurt. Looks like it may be fatal. The other one asked me to call an ambulance.
What were they doing?
Well, after some crooks, I guess. Can I use your phone?
Sure. Sure, go ahead.
Thanks. Let's see. Oh, there's the police department number. Wonder how bad that guy's hurt.
Hello, police department.
Say, there's been an accident.
Location, please.
Behind Small's drugstore, 18th and Hunter. 2 of your men tangled with some crooks.
Yeah?
Well, one of your men is out cold, and the other asked me to call an ambulance. My name is Peters.
What about the crooks?
Oh, they got away, both of them.
Our man badly hurt?
Yes. The other one said his name was Red Andrews, asked me to hurry in here and phone. He was working over the one that was out.
Okay, we'll get a car right over.
Thanks. Goodbye. Say, did I hear another shot while I was in there?
Sounded like it.
Well, I better go see, I guess.
I'd go with you, only I'm alone here. Can't leave my store unattended, you know.
I got the police all right. They said they'd send an ambulance right away. Hey.
Who are you?
You're the one that was knocked out.
Those crooks. I gotta get...
And
those
him.
crooks.
Look, he's hurt now.
I gotta get those crooks.
Yeah. Now, look, kid, just take it easy. An ambulance is coming. I gotta take a look at this. Hey, this man isn't just hurt. He's dead.
Sorry to have to bring you down to the station, Peters, but you understand. You're the nearest thing we have to a witness.
I understand. I think I've told you everything I know.
Yeah, there's just one thing I don't get. Red Andrews was shot. He must have been dead when you called for an ambulance.
No, I don't think so. He's the one who asked me to call.
Oh.
It was the other guy who was out.
Mm-hmm.
Andrews was kneeling down over him. But, well, when I got back, Andrews was dead, and the other guy was up. He was walking around kind of like he was in a daze.
Yeah, I see. Well, we're not going to hold you, of course, but we'd like to be sure you stay in town.
Oh, of course.
Well, all right, that's all for now. I want to get over to the hospital and see Hoskins. Well, Hoskins, you managed to butcher another one, didn't you?
Take the knife out of my back, Chief. We got a tough break, that's all.
Yeah. Red Andrews got such a tough break that it killed him. Couldn't you guys have been on your toes?
They must have been tipped off. They were laying for us under the stairs.
Yeah? Well, regardless of how it happened, I'm holding you responsible for catching the guys that did it. I don't like to have my men bumped off, especially men like Andrews.
Do you think I'd have let it happen if I could have helped it?
I don't know. Well, that's not the point, anyway. The point is after you were knocked out, somebody killed Red Andrews.
Well, Beretti and Finley must have come back.
Probably, but it's up to you to prove it and bring them in.
Well, Mark, some rather startling developments took place while you were unconscious. You and Red Andrews exchanged positions in a most peculiar manner, and the chief's putting you on the spot to explain it. Well, now that you're out of the hospital, you better do some checking up. First thing will be to locate Beretti and Finley again. Better check your gun first, though. They're desperate characters, you know. Oh, how do you explain that, Mark? You don't remember firing your gun last night, do you? They knocked you out before you even drew your gun, and yet your gun has been fired. At least there's one round missing. And now, back at the scene of the crime, you've found another clue. An empty shell from your gun. Some shells from Andrew's gun, too, but they were fired after you were knocked out. So your gun had been fired, and now you know where. At the spot where Red was shot. Does that suggest anything to you, Mark?
No, it couldn't be. I didn't like him, but I couldn't have been that much out of my head. Could I? I've got to find out more about this. Good morning.
Good morning. Can I get something for you?
Were you the druggist on duty here last night?
Yes, it's hard to get help these days. I have to work night and day.
Yeah, I understand a guy called an ambulance from here last night.
Yes, that's right.
Did he say anything to you?
Just that there were a couple of officers in the alley and that one of them had been hurt.
I see.
How long was he in here?
Oh, about 4 minutes, I guess.
Did you see anyone else while he was phoning?
No. No, I didn't. But see here. Who are you?
I'm the guy that was knocked out.
Oh. Well, you seem to have recovered.
Yeah, outside of a lump on the back of my head.
Well, the fella didn't tell me anything other than the report he made to the police.
Okay. Thanks.
Yes?
Is your name Peters?
Yes.
You're the guy who called the ambulance about that affair behind Small's drugstore last night, aren't you?
That's right. Come in.
Oh, thanks. They told me at the department you'd probably be willing to answer some questions.
And, who are you?
Take a good look. Don't you recognize me?
Oh, yes. Yes, you're the one
The one that was knocked out.
Yeah.
I believe you reported to the chief that Red Andrews was kneeling down working over me when you left to call the ambulance. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I told him.
And the report also states that as you entered the alley after hearing the shot, you saw two men run out of the alley, jump into a car, and drive off.
Yes, that's what I saw.
Good. Now listen carefully. Were you in the drugstore long enough for those men to drive around the block, enter the alley from the other end, kill Red Andrews, and make a getaway before you got back?
Oh, let me see. I imagine it took less than 5 minutes, but, well, yes, I believe there would have been time for that.
Thanks a lot, mister. I guess that just about answers my question. I got a hunch that's exactly what happened.
I beg your pardon, but I don't think so.
Huh? Why not?
Because when I left to call the ambulance, you were lying flat on your face across the alley. If they'd have driven back, they'd have run over you. Or, if you'd been up and around, I think they'd have shot you, too.
You are listening to The Whistler, brought to you by your friend, the Signal Oil Company, marketers of famous Signal gasoline, your best buy today. Remember to let every go signal remind you, you do go farther with Signal gasoline.
Well, Mark, your theory of Finley and Beretti having come back and killed Red has been blasted. This is beginning to simmer down to far too few suspects, isn't it? From the way the evidence is pointing, you're going to be incapable of weighing it in an unbiased manner. It's placing too much suspicion on you. Of course, you're not ready to face an admission yet, not even to yourself. But if you won't admit killing Red, you'd better find out who did. You know that Red fired several shots after you were knocked out. But that doesn't mean that Finley and Beretti couldn't have fired some, too. Maybe they shot Red during the fight and it didn't kill him instantly. Maybe he had the bullet in him all the time he was working over you. It's worth investigating, Mark. The coroner could help you there.
Hello, Doc.
Oh, hello, Hoskins. Glad to see you.
Doc, can I speak to you for a minute?
Certainly. Sit down.
Thanks. Look, you did the autopsy on Red Andrews this morning, didn't you?
Yes. Terrible thing.
You determined the cause of death?
And that's right. He died of injuries sustained from a gunshot.
Doc, were you able to tell from the nature of the wound how long Red lived after the shot was fired?
Oh, yes.
Definitely?
Definitely.
Well, what would you say, Doc? Could he have lived 10 minutes, 5 minutes?
Well, if Red Andrews lived 10 seconds after that shot was fired, would have been a miracle.
What?
Yeah, he was shot through the heart, close range. Died instantly.
Well, there goes another theory. Red couldn't have been shot by the crooks at the start of the fight. And they couldn't have driven back in the alley without running over you. But who else could have done it? Who else had the opportunity? Silly, isn't it, to suspect yourself? But the fact remains that Red Andrews was the fair-haired boy of the department. Everybody knows that. And the chief knows that you were jealous of his position because Red stood between you and promotion. Do you suppose it could have been possible that your subconscious resentment of Red could have been translated into irresponsible action while you were knocked out? Possibility or not, you better crack this thing before the chief gets such an idea, or before he puts someone else on the case to start prying around.
Oh, hello, Hoskins.
Hi. Say, did the lab stuff on Andrews come through you?
Yes, I did the analysis.
You handled the ballistics report, huh?
Yes, a bullet was fired at close range from a .38 service pistol.
Oh, was, huh?
Yes, probably by a gun that had been stolen from some officer.
Probably. Did you retrieve the bullet?
Yes.
Mind if I have a look at it?
Oh, sure. I have it right here. Here you are.
Would it be all right if I borrowed it?
Huh?
If the chief's assigned me to the case, I want to make a comparison, okay?
Oh. Well, I guess it's all right. If you'll be personally responsible for it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. But you'll be sure to take good care of it, all right.
It'll be best to know for sure, won't it, Mark? Jumping to conclusion isn't good detection. You'll be perfectly safe down there in your basement. With that pillow muffling the gun, no one will hear the shot. Then you can dig the bullet out of that sawdust barrel and compare the rifling with the one that killed Andrews. Then you'll know, won't you, Mark? Well, now there can be no doubt. The riflings are the same. The bullet that killed Red Andrews was fired from your gun, Mark. Looks as though you'd solved the murder beyond a reasonable doubt. All the circumstances have pointed toward you all along. And now you've found the clinching clue. Maybe it would be best if you try to cover up what you know. Or is it too late? Does the chief know something, too? Could that be why he's sent for you?
Hoskins, I don't understand it. Here we got a clear-cut case of first-degree murder. Motive, opportunity, corpus electi, everything. And yet you stammer around about the proof. Well, it seems obvious who killed Red.
Does it?
Certainly. The crooks you were after. So bring him in.
This is becoming a pretty mess, isn't it, Mark? You don't dare bring in Beretti and Finley. As long as they're suspected, suspicion will be removed from you. But if you bring them in, they'll prove that they didn't do it. And then there'll be only one suspect left. You, Mark, you. But the chief's going to put another man on the case soon if you don't turn up something. That bullet. You'd better do something about that before another detective starts snooping around. How about a switch? A bullet from a different gun instead of the one they dug out of Andrews. Maybe worth a try, Mark.
Say, I brought the bullet back. Sorry I was so long.
Yeah. Oh, yes, the Andrews bullet.
Yeah. Hope you haven't been worried about it.
Oh? Well, no, I wasn't worried about it. We made a set of microfilm pictures of the bullet when it first came in.
Pictures of the right bullet. And now you've substituted another. That'll look mighty bad for you, Mark. You're getting in deeper and deeper, aren't you, Mark? First, your own deduction has stamped you as a criminal, guilty of manslaughter. Now your efforts to cover up are going to make it look like premeditated murder. You're wasting precious time now, Mark. 3 days pass, and then there's something else. What does this mean, Mark? A note asking you to see Ben Tolan, one of the best detectives on the force.
The sergeant gave me your message, Ben.
Oh, yes, Hoskins. Come in. I want to talk to you. You know what's happened?
Oh, I don't think I do.
Well, a couple of days ago, the chief assigned me to the Andrews case.
Oh.
I know what it'll mean to you to crack this case, and I didn't intend to get in your way. But it's a funny thing, Mark. I just did some routine checking in order to look busy, but I ran into a mighty strange thing.
Oh?
Yeah. I went to the lab, and they told me that you'd borrowed the bullet.
Yes, I wanted to check it.
Yeah, I know. And the trouble is, you got mixed up. The bullet you returned isn't the right one, Mark.
What do you mean?
They made a microfilm of the right one, and the one you brought back doesn't fit.
Doesn't it?
No. Why did you switch it, Mark?
What makes you think I switched it? Maybe I brought back the wrong bullet, but there's no...
I know you too well to think that you'd return the wrong bullet by mistake, Mark. You're too good a detective for that.
What are you driving at?
Just this. The bullet gave me some other ideas, and I checked up on them, too.
So?
I know who killed Red Andrews.
You know?
I think you know, too. Only I decided that I'd let you crack the case if you could. Well, Mark, you still have a chance to do it.
So Ben Tolan knows. He's found out about you, hasn't he, Mark? But it would seem that he's still trying to give you a chance to confess. He thinks it might be easier on you that way, doesn't he, Mark? But he's wrong. It won't be simply a matter of a few years for manslaughter. They'll hang you, Mark. And that's what you're thinking while pacing back and forth in your room. Looks like you're trapped. The only way out doesn't make sense. Or does it? If Tolan is found dead, he can't tell. Yes. Then again, only you would know. That's a well-isolated house where Tolan lives, isn't it? Well, there he sits, Mark, completely unaware of the danger. Why don't you pull the trigger, Mark? You think it might be better to let Tolan know why he's going to die. You could take him by surprise. He hasn't a gun in sight.
Tolan?
What? Oh, you, Hoskins.
Yeah. Surprised?
Mark, what are you doing here? I've been trying to get a hold of you. What's the idea of the gun?
I came to settle something with you, Tolan.
What's the matter with you? You're acting screwy. You've been acting funny for days.
Funny, have I? Well, maybe it's funny to you. You're not in my spot.
Well, you wouldn't be in such a spot if you'd keep your head. Although I suppose the blow you received...
Sure. But I'm not taking a chance on trying to prove that.
What are you talking about?
You're not turning in that evidence you collected, Mr. Tolan.
I'm sorry, Mark, but I waited as long as I could.
What do you mean?
I left a complete report after work tonight. It'll be on the chief's desk tomorrow morning.
So he beat you to it, Mark. No use to kill Tolan now. Then you'd be facing 2 rats. But wait. Yes. You're going to hang anyway. A man can only pay the supreme penalty once, Mark. You're thinking you might as well take Tolan with you. Pay him for his dirty snooping. You might have covered up if it hadn't been for him, Mark. But he's exposed you. It's his fault.
Mark, put down that gun. Don't be a fool.
I'm not a fool.
You don't know what you're doing.
Oh, yes, I do. For the first time in days, I'm thinking straight. Now, for the first time, I see exactly what I have to do.
You're crazy.
Maybe, but my last chance is to try a getaway. I might make it, only you aren't going to be around to know. You had to turn in the dope on me, didn't you? All right, you're going to pay for it.
What are you talking about?
Just this. Maybe I did kill Red. But I didn't do it on purpose, and I'm not going to lay down and take the rap for it.
You were hurt badly, weren't you?
What do you mean?
I don't know where you got the idea, but you're wrong. You didn't kill Red Andrews.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending of tonight's tale. Meantime, here are 2 tips for making your gas ration coupons go farther. 1, accelerate gradually. Never force your motor by stepping down hard on the gas pedal. You're sure to save precious gasoline in this way. And here's the second tip. Use the gasoline that's scientifically engineered to give you maximum miles per gallon. Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline. For years, more and more Western drivers who keep careful record of mileage have been switching to Signal gasoline. Even today, although certain gasoline ingredients have gone to war, and no gasoline can give you the brilliant performance of pre-war Signal gasoline, the Signal Oil Company is still producing the finest gasoline that can be made today. And Signal still places the emphasis on miles. So the next time you trade one of your ration coupons for gasoline, remember, your best buy today is Signal Go Farther gasoline. And the place to get it is your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Mark, you were about to kill the one man who knows you didn't kill Red Andrews. But how can this be? You're a good detective, and all the evidence pointed unquestionably toward you. How could Tolan have discovered something you overlooked? And yet he's told you that you didn't do it.
What? I didn't kill Red?
No, look, I'll tell you. There was a very obvious clue. You'd have caught it if you hadn't been so busy covering up for yourself. I saw it immediately.
Go on, keep talking.
You cornered these crooks in an alley behind a drugstore. And they were trafficking in illegal sale of drugs. Get it? Drugs, drugstore. Well, all I did was to go on from there.
Well, where did that take you?
To the druggist. He was the brains of a dope ring. Now, when you and Red traced the peddlers that close to his store, he figured that you had the dope on him, too. So when Peters went into the phone booth, the druggist slipped out the back door and into the alley. Red was bending down facing him. The druggist went to help him. He bent down, jerked his gun from the holster, and he shot Red. He was back in the store by the time Peters came out of the phone booth.
Yeah, he had my gun. Why didn't he kill me, too?
Peters had told him that your injury looked fatal, that he didn't have time to check closely, but he figured that he'd taken care of both the cops who had anything on him, but he didn't. And if you haven't been fool enough to obliterate his fingerprints on your gun, yeah, I'm pretty sure that that'll cinch it. Yeah, tomorrow morning, he'll be in jail for the murder of Red Andrews. Not you, Mark. Not you.
Well, Mark, you almost convicted yourself of murder, didn't you? From now on, you'd better be careful whom you decide to kill. You almost shot Tolan. And Tolan is the one who saved your hide from yourself, Mark.
Monday at 9 o'clock, the Signal Oil program will bring you another strange tale by the Whistler. The Signal Oil program is broadcast for your entertainment by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil, and by your neighborhood Signal Oil dealer, who is at your service daily to keep your car running for the duration. The Signal Oil program, produced by George W. Allen, with story by Dwight Hauser, music by Wilbur Hatch, transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Bob Anderson speaking for your friend, the Signal Oil Company, and suggesting once again that you let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Please. Quiet, please.
The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for today is called Beezer's Cellar.
I looked at Marlena. Marlena looked at me when we heard this old guy talking about Beezer's Cellar. Get a load of this, Marlena, I said. And she picked up a French fry and ate it very quiet while we listened to the old guy. He was sounding off to another old guy, and the other old guy couldn't get a word in edgeways.
this here Beezer, they always called him Six-Finger Beezer, see, on account of he had 6 fingers on each hand. He never did build his house. He got the cellar dug, and then he up and hung himself in it. Well, I don't know why rightly, but there was some talk about the cellar being dug into a cursed ground. Well, I want to tell you, there's been mighty odd doings up there, George, up at Beezer's cellar. What? Well, fires and lights at night. And don't you tell me foxfire. I've seen foxfire, and I know it when I see it. And this here ain't foxfire. 60-odd years ago. And moans, and hooting, and hollering all over the place at night. And trees are waving their branches when they ain't no wind. No, sir, that's a real deserted place. You couldn't get me up there with a 10-foot pole. That there place is haunted, sonny. I want another root there. No, sir. Ghosts and spirits and crawling things that hoot and holler. They ain't in my line.
You getting that, Marlena?
Gosh, no. Ain't been up there since I was a kid in short pants. A clique of us went up there one afternoon in the fall, and we thought we seen a skeleton laying down there on the floor of the cellar, and we cut and run. Never stopped till we got to the C&A tracks. Yes, sir, sonny. Thank you for the root, dear. That there's a place to shun, and by golly, people shun it. Well, hey, it's right out past the cemetery, where you turn off to the Strickfaden Road. But it'd take quite a lot of finding. About 3 miles east, there's a big elm tree that was struck by lightning.
Come on, Marlena, I said. We sort of drifted out of the place. The car was parked up under a big tree by the side of the road. Pete was sitting there with a P1832 pistol he brought back from the war, with his feet on a suitcase with the $82,000. We stopped to count it on the side street in Wilmington on the way down from Chicago. We watched the state cops go on past us down 66. Then we switched the license plates and jogged on after him. He wasn't taking any chances. He had the snoot of that P18 in our faces the minute we walked up.
You ought to make some kind of noise or something. I might not let you have it.
Put the gun away for a minute and move over. Get in, Marlene.
Did you bring me a sandwich?
Barbecued pork, all right?
I could eat it raw. What's cooking?
Stanley's got an idea.
What now?
You scared of ghosts, Pete?
I ain't scared of anything.
Well, that's good.
Well, what's this about ghosts?
We might run into a couple of them. Where we're going?
An old man with 6 fingers on each hand.
Oh, a cop?
He hanged himself 60 years ago.
What is all this double talk?
Quit hollering and eat your sandwich.
Listen, what are you figuring on?
I found a place to leave the bag with the money for a while, while things cool off.
Leave the bag?
What'd you think I was going to do?
In that cellar?
What cellar?
Stanley, are you crazy?
Listen, how'd you like to let me in on this, huh?
Listen, this is a haunted cellar, see? The old man says nobody ever goes there. They're scared to go there.
So am I.
Oh, can up, Marlena. There ain't anything to be scared of.
Only ghosts.
Well, you can always go riding around the countryside if you want to, asking some hick cop to take us. Yeah. It's always the way with you amateurs.
I'm no amateur. I shot the guys, didn't I?
Who told you to shoot? Who told you which ones to shoot?
Well, you're beefing about it. I didn't say anything.
Well, I wished I'd never got into this.
For a nice chunk of $82,000, you wish that.
Well, but do we have to do it this way, Stanley?
You think of a better way?
Where is this place?
2 miles from here.
What are we waiting for?
That's my boy.
Oh, we won't have to stay around there long, will we, Stanley?
Why, listen, baby, you think I'd go there at all if I didn't have a hot suitcase to take care of?
Leave right away.
I will.
We all will. Whether old Six-Finger shows up to scare us or not.
Don't, Stanley.
Which way, Stan?
Well, the old fellow said something about a road.
Strict-Faden Road.
Well, look now, but the reason I was asking is there's a motorcycle coming down the road back there.
Where?
I was just kind of interested in our next move. Not that I haven't got ideas of my own.
Now, put that gun away.
I was only going to ask him a question.
But Pete didn't have to ask him a question. Marlena stepped out of the car, and she walked right up to the man in the blue suit, and she said, "How do I get to Strickfaden Road, officer?" Now, the officer told her, just as polite as the head waiter. He'd have been awful surprised if he'd known what was pointing at him while he was being so nice to the cute little redhead. Yeah, what you don't know won't hurt him, I always say. And we relaxed. Well, so we found the road all right. We drove along slow, little old Model A Ford with Indiana license plates. And we were pretty quiet. I don't know what Pete was thinking about in Marlena, but I know what I was thinking about. Trees hanging low over the road. Trees that moved their branches when there wasn't any wind. And lights in the night that wasn't foxfire. Whatever foxfire is. And pretty soon there was a great big old elm tree alongside the road, and it looked as if it had been struck by lightning. So we stopped. Then there wasn't any trees waving their branches or any funny noises. But we found Beezer's cellar. I wish we hadn't. There was the elm tree that was struck by lightning. And there was a fence that we busted down. There was a kind of path, or it had been a path once. And it was all I could do in the dark to bust my way through the underbrush with a flashlight. And Marlena and Pete waiting in the car, ready to go into a smooching act if an inquisitive cop pulled up. Smooching, with a Heine pistol aimed under his arm over the side of the car. It was a lot easier getting the $82,000 than it was crawling through the bushes looking for Beezer's cellar. I pretty near fell into it. It didn't smell very good. There was water in spots in the bottom. And it looked haunted enough. I kind of felt my back hair coming up, but I said, yeah, well, it's better than one of these little iron rooms they got down Stateville. And I went back after Pete and Marlena. We ran the car off the road, hoping nobody would see it. We lugged the suitcase back through the underbrush. I jumped down. Pete and Marlena climbed down after me. Good deal, huh?
Looks haunted, all right.
I don't like this, Stanley.
Well, let's stash the bag and get out of here.
How are you going to do it?
We'll dig a hole, jerk, and bury it.
What with?
Well, didn't you... Oh, Ferd.
Oh, wait a minute, Stanley. I see something over there against the wall.
Flash the light.
I thought I saw it when I climbed down.
A shovel.
Huh. Ain't that convenient?
Maybe the ghosts left it here.
Cut that out.
Scare you, kid?
Well, cut it out.
Yeah, thanks, Marlena. Hold the light, Pete. No, turn it out quick. There's a car coming. Okay.
To make so much noise?
You want to dig? I'll hold the light.
Wait.
What's the matter?
Shut up. Thought I heard somebody.
Go on, dig.
Pick up the bricks.
Okay.
Let me hold the light and you can both dig. We'll get out of here quicker.
Okay. Boom.
Don't do that, Stanley.
Yeah, nobody gonna hurt you, kid.
No, but...
Here, come back with that light.
Come on, let's stop kidding around.
I'm going to sit down.
You'll get all wet.
No, there's an old busted chair here.
Oh, for the love of...
All right, all right. There.
Yeah, now let's go. Now what's the matter?
Stanley, you didn't sit in this chair, did you?
You kidding?
Pete?
What's the matter?
Somebody's been sitting in it. The seat's still warm.
And she dropped the flashlight. and to roll down into the hole we've been digging. The light went bouncing down and down and down and down. Hundreds of feet we could watch it, twisting and turning and lighting up the sides of a deep, smooth shaft that seemed to have no bottom at all. And there we were in the dark down in Beezer's cellar, the darkness pushing down on us. There was a sound somewhere, way far off, that seemed to come up to us from the bottomless pit we had opened. And I swore. I lit a match. Pete and Marlena were leaning over the edge of the hole. Marlena jumped back and she started screaming. And she wouldn't stop till I slapped her face a couple of times. I said, "Cut it out. Do you want all the cops in the state to come running?" She grabbed me by the arm. She was yammering like a baby.
I saw it. It was looking right at me. I saw its eyes.
She passed out cold. Only the quick grab that Pete made kept her from falling right down the hole. Well, Pete and I slapped some of the dirty water in her face. Pretty soon she sat up. She started to cry. And it started to rain. "Look," Pete said.
Look, I don't go for this, Stanley.
Scared of ghosts.
Oh, nuts. There's no ghost, but I think we can find a better place to bury our dough than Mr. Beezer's cellar.
Let's get out of here, please. Let's get out of here.
Cut it out, Marlene.
No, let's get out of here. I tell you,
You saw a reflection of the match down this old well.
Well, sure, that's what it is. It's a well. Some of these old houses had a well right in the cellar. I remember it from when I was a kid. And we busted into the well.
I saw eyes looking at me.
Cut it out. You didn't either.
We'd have better have a swell fix if we dropped the suitcase down the well.
I'll say we would. Yeah, let's dig another hole. Shut up, Marlena.
Let's get out of this. I'm getting soaked.
Yes, let's get out of here, Stanley.
Go on, you two, if you want. I'm going to get this suitcase planted.
Come on, Pete.
Yeah. Hurry up, Stanley.
I'll hurry.
Wish you hadn't dropped that light.
Yes, I'm scared.
All right. Cut it out.
Hurry.
Don't make so much noise.
I'll boost you up first.
I cannot get up here, Pete. This isn't a place.
Wait, I'll light a match. Oh, we're on the other side, I guess.
What's the matter?
I can't find a place where we climb down.
Over this way.
This side.
Oh, that way. Pete!
Yeah?
What's the matter?
Wait. Say, you know something, Stanley?
Huh? Know what?
Something's happened.
What are you whispering about?
Listen, Stanley, I've been all around the walls of this place, and that busted place in the walls where we came down ain't there anymore.
What are you?
Well, I'm telling you, Stanley. Light a match and look for yourself.
And I struck a match, and I shielded it carefully in my hands. And I looked around the walls of Beezer's cellar in the drizzling rain. And you know what? There wasn't anything out of that place that I could see. The walls, all four of them, was as smooth as glass. And from way down deep in the earth, I could just see a little bitty gleam from that flashlight. I thought to myself, I see what Marlena meant. It does look like eyes now, don't it? Down at the bottom of a musty old cellar in the middle of the night, in a hole in the floor that goes down, I haven't got any idea how far. And rain, and a hysterical woman, and a suitcase with $82,000. And no way to get out of the place. Great, huh? Well, you can explain anything, can't you? A hole in the floor. Sure, that was a well. The eyes she thought she saw. Sure, that was a flashlight reflecting on the water down there. And the way we couldn't get out. Well, maybe the wall wasn't as busted down as I thought it was when we got into the place. Maybe we didn't notice how smooth the walls was.
Yeah, sure. But how are you going to explain that chair seat being warm when Marlene sat down on it?
Yeah. Pete?
I didn't want to come here in the first place. That old guy scared the life out of
There's
me.
no such thing as ghosts.
You pick a swell time to make a statement like that, boy.
Well, there ain't.
Maybe there is no ghost. But there are other things.
Like what?
I don't know. Like things that come up out of the ground.
Oh, cut it out.
Give me a cigarette, Pete.
You gonna sit here all night in the rain?
What'll I do? Fly out of here or something? Give me a match.
Wait, I'll spit for you. Here.
Let's get out of here.
Wait till morning. We'll find a way out then.
I wonder if we could reach the top of the wall if we stood on that chair.
I don't know.
You wouldn't get me to touch that chair for $1 million. It was warm.
Ah, that don't signify nothing.
Just to me.
What about the suitcase?
What?
What'd you do with it?
I'm sitting on it.
Is it warm?
Hot as a pistol.
Oh, cut it out.
Cut it out.
I'm scared.
Look, babe, I don't like this any too well either.
Just sit close to me, Pete. I'm cold.
Move over this way.
Don't worry, kids. In another couple of months, we'll come back and pick up our little prize package here. It'll be warm for life. All of us.
If we ever get out of here.
Ah, come on.
What was that?
You do that, Pete?
No. What was it?
I don't know.
Oh, well, wait a minute, Stanley. I think I know what it was.
What?
Wait. Stan?
What?
Come here. Careful now.
In the damp darkness, I moved toward the sound of Pete's voice. He stuck my hand, put it on the edge of the hole I dug.
See?
What?
A couple of bricks fell in the hole.
Oh. Marlena, get back from the edge.
What is this?
Move back, honey.
Light a match, Stanley.
You got him. You light one.
All right, stand back a little.
And in the light from the match, before it fizzled out in the rain, I saw what had made the sound. 2 or 3 bricks had got loosened at the edge of the hole I dug. Had fallen in. And as I looked before the match went out, 2 more sagged and fell downward into that bottomless pit. Get back, Marlena, I yelled. Pete lit another match.
Look out!
The crack yawned open, and with a crash, a half a dozen more bricks tumbled into the hole. Below us, I could see the feeble glow of the flashlight way down there. It seemed to me the things crawled far, far below us in that horrible pit. Pete and I dragged Marlena away to the wall. There was a rumble, and the mouth of the pit grew bigger. It seemed that the glow from down there was growing stronger. We sat there, huddled against the slippery walls, frozen cold with terror. Another section of the floor fell in.
The whole floor's going. Come on, we gotta get out.
Marlena sobbing and Pete and I scrambling at the slippery walls. There wasn't a chance. Then the rumbling stopped for a second. We flattened ourselves against the bricks. In the light that came up from down there, I could see Pete's staring eyes and the tears of fright shining on Marlena's cheeks. I said, we gotta get out of here.
Help me up the wall, Stanley.
Ain't no use to try, boys. You can't get out.
And I looked up. And there, sitting comfortably on the edge of the cellar wall, grinning at us in the light that flowed up from the pit in the cellar floor, was the old man Marlena and I had heard at the roadside restaurant. The old man had told a lurid story about Beezer's cellar.
Ain't no use to try. You're stuck.
Oh, help!
Don't hoot and holler, lady.
Look, old man, give us a hand, will you?
I heard tell of a fella long time ago that got down into this here cellar. Just like you done.
Well, give us a hand. The floor's going.
I know. The floor fell in with him, too.
Well, help us.
He killed a feller down towards Manitou. And he come and hid here in the cellar.
Give us a hand out of here.
And the same thing happened to him. Never did find his body. More floor falling in, hey?
Come on, give us a hand up out of here. Help us.
Know what's down there? Fire and destruction.
Listen, old man.
Tut, boy. You know you hadn't ought to shot that poor feller at the bank up there in Chicago. Murder's bad.
Listen, we got a lot of money down here with us.
I know it. You're criminals.
We'll split it with you.
Don't want no part of stolen money, bub. Ain't much more left, is there? They'll never find your body.
Now listen, you old
Now
bum.
don't call names,
Hey,
bub.
put that pistol down.
That won't do you no good, son. Too bad.
Listen, mister, for the... look, there's a woman down here.
Yeah. Criminal? Like you two boys.
But look. Look out, Marlene.
Here, Molly. Kind of figured you was listening to me back there at Saltweather's stand. Kind of figured you'd come a-kiting out here to the cellar.
Mister, listen to reason. Please just reach down and give us a hand.
Kind of figured I'd come along and watch and see what'd happen to you. Mighty interesting.
Oh, if I could get my hands on you.
You can't. Not unless I let you.
You can't do this to us. We are people. We are. Help. Please, mister, I beg you.
No, lady. No use of hollering. The wages of sin is death, I always say. You robbed and you murdered, so you got to be punished. See?
You can't sit there and watch us die.
Another hunk of the floor's going. You better move over to one side.
I'm gonna get that old...
Put down your pistol, sonny. I told you tain't no use.
Please don't.
Get him. Get him. Listen, Sheriff,
I ain't no sheriff. I'm just a feller interested in seeing justice done. I recognized you back there at the restaurant, and I thought to myself, well, I'll just toll these people here over to the cellar, and we leave things take their course.
look out, Marlene. Haven't you any pity, man?
Not much. Not much for thieves and murderers.
He's crazy, Stanley. There's an insane asylum across the river there someplace. He's escaped from there.
No, son. I ain't insane. Listen. What would you give to get out of there?
You can have half the money.
Ain't much time for bargaining.
Give it all to him, Stanley.
That's better. You ought to be willing to give up all the money to save your life.
Oh, yes.
If I was in a fix like that, I'd give anything I got.
Well, we won't.
Yes, we will.
Floor getting hot down there? Mighty interesting. Well?
All right, you can have all the money. Help us out.
I know you don't, Stanley.
Hand it up.
Stanley, how do we know he'll help us? Wait, don't give it to him.
Take it. Quick.
Oh, no.
Pete leaped at the suitcase I was handing up to the old man. His fingers just touched the edge of the bag when another section of floor gave way right under him. He fell down and down and down and down, twisting and turning into the fire that kept coming higher and higher up the shaft, reaching for us. And the old man took the bag and set it down on the edge of the cellar.
See? That might have been you, fella. Or you, lady.
Help us out of here.
It's good riddance. He was the one that shot the fellas at the bank up in Chicago. Good riddance, I always say.
Are you going to help?
Sure. Right in the nick of time. Here. Grab a hold of my hand, lady.
I'm afraid.
You dumb lady. Post her, mister. There you are. Just as right as rain. All right. Now, you.
And as the strong arms of the old man lifted me up over the lip of the cellar wall, the last section of the floor below us fell away into the fire. And just as if a play or something was over, the flames died down. First they were yellow, then purple, and then they just went out. Marlena grabbed my arm.
Where Where did he go, Stanley? Where did he go?
I don't... Hey, old man! Hey!
Stanley.
Come on, let's get out of here. Oh! What's this? Oh. Marlena.
What?
He didn't take the money. It's right here. And so I picked up the suitcase, and Marlena and I hacked our way through all that underbrush back to the road. We were just opening the door to the car to get in, go away from Beezer's cellar, when there was sawed-off shotguns in our faces and lights. I could see the state cop's badge behind the light. He laughed and said, "Come on, kids, we're going for a ride." And it's very comfortable here in the little iron room at Stateville. Then I hear that Marlena's all right down there at the women's prison at Dwight. She can stay there for 20 years. Me? Well, I'm going to move. They got a tight little room here for people that get mixed up in murders. Little room you can walk into, but you can't walk out. All modern conveniences. Electricity and everything. Well, the old fellow said the wages of sin is death. And I guess I'd rather be here than in Beezer's cellar. I really am pretty grateful to the little old fella. The little old fella with the 6 fingers on the hand who pulled me out.
The title of today's Quiet Please story is Beezer's Cellar. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Lotta Stavisky played Marlena, Warren Stevens was Pete, and the 6-fingered old man was Charles Eggleston. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week, Willis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Next week I have a story for you called And Jeannie Dreams of Me.
And so until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Now a listening reminder. Today, David Harding Counter Spy is dedicated to Employ the Physically Handicapped Week. Be sure to tune in. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Soup presents Inner Sanctum Mysteries, starring Boris Karloff. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host to welcome you through the squeaking door into the land of ghosts, vampires, and other gay, hilarious people. Friends, are you looking for an apartment? Well, we have just the place for you. It's sturdily built, completely of marble, with cold running water every time it rains. You don't have to worry about the landlord putting you out. The lease is forever. All you have to do to get this little love nest is call your undertaker and get yourself a little bit dead.
Mr. Host, I assure you no one is the least bit interested in your offer.
But, Mary, just think. Once you're dead, you can appear on Inner Sanctum. You know, we always have a ghost in our story, someone whose voice comes back from the grave and gives advice to our characters. Yeah, sometimes I think our theme song should be, My Mummy Done Told Me.
Well, that's very funny. But you know, Mr. Host, talking about voices coming back, That's what happened to me the other day. I heard my own voice coming back to me on the radio while I was eating breakfast.
No.
Yes. I just heard the new Lipton jingle, and then I heard myself. Yes, there I was, talking about inner sanctum and about Lipton tea, too. You see, it was a record, an electrical transcription that I had made, all about Lipton's brisk flavor, how Lipton's always tastes fresh and full-bodied, never wishy-washy. And you know what? There was a man on the record who talked almost like you, Mr. Host.
An imposter. I'll kill him.
Oh, it was just in fun. He made spooky remarks when I talked about Lipton tea. But I did get a chance to say that Lipton's is the largest selling brand of tea in the whole world.
All right, Mary, you've had your chance. And now make room for the creepiest voice you ever heard. The curdling kid himself, the star of stage, screen, and radio, Boris Karloff. Tonight's story is called The Wailing Wall. It's an original radio play by Milton Lewis. You'll hear Boris Karloff in the role of Gabriel Hornell. All set, friend. And turn out the lights, curdle close to the fire, and listen. Night. And on the waterfront of downtown Manhattan, the fog creeps in like a crawling cloud. Tucked in between the towering skyscrapers, there's an old rundown mansion. An anachronism. A freak among the streamlined giants. It's the Hornell home. And tonight, leaping tongues of flame from behind the black shutters.
There's it, Johnny.
Is there anybody in that old dump?
It's an old guy lives there, don't it? Gabriel Hornell.
I hope he had sense enough to get out. That place is like a tinderbox.
Yeah, pretty well gone. There's it. Get that hole.
Hey, there is someone in there. Get the exit. Come on.
I'm right behind you.
Watch.
Get out of the way.
Hurry, will you?
I knocked it off. All right, come on in.
You see anyone in there?
No, we can't see it.
Hey, there he is.
Oh, the crazy coot didn't even have sense enough to get out. Here, get me short.
Yeah.
No, hold me.
We're just taking you out.
I don't want to go out. Yes, asking you what you want. Come on, Johnny. Before this joint collapses, take me out. I can't leave the house.
Hornell, I hope you're feeling... Oh. Mr. Hornell? Mr. Hornell? The head nurse. And hurry. Hello? Hello, this is Miss Hopkins on the 18th floor. Gabriel Hornell is not in his room. The window is open from the bottom. Yes, I'm sure he did. There's a letter. I know, but I'm sure he's not alive. Oh, the letter? Yes, I'll read it to you. To whom it may concern. By the time you read this,
I shall be dead. There can be no mistake this time. Death holds no fear, no terror any greater than what I've endured in life. For the past 40 years, I've searched for freedom. I hope now I've found it. Even now, as I write, I can hear her voice, calling to me as she did that night years ago. I'd prepared everything while she was in bed. Just the last few minute little details had to be complete.
Gabriel? Gabriel, do you hear me?
What do you want?
What are you doing down there?
I'm fixing something.
Well, why don't you come up? I don't want to be alone here. I can't bear to be alone. Come up, Gabriel. What's the matter with you? Why don't you answer me? Oh, you're just doing it for spite. I know you are. Stop that hammering, Gabriel. You know I can't bear that noise. Now stop it, please. Gabriel, will you stop that noise?
Oh. You came down.
Well, of course I came down. Did you expect me to lie there while all this racket was going on? Why, you know I'm a sick woman, Gabriel. What are you doing there anyhow?
You can see.
Well, yes, I can see, but it doesn't make any sense to me. Oh, you've made a huge gaping hole in the wall. Now, what on earth did you want to do a thing like that for?
You'll find out soon enough.
And what are all those things?
Stonemason's tools, cement, plaster.
Well, I never dreamed you knew how to use them. Oh, I'm going back to bed.
No, Agnes.
No?
No.
Gabriel, that rope in your hand.
Yes. I thought carefully about this rope, Agnes. It's the most merciful way. It leaves a little trace since there's no blood.
Gabriel.
You won't make it difficult, will you, Agnes?
Murder?
It's the only way.
No, Gabriel.
We couldn't go on like this. Your imaginary illnesses, your constant nagging. I have to be free of them, Agnes.
Murder?
This is best for both of us.
No, Gabriel. Send me away. Do anything you want. You can get a divorce. A divorce there, see? That would solve everything. You could have your freedom.
Stand there, Agnes. Just as you are.
I know. That other woman, Dorothy Carter, that actress. That's why you're doing this. Oh, you thought I didn't know about that, Gabriel. Well, I do. Yes, I do. No. Oh, let go of me again. That rope. Help somebody.
It will be done in a minute.
Done? No. You'll never be free of me. As long as you live.
The cat saw everything with its yellow eyes. The cat saw me take her body to the tomb I'd made in the wall. The cat saw me place her there and carefully seal it up. I worked quickly, skillfully, with infinite care. First the bricks, one on top of the other, then the plaster. Then the wallpaper to match the rest of the room. That wasn't very difficult. In a short time it was done. I was free. All I had to do now was to go to the police and report her missing. It was even simpler than I thought. I put on the coat. I was about to open the front door when I heard it for the first time. I thought it must be my imagination. I listened carefully. I rushed to the wall, put my ear to it. What I heard made icy perspiration ooze out of every pore of my body. The wail was coming from the wall. It was like the insane shriek of some creature of another world. Was she alive in there? She couldn't be. She was dead. I knew she was dead. And yet I heard her voice wailing. I could swear it was her voice. I couldn't go out as I'd planned. What if someone else should hear it? Would they go to the wall? Investigate? The doorbell. Oh, it couldn't be at this hour. It couldn't be. But it was. Oh, I had to risk everything and answer it.
I'm sorry to disturb you, Mr. Hornell.
It was Patrolman Cleary. He was the officer on the beat. He was blue with cold.
I was passing by and I saw the lights on. I peeked in the window.
You looked in?
Yes. Since you were still up, I thought I'd ring. It's a bit cold out tonight, and I'd like to warm these old bones for a minute.
Oh, yes, of course, Cleary. Don't stand there in the door, man. Come in.
Thank you. I see you got your coat on, Mr. Hornell. Just got in?
Only a few moments ago. As a matter of fact, I was going to see you.
See me?
Why, yes. It's about my wife.
Right, something wrong?
I hope not. I was out all evening. When I got home, she was gone.
It's not like her, Mr. Hornell.
No, it isn't.
Was she alone all evening?
Yes, at least I think she was. You know, she hasn't been feeling very well lately, and I hate to think it possible, but she may have destroyed herself.
Mrs. Hornell?
No, she wasn't the sort. Oh, she was ill, terribly ill. I tried to keep it secret until she recovered, but the doctors knew.
Insane?
Yes. Don't you see? The river.
I'd better get back to the precinct and report this. You'd better come with me. Missing Persons Bureau will... Hey, Mr. Hornell.
Yes?
You must be mistaken. Isn't that her?
That isn't a woman.
Of course it is. She's coming from that room there. Sure, it's your wife. I know her voice, and she sounds like she's in pain.
It can't be. There's no one in that room.
She must have come in the back way. Come, I'll show you.
No, don't go in.
What?
Nothing. There. You can see for yourself there's no one here.
No one? I could have sworn your wife was in this room.
Well, how'd you like to live in a house with wailing walls? Well, one thing you have to admit, things aren't so very dead in the Hornell mansion. Or are they?
Well, all I can say is I'm glad I don't have to live in that house with that awful wailing.
Why, Mary, there's a wailing, whistling kind of noise in your house, too. The first time I heard it, I was so scared I shivered in my shroud.
What? Oh, you're talking about my whistling tea kettle. Oh, goodness, there's nothing scary about that. Now, as you'd only try Lipton tea with its wonderful brisk flavor, that whistle would sound as cheery to you as birds whistling in the morning. Especially on these chilly mornings when a cup of Lipton's just makes you feel like the sun was shining inside of you. And, folks, if you want a sunny disposition, you should try relaxing with a cup of Lipton tea after a hard job like, well, maybe washing out your window curtains. Yes, and what's more, you can help your friends feel right with the world, too, by serving them Lipton tea when they come to visit you. Lipton's always tastes so tangy and heartwarming, never flat or wishy-washy. Yes, that brisk flavor makes all the difference in the world.
All right, friends, we've given you a chance to warm your blood, and now we fondly hope to turn it to ice again, with the help of our star, Boris Karloff. Oh, let's hear the second act of Inner Sanctum. We continue with a strange letter left by Gabriel Hornell.
Here he was, in silent fascination as the cat screamed and leaped against the wall. Would he notice the new wallpaper in the dim light? Suddenly, the policeman turned to me.
Yes, I guess that noise is only the wind. Strange how like a wailing woman it can sound, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, good evening now. I guess it'll be all right for you to stay here. I'll make a report at headquarters about your wife.
It's very good of you, Cleary.
If she turns up, you let us know?
Yes, I'll let you know.
Good night, Mr. O'Neill.
Good night. He left. I locked the door and came back to the room where my wife was entombed. Was she still alive inside the hollow of that wall? I listened all that night. The wailing rose to a high, insane shriek, and then towards morning began to grow weaker, as though she were losing strength, and it seemed to die. The cat crept away. There was a merciful silence in the house. She was dead. She had to be by now. I sat down onto the sofa into a feverish sleep. Somewhere a bell was tolling, calling the mourners to the grave. Suddenly I sat bolt upright, shaking, trembling. I'd been dreaming. The front doorbell was ringing. It was night again. How long had I slept? The house was silent. Oh, there was nothing to fear now. I ran to the door, opened it.
Hiya, kiddo.
Dorothy.
Well, are you going to keep me out here in the cold?
No. Come in. I haven't been feeling well, Dorothy.
Is that why you forgot our date tonight?
I must have overslept. What time is it?
10 o'clock.
10? I must have slept clear through the day.
Well, aren't you glad to see me?
Glad? Why, yes, it's a delightful surprise.
Well, that's more like you. Come here, kiddo. You've got the blues, but Dorothy will wipe them away. Give us a kiss. What's that?
Just the wind.
Oh, no, it can't be the wind.
This is a very old house, Dorothy. You sometimes hear strange noises.
Oh, I've never heard anything like that before. Sounds human.
Oh, she's still alive. Even after 24 hours. Suddenly I realized that the doorbell was ringing again. There was a large pair of wooden sliding panel doors between the room that we were in and the vestibule that led to the street. I wasn't going to take any more chances.
There's someone at the door, Gabe.
Yes. You wait here, Dorothy.
What are you doing?
Closing these doors.
Why?
I'd advise you not to ask too many questions.
Evening, Mr. O'Neill.
Officer Cleary. Who are those men with you?
They've got something to show you, Mr. O'Neill. You'd better brace yourself. It's not going to be pleasant. All right, bring it in, boys. You can put it over there.
What? What is it?
It's a body. A woman. Just fished out of the river right near here. She can't be dead more than 24 hours.
My wife?
It's hard to say. You see, the body got caught in the propeller of a boat. It's not easy to recognize it. Unless it was examined by someone who knew her very well. Like yourself, of course.
Let me see it.
Take away the burner. Look, Miss Tanya. I know. It's pretty bad. Is it your wife?
Agnes? Yes. Yes, of course. It's her.
You're sure now?
Yes, I'm sure. Positive.
All right, boys. Take it away. You can stay here, Mr. Arnett. I'll take care of everything down at headquarters. Good night.
Good night, Cleary. Luck, fate, whatever it is that seemed to control men's lives was playing directly into my hands. They'd never investigate now. The nightmare was over. This time I was really free. Suddenly, the panel door opened. Dorothy was standing there, a curious smile on her lips.
I heard everything, kiddo.
You did?
So you were married.
No longer, Dorothy. My wife died. Suicide.
So I heard.
Now, everything will be quite all right and we can get married in a few weeks. We'll have money, lots of money.
She left you plenty, eh?
She was very wealthy.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
Nothing. I see what happens to your face when you hear that wail. Did you kill her?
What are you talking about?
Did you murder her?
You heard what he said. She was found in the river.
You can fool the dumb copper, but you can't fool Dorothy. That wail. It's queer. Awfully queer. Look at what that cat's doing, will you? Jumping up on that wall like it's gone crazy. Yes, there's something about that wall. That's what the cat's trying to tell me. Something about the wall.
You better stay away from there, Dorothy.
I'm going to find out something.
Put that book end down.
Not till I'm done with it, kiddo.
What are you doing there?
I'm going to bring it to that wall.
You crazy fool, stop it.
No.
Here, give me that thing.
You're too late, Gabe. I've broken a hole through and I'm going to look.
Now you've seen.
It's a hand. The hand of a woman. It's her. Your wife.
Yes, Dorothy.
You murdered her.
Yes.
Well, ain't you the kid?
What are you going to do about it?
What do you think? I want money. Lots of... That rope.
Yes. This rope. It leaves no telltale traces.
Oh, no, kid. Didn't you get it? It was all a joke. No, don't come any closer.
Don't scream, Dorothy. It won't do you any good.
Yeah, listen to me. I don't want to spend not one penny. I love you. I love you, I tell you. I'll keep your secret. I'll do anything you want. Anything. That rope. Take it away from my neck. Don't give it to me. Don't break it.
She was dead. I took her body, put it in an old trunk in the storeroom of the cellar. I had to think of some plan, some way to get rid of those bodies. In my confusion, there was only one thing that I was certain of. I must never leave the house, not even for a minute. I never did. At night, I would sit there, listening. Then it would come, the wail in the wall. I knew that after a week she couldn't be alive. What made the wail? Plans? I thought of 1,000 plans, but all of them would mean that I had to leave the house, and if I left, someone would hear the wail and find out, just as Dorothy did. Fire. Yes, fire. That would do it. The idea danced like a flame in my mind. But no. They discovered charred bones of the skeletons among the wreckage. No, it wouldn't be worth it. The only way I could be safe was to stay there in the house. I stayed. I, who had risked everything for freedom. think of it. I opened it.
Mr. Hornell?
Yes?
I'm Mr. Crawford from the bank. May I come in?
Just in here, in the vestibule.
We've written to you a dozen times, but you've never replied.
What do you want?
Well, Mr. Hornell, you may not realize it, but you've overdrawn your account. The money your wife left is gone.
Gone? So short a time?
So short? Why, she died 40 years ago.
40? It seems only yesterday.
We've been investigating. Even the grocer who used to supply your food no longer will extend you credit.
Well, what do you want with me? I'm not starving.
If you'd see your face, you'd realize that you are, Mr. Hornell. Now, if you'll only be reasonable, we can see to it that you get $250,000.
$250,000? How?
By selling this house. It's become very valuable.
No. You get out of here. Get out.
But Mr. Hornell.
Get out.
Very well.
He was right. I was starving. That night, when I heard the wailing begin again, I came to a decision. I had spent 40 years in the house. More punishment than criminals receive who've committed even worse crimes than mine. I'd take a chance. I opened the wall I'd sealed up 40 years ago. She was still there, but the wailing continued. Why? I looked into the tomb I made for her, and then I saw it. I saw this thing that had ruined my life. It was a tiny hole in the outside wall that I'd made when I first broke it open. The wind rushed through and made that horrible wail. What was the use? I took a match out of my pocket. I set its flame to the curtains. In a moment, the place would be an inferno. But I decided to stay. I wanted to perish with the house. In death, at least I'd be free. Freedom was denied me. They rescued me, brought me to this hospital. I had the nurse make inquiries from the police. She told me.
No, there was nothing unusual found among the ashes. Everything was burned to a fine powder.
If I had only set fire to the house 40 years ago. But no matter. The window is open. And it's 18 stories to the ground. I will soon be free.
Meow! Everybody's dead but the cat. We overlooked him because we couldn't find him. Of course, I'm sorry that wall made such an unpleasant noise, such a tuneless wailing. We tried to teach it to whistle the new Lipton tea jingle, but we didn't have time, eh, Mary?
Now, you just stop teasing me, because I'm not going to talk about the Lipton jingle now. No, and I'm not going to talk about Lipton tea either. Instead, the Lipton people want me to remind you folks about something important. I mean the Victory Loan Drive. You know, friends, we've been buying bonds for many years now. But this drive is in some ways the most important. Because if a job is worth doing, then it's worth finishing. The bonds you buy now won't buy weapons. No, this time the money will help bring our boys home. It will also help take care of our wounded soldiers, provide them with the finest medical care in the world. And, friends, we can certainly do no less. And the victory bonds you buy now will help launch our veterans into a safe and secure post-war world, the kind of world they've been fighting for. Yes, you're helping others and yourself, too, every time you buy a victory bond. So buy all you can, won't you?
All right, friends. Until we meet at some haunted house, here's a parting thought. Don't seal your wife in a wall. That won't keep her quiet. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is Devil in the Bush by Matthew Head. Yes, and next week's Inner Sanctum story, directed by Hyman Brown and brought to you by Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup. Next week's story is about a man who gets hunches. His hunches are about death. He's sure he's going to be killed. Not by poison or fire or strangling, Nothing simple like that. No, our character has a nice, interesting death waiting for him. Oh, if you'd like to be in us at death, drop in next Tuesday. And now it's time to close the squeaking door, so good night. Pleasant dreams.
Mystery is my hobby. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Barton Drake speaking. For tonight's drama, I've selected case history number 73 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it The Case of the Walking Corpse. The heat in New York had been intense. For 5 days, nothing of an exciting nature had happened. On Saturday evening, Inspector Danton and I met at the Air-Cooled Lamplighters Club for a quiet game of chess. Well, Inspector, are you going to move or... Inspector?
What? Did somebody say something? Oh, hello, Bart.
Hello, Bart. By Jove, Inspector, I believe you were asleep.
Me? Asleep?
And I thought you were sitting there with your chin in your hand trying to figure out a move that would place me in checkmate.
I was. Look, I'll move my queen up here. How do you like that?
Why, I like it fine, Inspector. I'll just come across with my castle and collect that queen for my very own.
Oh, well, that ends that.
Yes, it certainly does.
You know something, Bart? We've played chess every single night this week.
Are you getting bored, Inspector?
Yeah, I'm getting bored. Tomorrow's Sunday, and it doesn't look as though anything's going to happen. I'm used to a more active life.
Well, I think I can promise you some action in about 5 minutes, Inspector.
Yeah, what's going to happen?
Let me see, it's now 9:15. Arthur Avery said he'd be here shortly after 9 o'clock.
Arthur Avery? You mean that old fuddy-duddy with all the dough who's trying to make a record collecting wives?
That's the man, Inspector. I suppose you read in the papers yesterday that he's just married his 9th wife.
Yeah, I read it. Married a red-headed nightclub singer named Flossie something or other. Well, what's Avery want to see you about?
A murder, Inspector.
A murder? Say, this sounds interesting. Who's been knocked off?
Arthur Avery thinks his new wife has. As a matter of fact, he... here's Mr. Avery now. I'll let him tell you his own story. Hello, Mr. Avery.
Hey, sorry I'm late. Well, it's just as I suspected. The body was that of my wife.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Avery. Are you still convinced she was murdered?
I'm positive. She was found lying near the railroad track.
Pardon me for interrupting, but would you two like to be alone?
Oh, I'm sorry, Inspector. Mr. Avery, this is my co-worker, Inspector Noah Danton.
Hi, Danton. I've heard that name before. I'm sure I have. How do you do, Inspector Danton?
I said hi.
Yes, of course. Hi.
How long ago did you view your wife's body, Mr. Avery?
Less than 2 hours. As I mentioned to you over the telephone, the minute I heard that the body of an unidentified woman had been found in the town of Sydney, I suspected that it was Flossie.
Why?
I'll explain that in a minute, Inspector. I immediately chartered a plane and flew out there. As soon as I verified my suspicions, I called you, Mr. Drake.
I see. Of course, the Sydney authorities have taken care of the body.
Yes, of course. There's only one officer in the town. His name is Clifton Neal. He agreed with me. It was a pure case of murder.
Why?
I'll explain that in a minute, Inspector. Mr. Drake, money is no object in this matter. I want the murderer of my wife brought to justice.
Naturally you do, Mr. Avery. A moment ago you mentioned a man named Jeff Morgan. Do you think he murdered your wife?
Yes.
Why?
I'll explain that right now, Inspector. As you may know, Flossie was my 9th wife.
Who doesn't know it?
Directly after the ceremony, we went to my country place up in Meredith. I'd given the servants a holiday, and the day after our arrival, I drove over to the village for supplies. Returning, I found a strange automobile parked near the boathouse. Somewhat perturbed, I hurried towards the cottage and heard the sound of voices.
Stop it, you mustn't kiss me. You mustn't.
No, guys are strange, haven't they, baby? Every time any kind of light might kiss you.
Let me alone, Jeff. Don't you realize I'm married?
Married?
Sweetheart, how long are you going to stick with old Bluebeard before you throw him over and start suing for alimony?
I resent that, Jeff.
Now, look, I got a proposition.
I'm not interested in any propositions you have, Jeff Morgan. Now get out of this house. Arthur will be back in a minute.
All right, George, we'll be back in a minute. So how would it be if I had a talk with Arthur and told him about Henry?
Henry?
Yeah, Henry Roberts. Didn't know I knew about him, did you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so you don't know what I'm talking about. So I'll hang around till Arthur comes and we'll talk it over. He's got a few mementos Arthur might like to look at.
Yes, you wouldn't.
Oh, that's better. Now, do you listen to my proposition, or do we wait for Arthur?
Yes, please. I'm so happy here. Please let me alone.
Okay, baby. It's up to you.
Just listen to me. Always things are behind me now. I'm never going back. Never. I've gotten what I want, and I'm going to keep it. And the way to keep it is by being a good wife to Arthur.
Well. Saints and angels. Is this a little sloppy Sterling that's tramping?
Jeff.
Okay, honey. Relax. Letting bygones be bygones is okay with me. I was just thinking now. There's one thing wrong with them sweet dreams of yours.
What do you mean?
Well, it's like this. Maybe you got what you want, and maybe you're going to try and keep it. Only I don't see how you're going to arrange that without you listening to my proposition. You see, All right, Morgan, that's enough. Get out.
Arthur.
Well. If it isn't little old Bluebeard himself. Where'd you get them snapping black eyes, Grandpa?
Morgan, I'll give you 30 seconds to get out of this house. If you don't,
You'll what, Grandpa?
Arthur, not that. Don't shoot him.
I will, unless he gets out of here.
Now, take it easy, Avery. All I wanted to have a little talk with you.
I'm not interested in anything you have to say. Get out.
Maybe you would be if you look at the people in these pictures.
Jeff, you wouldn't.
Don't worry, darling. I won't look at the pictures. I'm no more interested in them than I am in this man's blackmailing stories.
Then you heard?
Every word. Morgan, I've met men of your stripe before. What you can't understand is that there are some people in this world whose faith and love and belief in each other are all they need to achieve happiness. You're rotten, Morgan. And nothing you can say or do will change my opinion of my wife.
Oh, Arthur.
Now, isn't that a pretty speech? Just like out of a storybook. Avery, I got news for you. Flossie is not your wife.
Are you mad? Flossie and I were married yesterday in New York.
That's what you think. The law's got a funny habit of raising objections when a babe gets married to two men at the same time.
What do you mean, Jeff?
Flossie, is this true?
No, I was married before. Perhaps I should have told you.
But you divorced him.
Yes.
That's all I want to know. Morgan, I'm telling you for the last time, get out.
Why, you lying little cheat.
Arthur,
Here, you keep away from her, Morgan.
You old fool.
Keep your hands off of me. I'll shoot.
Arthur!
Here's one right on the button, Grandpa.
Jeff Morgan is a bigger and younger man than I am, gentlemen. He knocked me unconscious. When I came to, I was lying on the living room floor.
And Jeff Morgan and your wife were gone?
Yes.
Well, look, if she ran off with him...
Don't be absurd, Inspector. Flossie didn't run off with him. He forced her to go. He probably knocked her unconscious, too.
I get it. They got as far as Sydney, and Mrs. Avery returned to consciousness. She tried to get away and probably jumped from the car.
That's exactly what I think happened, Inspector. Morgan, realizing that I knew she was with him in his car, carried her body to the railroad tracks, so it would appear as though she'd been struck by a train.
That makes sense. What do you think, Bart?
It doesn't make sense to me.
Huh?
If Mrs. Avery had gone with Morgan on her own accord... Yes. No, if she hadn't gone with Morgan, I doubt if he would have left her body where it could be found. He'd have thought of some other means of disposing of it.
Why?
Because Morgan would realize there was no reason for Mrs. Avery to be in Sydney. She wouldn't have just wandered up there and fallen down on the railroad tracks. And since Morgan knew that Avery was aware his wife had gone out with him...
Drake, if you're implying that Flossie voluntarily went with Morgan...
Mr. Avery, I'm merely thinking out loud. There's something here we've all missed.
Missed? But I was there all the time.
You were there, Mr. Avery, but you weren't conscious when you and your wife and Morgan disappeared. You only hazarded that they were left together.
But I don't understand.
Suppose someone else were present, someone outside listening, as you had been doing.
Say, that's a possibility.
Yes. Mr. Avery, how far is it from Meredith to Sydney?
About 50 miles.
Does the officer there, this Clifton Neal, know of your suspicion of Jeff Morgan?
No, I told him nothing. I wanted you to hear my story first.
Good. I think the three of us had better go up to Sydney immediately, have a talk with this Clifton Neal, and view the body of Mrs. Avery.
Oh, I sure, Mr. Drake. Glad to let you see the woman's body. Got her in my back room right here.
In your back room?
Yes.
You mean there isn't an undertaking establishment in this town?
Sure there is, and this is it. I handle the town's corpses as sort of sideline. You want to take another look at it, too, Mr. Beezer?
No, I'll wait out here. You understand, Mr. Drake?
Yes, of course. All right, Mr. Neal, let's go.
Yep, right through this here door. Ain't got her laid out as yet. Ain't had time. Just like she was when I lugged her over from the railroad track. Just wait till I throw this here sheet back. Oh, there you are.
Hey, she certainly got banged up a lot, didn't she, Bart?
Yes. Face cut and bruised, hair matted with mud and blood. What would you say was the cause of death, Mr. Neal?
Well, I ain't made a very good examination yet. So I suppose I got to sooner or later, me being coroner.
The coroner?
Yes.
Say, you're rather a busy man, aren't you, Mr. Neal?
Oh, not so busy. Folks don't die much in Sydney. There ain't many crimes committed, and there ain't never been a coroner's inquest yet, so, see, that gives me plenty of time to run the farm.
Farm? Well, I'll be...
Yep, farming ain't so good, of course, this year. It's been hot and dry for weeks. Dropped surface water within miles. Kind of providential, this murder comes
You
along.
were going to give us your opinion as to how Mrs. Avery died, Mr. Neal?
Yes, I was, and I will if I'm given a chance.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, you see, the way I figure it, Miss Avery was strangled.
Thanks. Just how do you figure that?
Why, don't take much figuring. See this here scarf? Dave Palmer, he was the guy who discovered the body and reported to me. Dave found her, and the scarf was knotted around her neck tight enough to strangle anybody.
Okay, but that doesn't mean she strangled to death. The scarf could have been tied around her neck after she died.
Straight, yes, that's right, could be. Ain't likely, though. Anyhow, we'll know as soon as the autopsy is performed.
And when will that be, Constable?
Oh, tomorrow, I should say. Yes, maybe. Ain't no hurry, not to see.
And you don't see very well, chum. But it looks to me as though things are getting a little complicated.
Yes, it does, Inspector. Tell me, Mr. Neal, did Arthur Avery know that his wife had been found with a scarf about her neck?
Nope, he didn't tell me nothing, so I didn't tell him nothing. Well, I figured if he wanted to get himself a private detective, it was all right with me. You see, I'm not proud.
That's fair enough. Bart, how's this for a guess? When the babe returned to consciousness and found she was riding along with Jeff Morgan, she started to yell and he strangled her to keep her quiet. We got to find this guy, Jeff Morgan.
Oh, won't be hard about that.
No, that's because you never had to hunt down a murderer before. Why, this Jeff Morgan is probably halfway to the coast by now.
He must have got there powerful fast. You see, I was talking to him less than half an hour ago.
What?
Are you sure it was the same Jeff Morgan we were talking about, Constable?
Must be. He lives only a couple of doors down the street. Him and his wife. Jeff, he used to be married to this here Mrs. Avery.
I'm positive that scarf didn't belong to Flossie, Mr. Drake. I'd recognize it in a minute if it did.
I don't know about that, Mr. Avery. You were on your honeymoon, you know. Didn't your wife bring a trousseau with her?
Everything my wife had, Inspector, I bought her. I have to pick out the things myself. Now, I prefer that you drop this rather intimate subject.
Okay, we'll drop it. But we got to find out where that scarf came from.
I think I know the answer to that, Inspector.
Yeah?
Mr. Avery, did you know that your wife had been married to Jeff Morgan?
No, I knew she'd been married, but I didn't know the man's name. The fact that it was Morgan gives him, to my mind, a stronger motive for murdering her.
Why?
Oh, for heaven's sake, Inspector. Do you have to ask me why every time I make a statement? Isn't the answer obvious?
Not to me, it is.
I believe we're all agreed that Jeff Morgan at least had the opportunity of murdering Mrs. Avery. Inspector, I think our next move is to drop in on Jeff Morgan and his wife and have a talk with them.
Well?
Good evening. Are you Mrs. Jeff Morgan?
Yeah, I'm her. What about it?
We'd like to talk to your husband.
What about?
We got a murder story we want to tell him.
Oh, you must be the two city cops Cliff said that Avery was going to hire. Well, come on in.
Thank you. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Nordaden.
Hi.
Okay, you're Drake and Denton. What do you want to know?
Well, it was your husband that we wanted
He ain't here.
You expect him soon?
Maybe.
That's a smart answer. Where was he last night?
Out?
What time did he go out, Mrs. Morgan?
I don't know, right after supper.
What time did he get back?
9 o'clock.
Oh, you're definite about that. How do you know it was exactly 9 o'clock?
Because the mail plane to Chicago goes over then. I always check it with the clock.
Oh.
Was it that clock on the wall with which you checked, Mrs. Morgan?
Yeah, why?
Because it's an hour slow.
It's an hour. Oh, smart guy, huh?
Smart enough to figure you're trying to establish an alibi for your husband.
Yeah? Well, let's see if you're smart enough to figure out how you're going to prove that clock was an hour slow when the mail plane went over last night.
Huh?
Mrs. Morgan, did you ever see this scarf before?
Where'd you get that?
Mr. Neal found it tied around Mrs. Avery's throat. It belongs to you, doesn't it?
No, I never saw it before.
I see. Did you ever hear of a man named Henry Richards?
Henry?
Yes.
Sure. It was Henry who was playing around with Floppy when she was married to Jeff. That's why he divorced her.
I thought so. Right after the divorce became final, he married you.
Sure, why not?
Not a thing, Mrs. Morgan, except you made a grave mistake when you followed your husband to Avery's home at Meredith last night.
Who do you think you're kidding?
Inspector, I think when we drive over to Meredith, we'll have no difficulty in picking up the final clue that will definitely establish the identity of our murderer. Done here, Inspector.
Okay. What time is it?
Time, it's 4:30. It'll be done in another 15 minutes.
That's good. I don't like to sleep in the daytime anyway. So maybe I'll be able to stay awake. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
I've been wondering how Mrs. Morgan knew that Avery was going to hire a couple of city cops. He told us he hadn't mentioned that to anyone.
No, he told us that he hadn't mentioned any names. But Clifton Neal knew Avery was going to get outside help. I imagine Neal mentioned it to Morgan.
Uh-huh. Do you think that scarf belongs to Mrs. Morgan?
I know it does, Inspector.
Do you think she was in Meredith last night?
I'm quite sure she was.
Okay. Then you think she tied the scarf around Flossie Avery's neck?
Are you trying to trap me into admitting something, Inspector? Oh, wait, turn here. Avery's name was on that mailbox.
Okay. No, I'm not trying to trap you into anything. I'd just like to know who murdered Flossie, that's all, and I think you know.
Knowing and proving, Inspector.
Yeah. Knowing and proving are two different things. I wonder how many times I heard you say that. Say, Avery's got quite a place here, hasn't he?
Yes, very elaborate. Stop here, Inspector.
Say.
Well?
By golly, I just thought. How are we going to get in? We haven't any keys.
We don't want to get in. What we're looking for is on the outside. Come along, I'll show you.
Show me what? Look. That hot sequence that Avery told us about took place inside the house.
True, but if my reasoning is correct, the murder took place outside the house.
Sure it did. It took place in Sydney. Now, look, Bart. Hey, where are we going?
Right here to the shore of the lake. It's light enough to see what we're looking for, don't you think, Inspector?
It depends on what we're looking for, Mr. Drake.
We're looking for footprints, Mr. Dalton.
Footprints? Bart, are you sure you haven't got this case mixed up with the one we were on 3 weeks ago?
Yes, quite sure, Inspector. By Jove.
By Jove what?
Look there, Inspector. Those are footprints on the soft ground, aren't they? A woman's footprint.
Sure they are. Why shouldn't they be? Maybe Flossie went swimming. Every once in a while you run across a babe who's willing to get her bathing suit wet.
Do they go swimming in high-heeled shoes? No, Inspector. And look there. Those are footprints of a man's shoes. And over here, the two sets of footprints intermingle, indicating a struggle.
Or a necking party. But there's one thing about you. You've never been married.
That's true.
Now, most honeymooners are prone to walk arm in... what are you looking at?
Mr. and Mrs. Jeff Morgan, Inspector. They just drove up and parked behind our car.
Well, by golly, here they come. Hey, Bart, that guy looks mad.
He is mad, Inspector, and I'm pretty sure I know the reason why. Anger is sometimes a defense against the guilty conscience.
Guilty conscience? Then it was Morgan who...
Inspector.
So you're bought and straight, are you?
That's right.
My wife told me how you came busting into our house. Well, listen, you're not going to get away with it, see?
Get away with what, Morgan?
With pinning this murder rap on me. Only wish I'd been home when you called. I'd have told you a few things.
Why don't you tell us now, chum? Nobody's stopping you.
Go ahead and tell him, Jeff. Go on.
All right, I will. It wasn't me who murdered Flossie, and I can prove it.
Well, please do.
Okay, wise guy. You think I can't, huh? Well, listen to this. I was out of the house only 2 hours Saturday night. I got friends who'll testify where I was the exact minute Flossie was murdered.
The exact minute, Well, I didn't know anyone was aware of the exact minute Flossie was murdered.
What? Well, you're crazy. Cliff Neal knew and he told me.
Funny thing he didn't mention it to us. Bob, I'd hate to be in your friend's shoes if they testify you were out of the house only 2 hours Saturday night.
Don't testify. Don't worry.
You'd be making a mistake if you tried to prove you weren't here Saturday night, Morgan. The fact that your wife's scarf was tied around Flossie's neck satisfied me that you were.
You can't prove that scarf is mine.
There's a cleaner's mark on it that says I can.
Cleaner's?
Yeah, you know, when you sent the thing to be cleaned, they stamp their mark on it.
Oh, you're crazy. I never sent that scarf.
You see, it's simple, isn't it, to prove a person is lying. And it's equally simple to prove a murderer guilty.
Drake, listen. Lay off, will you? We didn't have anything to do with Flossie being murdered. Why don't you let us alone?
I gather from your tone, Morgan, that you're afraid we can prove you guilty. That indicates to me that you were here 2 nights ago. You're afraid to admit it because of your purpose in being here.
Yeah, that's it. Only you can't pin a murder rap on us. We didn't have anything to do with it.
On the contrary, you had a lot to do with it. You were the direct cause.
I wasn't. I didn't have a thing to do with it.
Let me explain, Morgan. You and your wife read in the newspapers about Flossie's marriage to Arthur Avery. Avery, being a wealthy man and rather prominent because of his marital adventures, you decided to attempt a little blackmail. Your wife agreed.
I didn't. All I did was drive Jeff down here.
Shut up, Bessie.
Well, now we know they were here.
Bessie stayed in the car while you, Morgan, went inside. The sight of Flossie awoke in you fond memories. While Bessie waited, you and Flossie renewed old acquaintanceship.
That's a neat way of putting it, Bart.
Bessie was still waiting when she saw Avery's car approaching. She didn't have time to do anything but hide behind some bushes.
Hey, that's when she lost her scarf, eh?
Right you are, Inspector. Her hiding place was on the path that led down to the lake. She crouched there and watched as Avery came up to the house and looked in on his new wife and Morgan. Am I right, Bessie?
Go ahead. You're telling the story.
Very well, thank you. Avery suddenly burst into the house and in a rage attacked Morgan.
Only Morgan was bigger and younger. And he knocked Avery for a row of banana trees.
Right again, Inspector.
That's pretty good guessing, Drake. Then what happened?
I'm not guessing, Morgan. What I'm telling you is merely logical reasoning supported by evidence. I think you must have been afraid that you'd killed Avery. You convinced your wife that she was as much to blame as you. So you both headed home and waited to see if Avery really were dead.
It must have been quite a shock when you found it was Mrs. Avery who had been murdered. Say, what? If that story's true, then it must have been Avery.
Inspector,
huh?
There's someone in the bushes right behind you. Pretend you don't know it. Wander over that way.
Oh, I get it. I'll just look around here a little part.
Yes, that's fine, Inspector. Well, Morgan, are you going to deny now that you were here last night?
I could. You haven't proved anything. You're only guessing.
All right, mister, get out from behind those bushes. Keep away from me, Sanctum. Oh, you will.
Look out, Inspector. It's Avery.
I know it's Avery. All right, Avery. You won't take me. You won't. Oh, no. Put down that gun. I'll shoot myself first. Holy smoke. He did shoot himself.
You can go to sleep if you want to, Inspector. Still a long way to New York.
Not me, son. There's some things I want to know about before I cork off.
Oh, really, Inspector?
Yeah, really, Inspector. That guessing game you played with the Morgans, for one thing. As far as I can see, you didn't have one doggone fact to support it.
Oh, I had several facts, Inspector.
Yeah, what were they?
Well, I knew that Flossie had been murdered near the lake in Meredith, for one thing.
How?
Because when we examined Flossie's body in Clifton Neal's undertaking parlors, we saw that her hair was matted with blood and mud, remember?
Yeah, but...
A few minutes later, Neal told us that there'd been a long, hot, dry spell in Sydney, not a drop of surface water within miles.
Oh, I see what you mean. No water, no mud, eh?
Exactly, Inspector.
Yeah. Okay. How did that prove that Avery was the boy we wanted?
Oh, it added up, Inspector. There were only 3 people involved, the Morgans and Avery. You see, Avery wanted full revenge by having us prove that Morgan was guilty of the crime he, Avery, had committed. He knew that we'd likely discover that Morgan had been at Meredith.
Yeah, but why couldn't either of the Morgans have murdered Mrs. Avery at the lake and then carried her body to Sydney?
Well, but why, Inspector?
Why what?
Why would either of the Morgans have murdered her? You see, Avery was the only one with a motive. The Morgans wanted to keep her alive in order to exact their blackmail.
Hey, that's right, isn't it? Yep. Well, I guess I can go to sleep now.
To sleep, Inspector, but the case isn't closed yet.
Huh? What do you mean it's not closed?
It never is, Inspector, until I say mystery is my hobby.
mysterious traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and comfortable, if you can. Where are we going? Why, we're going to visit a man who could change the soul of a human being from one body into another, in a story I call They Who Sleep. My story begins late one foggy night in a dingy little room in the slum section of a great city. The occupant of the room, a small man, white-haired, his cheeks hollow from hunger, has just admitted a visitor whom he does not know and whom he is trying to send away. An expensively dressed young woman with a heavy veil hiding her face.
But, my child, it cannot be me to whom you wish to speak. You have made some mistake.
I haven't made any mistake. Been looking for you for days. I spent a good deal of money tracing you here.
But I do not understand. Why should you wish to find me, Alexander Thomas, a penniless old man?
You did not always use the name Alexander Thomas. Once you called yourself Chadwin the Great, hypnotist beyond compare.
Chadwin the Great?
Yes.
I once used that name. But Chadwin the Great no longer exists. I am only Alexander Thomas now.
Listen to me, Chadwin. We've met before. 10 years ago, you gave a performance at the Bijou Theater.
There are so many Bijou theaters.
You asked for volunteers to be hypnotized. I came up on the stage. I and my sister Rose. You hypnotized her easily, but you could not hypnotize me.
There were so many, I cannot remember.
Oh, but you can remember this newspaper clipping.
That old story from the newspapers? Where'd you get it?
It says that you, Chadwin the Great, once performed and stitching two men's souls. By the use of secret drugs and your great powers of hypnotism, you transferred one man's soul into another man's body.
You cannot believe all the newspapers say.
You did this before witnesses. And one of the two men died. You went to prison for 5 years for manslaughter.
Why do you come here to remind an old man of his tragedies? Go, please. Leave me alone.
No, Chapman. For years I've kept this clipping, for years. Never knowing what impulse made me tear it up and save it. Until last week I found it again. And then I knew.
You speak not like a woman, but like a soul possessed by devils.
I am. So you can transfer souls from one body to another?
No, I cannot.
How much would you charge to do it again?
Do not ask that of me. I am old. I have been in prison.
How much, Chadwin? Could you put my soul into another's body for $10,000?
$10,000?
Yes. Then you could live like a man again, like a starving animal in this hovel.
Once before I tampered with the eternal laws, I paid the penalty. And so did one of those I experimented upon.
But which one, Chadwin?
The weaker one. He died. The other, the strong soul in its new body, lived.
Ah, then I am ready. When can you do it? Tomorrow night?
But, my child, why should you risk your life for that which cannot be, which was not meant to be?
Look, Chadwin, I shall raise my veil. Would you call me beautiful? Be pretty? No. I'm ugly.
I'm not ugly. Your face is strong. But if it were not twisted by bitterness...
Enough of talking. How can you know what it means to a woman to be ugly? Lose the man you love to a woman you hate. Because you... and she's so beautiful. Chadwin, will you do as I ask?
To help you change with one who is beautiful. To help you to be loved for just a little. My child, perhaps it is not a great wickedness to do that.
And you'll do it?
But it is only for a little while. You must understand that. For 10 days, no more. Then the laws which cannot be violated with impunity require that your soul must return to your body.
It's enough. It's all I want, Jack.
Well, I have here a small bottle. Take it. Guard it carefully. When the moment comes, she, the other, must drink it in water.
Yes. It will be easy.
She will drift off to sleep. Then you must come to me. But not here. It would not be safe.
Never mind. I'm safe. The safest in the world.
Very well. the exchange will be made, and I will see that she, in your body, slumbers dreamlessly. After 10 days, she will wake and be herself again, with no memory whatever of what has happened. And Miss
Vaughn. Helen Vaughn.
Now, Miss Vaughn, who is this beautiful one with whom you would change places?
The girl who just married the man I love. My sister, Rose Vaughn. Good morning, Bessie.
Good morning, Miss Helen.
With Miss Rose. She's gone downstairs yet?
Mrs. Tabor, you must learn to say now, Miss Helen.
Mrs. Tabor, then.
She's in her room, Miss Helen.
Is Mr. Tabor with her?
Yes, he is.
All right, Bessie, thank you.
Helen, is that you? We thought we heard your voice. Come in. Leonard's just leaving for the office.
Good morning, Helen. How's the best sister-in-law I ever had?
Hello, Rose. Leonard.
Darling, what's the matter?
I know. Did you hear what time this young lady got in last night? It must have been quite a party.
Leonard, I hope you aren't keeping tabs on Helen.
No, but I did hear the clock strike 3 just as her door closed. Well, me for the office. Just a goodbye kiss. Oh, gosh. I sure picked myself a beautiful wife.
Oh, run along, you silly.
Bye, Helen. Got a sisterly kiss for me?
Leonard, don't put your arms on me, please.
Well, there's sisterly affection for you.
You think she hated me? Oh, run along, Leonard. They probably need you downtown to polish off a big deal.
Yeah, they probably do that. Okay, I'm on the way. Bye, you two.
Bye, darling. Oh, Helen, you are in a mood this morning.
I just think you two carry this lovey-dovey business to a ridiculous extreme.
Helen, it's as if... Well, as you dislike seeing Leonard kiss me.
You don't have to be constantly kissing in front of other people, do you?
Helen... Oh, my dear, I didn't realize.
Didn't realize what?
Didn't realize it. Oh, Helen, darling, believe me. Someday the man will come along who will mean just as much to you as Leonard does to me. You'll find him. I'll help you find him. Listen, I'll do some parties and invite a lot of you.
Stop it, Rose. Let go of me. Don't go gushing over me, idiot.
Helen, how can you be so cruel?
Oh, stop sniffling like that.
I'm sorry, Helen, but you're always so sharp when anybody tries to be nice to you.
And you're always so nice to everybody, so soft, so sweet. I'm sorry, Rose. I always forget how these quarrel upsets you. Well, here. Drink this, Rose. There's a sedative in it. Something quite harmless. It'll soothe your nerves.
Oh, all right. Oh, nasty stuff.
Now lie down in your bed. That's it. Just a few moments now, and you'll be drifting off to slumberland, my beautiful sister.
Oh, it is quick, isn't it? It's drowsed already.
You do? And you must give in to the feeling, you hear? Don't forget.
I feel so queer. It's as though I was on a boat. A little boat.
Rose? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, Helen, I hear you. You seem such a long ways away. Such a long way.
Rose, you're to come to me when I call you. Do you hear? You're to sleep for a while. Then when I call, no matter where I am, you're to come to me.
Yes, I'll come to you. I'll...
She's asleep. Chadwin's brain is working. The rain! Come! Well, let it rain. Yes, let the skies open and drench the earth. Let the rain fall like a curtain, like a cloak to hide rebirth of Helen Vaughn.
Leaving her sister Rose in a slumber so deep it was almost death-like, Helen Vaughn hurried to her room. There she wrote a note addressed to Rose and Leonard, explaining that she had decided suddenly to go off by herself on a trip to Mexico, and that they would probably not hear from her for some time. And she put on her hat and coat and slipped out. All day she waited in a hotel. Then when night came, picked up Chad in the break in a rented car and drove him through the storm into a spot well outside the city. She turned into an ancient cemetery. There she brought the car to a stop before a low building of white marble over which ivy and moss had grown for many years. With a heavy key, she opened the massive padlock, and they entered, shutting the door behind them.
The air is almost limbless. Dank odor of a charnel house.
But where else could the living lie asleep, peaceful and undisturbed, as safely as here among the sleeping dead?
No, I will not go through.
You already have your money. You can knock that house out.
Then in heaven's name, let us be finished quickly.
Quickly, yes. The storm should hide our cemetery guards, but we must take no chances. Now, here's the flashlight I brought. I'll turn it on. Look there, Chapman. It appears that compartments this tiny stone building holds. Each compartment with its iron door, each holding in it a coffin in which lies dust of a void.
I see them, yes. 12 of them.
This one, here on the bottom, is empty. Meant someday to hold the body of Helen Bourne. To receive her.
No, this is madness. Oh.
See that narrow, dark compartment? So small, so quiet, so restful, so safe from disturbance. In it, the next 10 days shall rest my body. The soul of my sister Rose.
No, there must be some other way.
None that is safe. While my body sleeps and I am absent from it, it must be where no one can find it. And here, no one ever will.
I do not like it.
Hold right. I'll slide into it. It's quite full enough. The stone is chilly, but that's that to one who is asleep. Going.
Osborne, hear me. Enter the body that awaits you here. Enter quickly and wait. There is nothing to fear. Sleep, my child.
Quickly, Chapman closed and latched the iron door of the compartment, slipped the mausoleum, the padlock on the huge door again, and was gone. At the same time, back in the big house in the city, the frantic Leonard paced the floor, looking for some change in the condition of his wife Rose, who all day had been in a strange stupor from which nothing could arouse her.
Doesn't she look better?
Yes, I think she does.
Wait now.
Rose, darling, don't be frightened.
Leonard.
Yes, of course it's me. Who did you think it was going to be?
I don't know. I was startled. I guess I must have been dreaming.
Rose, what happened to you? Why, your voice sounds just like Helen's.
Really, Leonard? Perhaps I'm catching a cold.
No. Now you sound like yourself again. But for a moment, I'd have sworn it was Helen speaking. I guess I've been so worried, I'm just imagining.
Leonard, close to her. Close.
Always, Rose. Always.
Always. Yes, always. She'll never have you back. Never.
What are you saying, Rose?
I was just thinking of how much I love you. So much that I'll never let anything take you away from me. Never.
In the days that followed, Leonard found his beautiful wife, Rose, strangely changed.
You've been different somehow these last 10 days. In fact, ever since Helen went away so unexpectedly.
Have I, Leonard? How?
Well, you've been gayer. More headstrong, too. It's almost as if you quite a whole new character.
Well, perhaps I have. And how do you like this new wife of yours?
Oh, I do, and I...
Don't?
Oh, please, I don't mean it. It's just that... Well, I was so in love with the old Rose, it's a little hard to get used to the new. And all these bills that you're running up. That's not like the Rose you used to be, huh?
I do hope you're not too mad at me because...
Well, what is it this time? Another fur coat?
Worse than that. We're going to give a party.
Another? Why, that's 3 in 10 days. Rose, I forbid...
You can't blame, because I've invited everybody already.
Rose, it's so unlike you. Why, you act more like Helen than like yourself these days.
Never mind, darling. You'll get used to the change in me. In time.
Ignoring her husband's displeasure, Rose, or should I say, Helen, went ahead with her plan for a party that night. And when early in the evening, a small gray-haired man presented himself at the door and asked her, he sent word by Bessie that she would not see him.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chadwin. Miss Tabor says she cannot see you. She says she does not know anyone named Chadwin.
But she does. 10 days ago I was here. I gave you an envelope for her. It had a key in it. Oh, surely you remember?
Yes, but just the same, she says she doesn't know you. Now, please go, or I'll have to call an officer.
Did you tell her what I said? This was a tense day.
Yes. She said she had no idea what you were talking about.
All right. I'm going. I must do what I can by myself.
And while the gay party went on, miles away in the old cemetery, Chadwin the Great worked frantically with a hammer and chisel to force the padlock on the door of the mausoleum, in which, unknown to the world, a sleeping girl lay hidden.
Look, got to get it open. Won't let me into our house. Won't even talk to me. Won't let me warn her. She won't. That dog's coming this way.
There he is. Somebody trying to take into the barn mausoleum.
I must run for it. They missed me. Got to get back to town. I must warn her. She's got to know. Miss Vaughan, thank heaven this time you heeded my message.
I won't have you coming around to the house this way, do you hear? You must never come here again.
But you do not understand. The 10 days is up tonight. Now, your time is over.
Are you trying to scare me, Chadwin? To get more money from me?
Money? No. I am just trying to tell you. It was understood 10 days only. More is not allowed.
You fool! Do you think I ever intended to give Rose's body once I did? In that narrow crypt in the factory lot mausoleum, my body has long since died from lack of air. And Rose has died with it. But I remain alive.
So, that is what you planned. I should have guessed. But it is not so. Your body is dead. It is in a sleep so deep that it scarcely breathes. Needs no food, no water. But sometime tonight the dog will bear off, and your sister Rose will claim her body again, while you, Helen Vaughan, will wake to find yourself locked within a burial crypt.
No. Oh, it's not true.
It is true. And you will not be asleep. You will be awake, needing air, and there will be no air.
You're just trying to frighten me.
Tonight I tried to open the tomb to save you. I was driven away by guards with dogs.
But what can I do?
Only if we can reach the tomb in time to open it can you be saved.
And we must go now. I'll get the key. And we must hurry. Hurry!
There's the mausoleum, Miss Vaughan. Pray heaven the guards are not waiting.
They won't be. We fooled them by leaving the car outside and walking up this back path. Now hurry, Chip.
What is it, Miss Vaughan?
I don't know. For a moment, I felt so dizzy.
It's Rose. And to return to her body. We cannot wait an instant.
Hurry up. Something is pulling at me, tugging at me.
Darling, where are you?
She's speaking through her own lips.
No, Master. Go back. You hear me, Rose? Go back.
Here's the mausoleum. The key. Give me the key.
Here it is. Quickly. Push at me so hard.
No.
Help me. Everything is so dark. Where are you?
Go back. Back, I say. Chadwin, have you looked out yet?
It won't unlock. It must. They put a new padlock on. Oh, dear heavens, they've changed the lock.
No. No. It's getting dark. Dark.
It's hopeless. We cannot enter.
Darling, where are you? No. We can't both be in the same body. Go back. I'm trying. Don't force me out.
Help me.
Go back where you were.
Help me.
Wait, Rose, wait.
Please. Helen. No. No, don't. Rose, you mustn't. You mustn't.
They're coming back.
Where am I? What's happened to me?
Sleep, child. Sleep a little longer and wake without memories.
Please.
Oh, with it, I can do nothing now. And the guards, they must not catch me. They must not.
There he is. We got him this time. Holy cats. It's a girl.
It's Mrs. Taylor. Asleep on the steps of her own family mausoleum.
Say, we got to get her out of here. Don't we lift her out?
Hey, wait. Did you hear something then? Like somebody calling a long ways off? Listen. Do you hear anything?
No, I can't hear anything. It's the wind. Come on, we got to phone Miss Tabor's husband. She may be sick. Come on now, no time to lose.
Rose, do you remember anything about a man named Chadwin?
Chadwin? No, I don't, Leonard.
Well, Bessie says he called several times last week to see you. The last time was the night of the party. You're sure you don't remember him?
No, Leonard. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all right, darling. I just thought maybe you might have begun to remember something that happened during those times when you, weren't yourself.
It's so strange. As if my mind had been asleep the whole time. Is there something about Chadwin in the paper?
He committed suicide last night.
Oh.
His body was found near the old family mausoleum. He left a mysterious note saying he was paying for some transgression. I wondered if he could have given any clue as to how you came to leave the party so suddenly out to the cemetery. Oh, but it's all over now and not worth worrying about.
I'd remember if I could, but when I try, I become suddenly frightened and feel as if I were locked in some dark, tight place where I can't breathe.
All right, now, darling, all right. Let's forget the whole thing. Now, let's see what came in the morning mail. Maybe there's a letter from Helen. You know, it's high time we were hearing from her. She's really acting much like a picture being off the wall, and I'm hiding her letting us know where she is.
This is the mysterious traveler again. I'm afraid Leonard and Rose are going to have to wait a long time for a letter from Helen. In fact, I'll be very much surprised if they ever get one. I suppose it'll never occur to them to look in the old mausoleum. In fact, since they both feel a distinct aversion to going near it, it may never be opened again. But I don't suppose that makes a difference to Helen. Now, if you were wishing you could step into somebody else's shoes, maybe what happened to Helen will make you change your mind. No, I knew a man who he stole somebody else's body, only to discover when it was too late that he... Oh, you're getting off here? Well, perhaps we'll meet again soon. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard Chapter 55 of The Mysterious Traveler,
a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In tonight's story, They Who Sleep, Philip Clark played Chadwin, Gertrude Warner played Helen, and Helen Clare played Rose. The Mysterious Traveler is written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. Original music is played by Henry Silverne, and the entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Listen next week to a tale titled
Escape Through Time.
Another tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler is presented by WOR Mutual from the WOR Studios in New York. This is Mutual.
The Mummers, in the Little Theater of the Air.
Ghost stories. Weird stories. And murders, too. The hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story? The House of Purple Shadows? Then listen while the hermit tells you the story.
Yesterday we weren't so alarmed. When he didn't come to the office this morning, then we concluded something must be wrong.
He's here in the house. We'll find out in a minute, Benson.
It's dark in this hallway, Mr. Lamont.
Must be a light switch here somewhere. Oh, yes, here it is.
Oh, there, that's better.
Hasn't been sleeping here at this house for over a year.
No, but they said at the club that he wasn't there yesterday. Hadn't slept in his room there last night.
In that case, he may be here.
That's what I'm afraid of. Maybe he had a stroke or something and wasn't able to get to a phone.
We'll look upstairs first.
Yes, I think we'd better.
Here's the stairway. It's queer, isn't it? If he came here in the evening, wouldn't he have left some lights on?
That's what I was thinking. It's gloomy in this house. No wonder he shut it all up and went to live at the club after his wife died.
Mr. Davison has always been a peculiar man. I haven't been his attorney as long as I have without realizing that.
Do you know which bedroom is his?
Yes, I think this one. At least we'll try this room first.
Is it locked?
No, it just seems to stick. Must be the door is swelled.
Let me try it, Mr. Lamont.
Oh, I'm getting it now. Here it comes.
Gee whiz.
What's the matter, Benson?
I don't know, but when you opened the door, it was as if something grabbed a hold of my hand.
What?
Well, I know it sounds queer, but it was as if an icicle touched me.
It's just the cold air rushing out of this room. It's as black as night in here. Curtains and drapes are heavily drawn. Now, if I can find a light in here.
Oh, here it is, Mr. Lamont.
He's not in here.
No, not here. Maybe this isn't his room.
If he's going to stay in the house, he'd sleep in here.
This room hasn't been touched for a long time, has it?
Well, I guess not.
Mr. Lamont, isn't it queer that this room should be so cold?
Well, no, there's nothing strange about that. A room that's all closed up gets damp and cold.
I have a feeling that it's going to start snowing in here any minute. This cold air seems to freeze your very blood.
Mr. Benson, I don't think your employer stayed in this house night before last. I don't think anyone's been in this house for a long time.
Well, then, where is he?
I don't know. We'll look in the other rooms up here. Turn off his light.
Shall we close the door?
Yes, leave everything just as we found it. If he finds out that we've been snooping around up here, he may not like it. He's very peculiar.
I know, but certainly he'd want us to hunt for him if he thought we were worried. if we thought he was lying up here, dead...
He doesn't like people prying into his affairs.
That's true.
Yeah, we're looking this upstairs library. If he's not in there, well, then, means he's not here in the house.
Yes. What was that?
Sounded like a moan.
Yes, it did. Mr. Davison, where are you? Mr. Davison?
Mr. Davison, where are you? Well, he's not here in the library.
No, it sounded as if it came from downstairs.
Yes, I guess it did. Hurry, let's get down there.
Yes. Mr. Davison, where are you?
He's not here in the living room.
No, but we heard a moan from somewhere.
Sounded like it.
Mr. Lamont, look. Look, do you see what I'm pointing at?
Where?
That book on the table. It moved. It moved all by itself.
What?
It did. I saw it. I saw it. It moved from one side of the table to the other.
Nonsense. That's impossible.
My eyes aren't playing me tricks that badly. I saw it move. Come over here. Look. You see where it's been lying?
Imprint in the dust.
Yes. Now it's over here.
Wait a minute. This is getting a little too deep for me.
Oh.
Benson, what's the matter now?
I felt that touch on my hand again. I did.
There is something queer going on in here. Look. Look over there at the window. You see that?
Here.
It's like someone was touching those drapes and making them move.
Yes. Mr. Lamont, let's get out of here. Let's get out. Hurry.
Right.
They couldn't see me. They couldn't hear my voice. Isn't there anyone who can hear me speak? Oh, if you know how badly I needed help, how hard I tried to make them hear me. You people who are of the world that know it. You who can step to the mirror, look in it, and see your face and body reflected there. Oh, how thankful you should be. Just a few moments ago, I managed to propel myself to the mirror in the hall. I looked into it. I stood directly in front of it. There was nothing there. I have no face, no body, no arms, no hands. And yet a sound came from whatever it is that I am, like a moan. My lawyer, Mr. Lamont, and my bookkeeper, Mr. Benson, came rushing down the stairs. I could see them, but great heaven, they couldn't see me. I called out, "Help me! Help me!" But they went out the door, slammed it shut, left me here alone. Oh, doomed to what? Isn't there anyone who can tell me what's happened to me? 2 days ago, yes, I can still reckon days, I left the office and went to the club. It was about an hour before dinner. I sat reading the paper. Suddenly all the letters began to jump and dance before my eyes. I distinctly heard something whispering in my ears.
Go to your house. Go to your house.
I threw down the paper. No one seemed to be watching me. I was so frightened I felt I must be ill. But I couldn't tell anyone in the club. There was a buzzing in my ears. And I could hear that voice saying,
"Go to your house. Go to your house."
I walked out the door down the street. Some power seemed to be forcing me to go. I walked fast. I approached my house. I haven't lived in it since my wife died. I looked up at it. It seemed to be weaving back and forth. Black clouds hung over it. I walked up the steps. I reached the outside door. Mechanically, I took the key from my pocket, inserted it in the lock, opened the door. I stood inside. Now, why was I here? Why had I come to the house? I didn't know. I walked into the living room. Suddenly, I felt a great rush of cold wind. It engulfed me, whirled round me, seemed to be wrapping itself about me. Help! Help! What is it? Help! Help!
My body is freezing. My blood has turned to ice. Help! 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 I can't move! I can't move! I couldn't move. The room seemed to be bathed in a purple twilight. It was then that I realized that I no longer had a physical body. I seemed to see everything in the room but myself. Look down at your hand and arm. Realize what it would mean to have the feeling of it, but not be able to see it. Can you imagine such torture? I can make things move, but I can't see the hand that moves them. Oh, horrible, terrible calamity that has befallen me. How long am I going to go on like this? What sort of a world am I living in? In the purple shadows between this and the next. Someone have mercy on me. Help me. Great heaven, someone help me.
Mr. Benson.
Yes, Mr. Lamont.
Before we go into the next room to talk to Mr. Davison's niece, I think there are a few things we should settle between us.
Yes, sir.
Yesterday ended a year since the disappearance of Mr. Davison. There's no doubt about it. He's dead.
He must be, sir.
He was kidnapped, which I'm inclined to think happened. Kidnappers must have gotten frightened and killed him.
There were no ransom notes received?
No, because they became frightened after they killed him.
But his body?
Don't know what they did with it. It's possible that though we dragged the river, it's still there. We've gone all over that before. That isn't what I want to talk to you about. It's his house.
Yes.
Police have been through it dozens of times since the day last year when you and I went through it.
I know they have.
If they saw or heard anything peculiar, they failed to mention it, as far as you and I are concerned.
I've never mentioned what happened to a soul.
Nor I. Been so long now, I wonder if it could have been true.
I often think the same thing.
According to Mr. Davison's will, the house and part of his estate is to be deeded to his niece, Loretta Hathaway. She and her husband are in the next room. I think it best, Mr. Benson, that we never tell her what occurred to us that day.
I agree.
She and her husband are not wealthy. Money in the house would be very welcome to them. We shouldn't spoil it for her.
No.
All right. We'll go inside now and read the will to them. Mr. Hathaway will take over Mr. Davison's business. Think you'll find him a nice man to work for. Come. Let's go inside.
Dan, you think you're going to like it here in this house?
It almost seems to be too grand for us.
I know it. Weren't you surprised to find out that Uncle Jim had willed us so much? Business, half his money, and this house?
Well, rather. But then, of course, there was no one else for him to leave it to.
I know. Dan, have you ever thought he might have committed suicide?
No. I never thought that.
Mother said he wasn't always as peculiar as he was during his last years.
What do you mean?
Well, I remember her saying that it was after he built this house and he and Aunt Mary moved into it that he began to change.
You know, there's something about this place that would make anybody change.
Now, what do you mean?
What I mean, Loretta, is that it's so blamed cold in here.
The house has been shut up for over 3 years, Dan.
I know, but it's warm outside. This house is like an icebox. We've had the windows open all day.
It'll get thawed out in a few days.
I hope so.
I suppose we better retire. You take charge of the office tomorrow, don't you?
Yes.
Poor Uncle Jim. I still keep thinking that he may have committed suicide. I've often wondered if they went through his desk and things to see if he left any notes.
Oh, yes, they've gone through his things dozens of times.
Dan?
Yes?
It was 3 years ago that Aunt Mary died, wasn't it?
Oh, about that.
She took an overdose of sleeping powder by mistake. And 6 months after that, Mother died. Then Uncle Jim disappeared. A lot of tragedy in one family in a few years, isn't it?
I wouldn't dwell on that, Loretta. What are you doing?
I just thought I'd go through his desk to see if I could find anything that no one else has discovered.
I wouldn't look through those things tonight. Let's go upstairs.
I will in a minute. Dan, come here.
What is it?
Look at this. Look at this writing.
Well, what is it?
That's what I'm asking you.
Just purple marks on a piece of paper.
I know, but what peculiar marks. Like they were made with a fingernail and written in some foreign language. What do you suppose it is?
I haven't any idea. It's probably been there for ages. If it had any significance, the police would have used it.
I know, but it's lying right here on top of all these papers. As if it had been dropped here just recently. Dan, feel of that paper. It's ice cold.
Yes, it's like everything else in this house. Oh, come on. You can rummage through that desk tomorrow. I'm going upstairs. Do you realize it's nearly midnight?
Dan!
For heaven's sakes, what is it?
Look. See that window blind? Look at it.
Why, it's moving.
Yes. Look at it. It's moving up and down all by itself.
Oh, I see what it is, Loretta. There's something the matter with the roller. You've seen it happen to window curtains before. They fly way up to the top or way down to the bottom of the window when the roller's broken.
But, Dan, it was just as if some unseen hand moved that window curtain. That's what it was like. Some unseen hand moved that curtain.
Loretta and Dan see strange things, too. Can it be that Davison is still trying to make himself known to the people in his house? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
Now, the hermit again.
Midnight in the house. Loretta and Dan are sleeping, but not... Well, listen.
No, I am not sleeping. I never sleep. You know that I've been wandering in this, my house, for over a year, living in hideous torture. Oh, I've tried to make someone understand, but it's useless. They only grow frightened, as Loretta did earlier this evening. But she didn't get frightened enough, no. I'll tell you why. What I've discovered in these long, endless hours that I've spent here. There's something strange about this place. Something horrible. You hear the wind? It's beginning again. About midnight every night it springs up. There's a queer purple glow over everything. The cold sears me all through again, penetrating to my very marrow. I know. I have no form that you can see, or I can see, but I can feel pain just the same. Such pain as you never dreamed of in your normal world. Loretta and Dan will suffer the same transformation as I have if they don't get out of this house. I've been convinced for a long time now that it must have been true that my wife, Mary, realized there was something wrong in this house. That's why she took the sleeping powders that night. She took her own life through fear. But why didn't she warn me so that I could die? For as it is now, I may go on suffering like this for ages and centuries. There may be thousands of houses all over the world that are under a spell like this one is. There must be other people living in this strange world like I am. Here it comes again. This wind that lives in this world of purple shadows. I've got to warn Loretta and Dan. I've got to get them out of the house. I must propel myself up the stairs and open the door to their room. I'm climbing the stairs now. I can see in the night. I can see everything but myself. I think my hand is touching the banister. Now, I'm at the top of the stairs. I must open the door to the room. Oh, that wind. It's making me suffer such pain. I must warn them. Loretta. She doesn't hear me. Loretta, you must get out of here. Loretta.
Oh.
She's turning in her sleep.
Oh, what is it? Dan. Dan, wake up. Wake up.
What?
Wake up, Dan.
What did you say?
Wake up. Look, there's a strange light in this room. And where's the wind coming from?
Loretta, get out. Get out of this house. It's going to be too late. There is a strange light in here. Turn up the night lamp.
It doesn't seem to make any difference. The light is getting stronger and stronger. And the wind is freezing me. Freezing my blood.
Loretta, I feel it too. Let's get out of this room.
Help. I can't move. I can't move.
Loretta, I can't move either. I'm powerless.
Help. Someone help us. Help. I can feel my whole body changing.
Loretta, what's happening to us?
Dan, help me.
I reached out for you and knocked over the lamp. Loretta, I can't see my hand anymore. I can't see my arms or my legs.
Look. Standing in this room. It's Uncle Jim.
Jim Davison.
Yes. You see me now. For you're changed the same as I am.
What's happened to us?
We've entered a strange world. This house, it's under some horrible spell. I've been in these shadows since the day I disappeared.
Uncle Jim, is there nothing we can do? Nothing?
There's our only hope, see? You knocked over that lamp, Dan. This room will soon be all afire.
Yes.
Let it burn. May burn down the house and give us the freedom of death. It's our only hope, our only salvation. Death, give us freedom. Let us get out of this torture. Have mercy. Save us. Have mercy. Save us.
What's the news, Mr. Lamont? Did they find the bodies?
They've gone through the charred wreck of that house for hours. There's no trace of a body there.
Well, you think they got out before the house burned? Then where are they?
Benson, I don't think they got out.
But they didn't find their bodies, Mr. Lamont.
They didn't find them, but no one will ever hear of them again.
What do you mean?
It's difficult to explain to anyone but you, because you and I know there was something strange about that place.
Yes.
I was with the firemen when we went through the wreckage. It was their bedroom. There was nothing there. But Benson, as we were going through it, smoke, of course, was smoldering there, but a huge purple flame sprung up and seemed to lose itself in the atmosphere. It startled me. I stepped back. Firemen thought I'd found something. Of course, I couldn't explain to them. I don't know that I can explain to you. But it was as if, well, as if something registered in my mind, and a voice said to me, "You'll never find their bodies. They're gone. Gone forever."
In the world of purple shadows are liberated forever. They're free, no longer tortured. Turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermits Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to persons who may still be living, character names in some of these true unsolved mysteries have been changed. In presenting Unsolved Mysteries, we cannot overlook the weird and strange happenings which science calls poltergeist. The scene is the home of an American author who has spent more than 25 years tracing down and verifying reported cases of haunted houses and poltergeist manifestations. He is discussing his years of work with a few friends, one a professor of mathematics. The professor speaks.
But really now, no matter what results you may have witnessed, you don't seriously suggest that ghosts are responsible?
I don't think that ghosts is the proper term. The principal thing about poltergeist activities is that decidedly, the disturbances are not due to any human activity.
You can't mean that objects can be moved by any other means than human.
But I do. And to the skeptics, I can provide more proof than anyone can read in a year's time. Here, for instance, is a newspaper clipping from an English paper, the London Daily Mail, August 19th, 1920. 40 policemen took positions in a house on Grove Road. Some of the policemen climbed trees, others watched from the roof. The house was bombed by volleys of stones, as on the 3 previous nights. No investigation could lead to the origin of the stones, and no one could have engineered the manifestation, so closely was the house guarded. I end the quotation. Now, you can hardly say that 40 policemen are the victims of an hallucination.
That is certainly amazing.
Tell me, Herman, what started you off on this type of investigation?
About 30 years ago, I went to spend 6 months at San Cristobal. My father had had many business dealings with a fine Spanish family there by the name of Gutierrez. And I'd been ordered by my doctor to take a vacation, and so I decided that I would visit the son of the man who had been my father's friend. It was a beautiful tropic night when I arrived. Deep, deep blue sky. The stars hung so low that you felt you could almost pluck them from the sky. Hidden in the tropic growth, the birds sang their night songs, and the moon, a big, pale yellow moon, was just rising out of the sea when I drove up to the Gutierrez home.
We have arrived, senor. This is the home of Manuel Gutierrez.
Beautiful. I don't believe I've ever seen anything so picturesque.
So it is my friend, it is Senor Herman?
Yes, Manuel?
Si. Welcome to San Cristobal. Permit me, senor, to introduce my sister, Juanita.
Oh, I'm very glad to know you.
It is more than a pleasure to meet the senor. Our father has spoken of you many times.
But we forget. It is inside we should talk, not out here in the open.
But it's beautiful outside. I was just thinking I'd never seen anything quite as beautiful as I was driving up.
Si, senor. Beautiful, but treacherous the nights.
Treacherous?
Si, the fever. She'll get you if you are not careful. We will go inside.
As the door closes behind them, Herman sees an aged servant standing in the hallway. Mingled fear and horror stares from the man's eyes, and he shakes as though racked by ague. Herman glances first at his host, then at his hostess. Both seem equally afraid to move. Manuel makes a helpless gesture, and then with a supreme effort, he forces the question from his lips.
What is it, Philippe?
Master, I tremble to tell you. The coffins are moved.
The coffins?
You are certain? There can be no mistake?
Oh, no mistake, Master. 2 nights now they have been moved, and I have not told you. But tonight is the 3rd night.
Maria Santissima, we must go and see.
I will go. You must stay and entertain Senor Herman.
I don't know what this is all about, of course, but if I can help...
Oh, there is no help, senor. None.
Oh, now, nothing is ever so bad that there isn't some help.
Juanita, we will have a glass of wine, then we will go to look. We will come in a few minutes, Felipe.
Can you not explain, Manuel?
Si, senor. I will explain. At the back of the house, there is our family vault. For 7 generations, our ancestors have been buried there.
Yes?
The coffins, they are laid in niches. You understand?
Yes, I know the arrangement usual in vaults.
It is a tradition that when one of the family is to die, the coffins will move.
The coffins will move? I don't follow you.
The coffins are laid in the niches. They will remain in their position for years. Then, without warning, one day we find the coffins all moved, lying crosswise, sometimes one on top of the other. All what you say, helter-skelter.
Sometimes 3, 4, perhaps 5 or 6 times, but before the 10th day, someone dies.
But that may be coincidence.
No, senor. For many years now, we have seen the truth of it. When my little sister died, our mother, and only a few years ago, our father.
But someone must be moving the coffins.
Someone who has lived for over 100 years? Or perhaps you think that the business of moving the coffins is passed down from generation to generation. No, senor. Someone in the family is to die. And, senor?
Yes?
There are only 2 of us. My sister, Juanita, and me, Manuel.
Listen, will you let me do something?
What, senor?
I will prove that these coffins are moved by some human agency, if you'll permit me.
It is useless, senor. One does not fight the inevitable. One of us must die.
But, Manuel, if Senor Herman has an idea, we cannot lose anything by trying.
That's it exactly. Say you let me do it.
Very well, senor.
Now, I want a lot of sand. Your servant can get me sand from the beach?
I will get the servants to gather sand. You want it taken to the vault?
Yes, Juanita.
I will see that it is done.
And now, you have a rifle?
See, several rifles.
Let me have 2 of them.
But what?
Come, we will settle this tonight. Lead me to the vault.
It is out this other door, senor. And here is the rack rifles.
Splendid. I'll take these 2.
Here is plenty sand. Felipe had it for the driveway.
And here is the vault.
Oh, Senor Manuel, I have moved the coffins back in their places.
Good. Now will you all please go to bed? I'm going to sit here tonight with these rifles.
But, senor...
Please, let me have my way.
Then, good night, senor.
Good night, Senor Herman.
Herman takes the sand into the vault. Carefully, he sprinkles it over the rock floor. If anyone tries to walk on this floor, they'll leave traces, he thinks to himself as he backs out of the vault, covering the last few feet with the fine beach sand. He swings the door shut, drops the bar, and locks it in place. Then, sitting down on the stone bench, he holds one of the rifles across his knee and watches. Morning. Herman opens the vault. Horror grips him as he gazes at the tumbled and disarranged coffins. Then his eyes sweep the sanded floor. Not a ripple in the sand. Not a footmark. The sand is as he had sprinkled it the night before. Again he looks at the coffins. Heavy oak caskets that one man could not move alone. Yet they had been moved, and no one had entered the vault. In just a moment you will hear an explanation of the mystery of the coffins of San Cristobal.
We'll be right back with Act 2 of this Unsolved Mystery after we take a short break. Welcome back. You're just in time for Act 2 of this Unsolved Mystery on When Radio Was.
Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and characters have been taken with the solution for which you have been waiting. We return to Herman's home, where his friends question him regarding the extraordinary occurrence.
And you know positively that no one entered the vault?
Yes. And what of the curse? Late that afternoon, I found Manuel at the foot of the cliffs, dead. He had fallen, or else he killed himself so that his sister Juanita might be freed from the curse.
Oh, but the thing is impossible.
Oh, now, let me read you an excerpt, condensed from the Encyclopedia Britannica. We may call this thing telehorridy, or a racket or noise produced from a distance. It may be worthwhile to note that the phenomena are often regarded as death warning.
And even encyclopedias seem to accept the poltergeist as an actual fact.
There's no use sitting back and saying such things don't happen when we have ample evidence by reputable people that they do happen. I think the best explanation is, and remember, even scientists who investigate these things do not agree on what causes them. But my theory is that in the same way in which a person alive can move an object without touching it, so then can the mischievous spirit of someone dead do the same thing.
Meaning that the same mind force which can move objects while that mind force is actuated by a living person can continue to function after the person has died?
Yes. If a person is blessed or cursed with a mind sufficiently powerful to move material, inanimate objects, then it is equally possible that death cannot destroy that mind force, and so it continues to function, causing what we call the work of a poltergeist.
I'd like to read something about these authentic cases.
Then I recommend that you read the proceedings of the Society for Psychical Research. An article by Myers, Volume 7, pages 146 to 198. Also, Volume 4, pages 29 to 38. You will also find that Wesley, the Reverend Wesley who wrote the hymns, kept a daily diary of poltergeist happenings in his home. And I think you'll agree that he was above trickery or deception, and that his descriptions are descriptions in which all reliance can be placed.
Outstanding theater of thrills brings you an hour of suspense. A full 60 minutes of The Lodger. An eerie tale of 19th century London directed by William N. Robeson and produced by Robert Montgomery, who tonight also stars as The Lodger. This is Robert Montgomery with a few words about a city. A sprawling, furious city, which had slackened its pace to allow the miasma of horror to settle even to its furthest corners. I say horror, but there was a fascination, too, for there is always a fascination where there is violent death. The city, it was London, and the year was 1888, a London terrorized by the fifth in a succession of horrible murders. Such is the very real setting for The Lodger, for Mrs. Belloc Lowndes' novel is based on fact. It was almost certain that these deeds were the work of one person, for this meager identity was established by the victims themselves. They were all young, all attractive women. It was the killer, still at large, who absorbed the imagination of the great city, the killer who had taken special pains to make it clear that some obscure and terrible lust for vengeance possessed him. And because of him, laughter was forced, conversations waned, and there were silences where there should have been good talk between neighbors. Only in homes, doors bolted and blinds drawn, was the talk easy, as, for example, in the home of Ellen Bunting. In particular, Ellen Bunting. Ellen was no different from all the middle-aged housewives dwelling in London's squalid Whitechapel district. Her home was a small segment plastered into a block-long tenement in Marylebone Road. Ellen read the newspapers as avidly as she said her prayers, so she knew all the facts of the case. And she knew it was quite proper to refer to the wielder of the knife as the Avenger. particular night, she and Robert Bunting, her husband, sat before their fireplace reading the newspaper account of the latest murder. The Avenger had struck again.
Why, he might be anybody. He might be the fellow you pass on the street. The one standing next to you. The man you bump into. Oh, it's a terrible thought.
Yes. If only the police had something to go on. But the Avengers just too quick for them.
Well, they do say here, Bunting, that the police have a clue they won't say anything about.
Them who says that says wrong. The poor chap who was on point duty in the street where the last one happened, he hears a yell, he says, but he took no notice. The coppers left a stick to it better than that to catch a slick one like the Avenger.
It says here he left his calling card again. A bit of grey paper on which the monster writes his name.
Funny kind of visiting card, ain't it?
It isn't a thing to make a joke about, Bunting.
Or was it a square piece of paper or one of them three-cornered ones?
It don't say which, Bunting.
Well, it should. Those are the things I like to know about. Keeps a body informed.
Huh. And a fair girl again. Just like all the rest. Let's see. Described by her friends as a very light-hearted girl. What a pity.
Did you ever stop to think who fits that to a T? In fact, fits all those girls? Did you ever stop to think about that, Ellen?
Why, no. Who?
My own Daisy.
Yes, Bunting, that's a fact. Well, maybe it's a good thing she's with her aunt instead of here. London ain't a safe place for any girl right now.
Just the same, I can't help thinking how fine it'll be to have that there.
Now, Bunting, you know that Daisy seems like my very own, even if she is my stepchild. But I'm telling you, there's no sense even thinking about having her back right now. We just can't afford it.
I know that, Ellen. Only, well, maybe we could manage it some way.
Haven't I scrimped myself half crazy trying to keep us going? But you don't care about that, do you? No, your Daisy's more important to you than I am. And
now, Ellen, that don't sound like you.
We haven't had a lodger for months. Nobody even comes to look at the rooms anymore.
Oh, but things will work out, Ellen. And
they ain't never going to work out. So we won't even have a roof over our heads. Oh, I'm sorry, Robbie.
Oh, no. Well, don't go worrying another second, old girl.
Well,
the first thing you know, you won't be pretty no more.
Eh?
Or you'll have your face all wrinkled and...
Now, see here, Bunting.
Oh, no, come now. Let's see you smile.
Oh, leave me alone. I won't... Oh, get on with you.
Now, who do you suppose that could be?
It's awfully late for visitors. Bunting, do you think it could be somebody looking for rooms?
Why, it just might be. You want me to go to the door?
No, I go.
Mike, like as not, it's Mrs. Spain wanting to loan something or other.
Now, you be sure and get a good look before you let anybody in here.
I'm coming. Yes, sir?
Is it not true that you let lodgings?
Yes, sir. Won't you come in, sir?
Thank you.
Could I take your cape, sir?
Thank you. However, there's no need. I am looking for rooms. Quiet rooms. Above all, they must be quiet.
Oh, yes, sir. You'll find all my rooms quite quiet, sir.
All of them? How many are there?
Well, just now I have 4 left. The house is empty, save for my husband and me, sir.
Oh, that sounds very suitable.
You pardon me, sir, but the door...
I am happy that you closed the door, madam. It's not safe to leave one open in London these days. That is a thing you should remember. It would be so easy for anyone to slip in.
I assure you, sir, you needn't be afraid of that. Now, your bag. May I take it?
No, I'll hold it. If you'll be so good as to show me the rooms.
Oh, yes. Yes, sir. They're right up these stairs, sir.
Thank you.
This way.
Thank you.
You see, sir, there's just my husband and me here, and we're ever so quiet. And I'm sure you'll find these rooms to your liking, sir. Here we are. Now, I'll just light the gas.
It's very good.
It is pleasant, isn't it, sir?
Capital. First rate, quite first rate. Exactly what I wanted. You must understand, madam, that I am a man of science, and I often require the presence of great heat. This seems like a capital stove.
Oh, it is, sir.
And the sink. It will be exceedingly useful to me. Exceedingly.
And these pictures, sir. There's not many rooms with such pretty pictures, are there now? The three Graces. They've been in the family for years, sir.
Yes. I'm tired. Tired, very, very tired.
Indeed, sir. Then you mean to take my room?
Where's my bag? Surely I had a bag when I came in.
It's over there, sir. By the door where you put it when we came into the room.
Oh, yes, I beg your pardon, madam. But there is something in that bag which is very precious to me, something I procured with infinite difficulty, and which I could never come by again without getting into great danger.
I'm sure of it, sir. Now about the room.
Oh, yes. I'll take them. The very simplicity, the bareness of them impresses me.
And about terms, sir?
About terms. My name is Sleuth, madam. Sleuth. Think of a hound and you will never forget my name. And assure yourself that I am quite willing to pay you. I am quite willing to pay you, shall we say, a month's rent in advance.
What would you say to 15 shillings a week, sir?
And if I offered you £2, might I then rely on your not taking another lodger?
Oh, yes, sir.
First rate. Then everything seems quite suitable, Mrs.
Bunting, sir.
Mrs. Bunting. You see, I expect to do a great deal of studying here in this room. The Holy Bible.
Oh, yes, sir. And please, sir, let me help you with your luggage.
No, don't touch it.
But, sir, I only wish to...
Of course, Mrs. Bunting. You only wish to help. You must forgive me. It's just that I am so very weary.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
He bringeth them to their desired haven. Beautiful words, Mrs. Bunting.
Indeed they are, sir.
And now at last, I've found my haven of rest.
I'll be going now, sir. Is there anything else?
Oh, yes, of course. Of course there is. Your money, Mrs. Bunting. Now, let's see. Here's 5, 6, 7, 8 pounds. There.
Thank you, sir. And would you wish supper now? Tea?
Nothing, thank you. Nothing.
Good night, sir.
Good night, Mrs. Bunting. You have... Stop it! You were humming a song.
Oh, but
Music, Mrs. Bunting, save that expressing the majesty of God is an accompaniment for irreverent gaiety and an instrument of sin. It bespeaks of obscene gods in revelry. It is the tongue of the devil mocking the saints.
Yes, sir.
And you assured me your dwelling was quiet.
But it is, sir. Believe me, sir, I didn't mean any harm. Believe me, sir.
Of course. I am sorry, Mrs. Bunting. I fear I spoke sharply. I don't wish you to think me rude. After all, you have been so very kind, so considerate.
Oh, well, I hope I know a gentleman when I see one.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And on second thought, Mrs. Bunting, perhaps a bit of bread and butter would be pleasant.
Bread and butter? Certainly, sir. I'll have it in an instant.
Ellen, did he take the room?
Come into the kitchen where he won't hear us.
Ellen, he took it. Tell me. He took the room, didn't he?
Yes, Robbie. We're all right now. Look, £8. A month in advance.
Oh, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. Ellen. Oh, Ellen. Do you see what this means?
Yes, Robbie. You can have Daisy now. You can bring her home. Here, hand me that dish.
But, do you know something, old girl? We're not going to worry too much about Daisy being in danger, that Avenger fellow.
Whatever do you mean, Robbie?
Well, she's not one for dancing, you know, or any kind of light entertainment.
And what's that to do with it, please?
Something I read here in the paper while you was with the gentleman. They found out that every one of the Avengers' victims had just come from a dancing party or a music hall.
Oh, never mind the Avenger now, Bunting. Here, hurry. Take this bread and butter up to the lodger.
That was the first and the last time Mr. Bunting served the lodger. The man who called himself Sleuth made it at once clear that he preferred to be waited on only by one person, and that person his landlady. He gave her very little trouble. His oddities were something to occupy her mind. They amused her. And Mr. Sleuth had none of those tiresome, disagreeable ways with which landladies are only too familiar. To take but one point, Mr. Sleuth did not ask to be called unduly early. It was a great comfort not to have to turn out to make the lodger a cup of tea at 7, or even 7:30. Mr. Sleuth seldom required anything before 11. Nothing about her new lodger really distressed Ellen until the evening of the third day. It was time for Mr. Sleuth's dinner, and she started up the staircase to his room.
She has cast down many wonders from her. Yea, many strong men have been slain by her. Come in.
She saith unto him, stolen waters are sweet, and bread eaten in secret is pleasant. But he knoweth not that the dead are there, and that her guests are in the depths.
Why, mister!
Yes. What is it?
Those pictures! Those pretty girls!
Half-human monsters, madam, who stare at me and eat of my sinew.
You've turned all their faces to the wall.
A woman is a narrow gate. She also lieth and waiteth for a play, and increaseth the transgressors among men. That strange action was the beginning of Ellen's concern. Logically, it was nothing. Mr. Sleuth simply had a queer kind of fear and dislike of women. And where one's lodger is concerned, a dislike of women is better than, well, the other kind. Besides, the next morning brought Daisy and laughing welcomes, for the sight of such a carefree girl was enough to gladden any parent's heart. And half-born suspicions withdrew into their own peculiar recesses of Ellen's brain. For Daisy was pink-cheeked, blue-eyed, and gay. She was also young and lovely. And she was blonde.
Oh, it's so good to be home. Oh, Daisy, you're even prettier than I remembered you would be.
That's right, Daisy. Let me look at you, darling. Did you have a nice time at your auntie's?
Oh, yes. I'm glad you let me to come back. You know, Lance has nothing to do. There's nothing exciting to do.
And Joe will be coming around to see you now, Daisy. I told him you was coming home today.
Joe Chandler? A policeman? I don't know whether I want to be serious friends with a policeman. Him that walks around all day and's too tired when he comes home to have any fun.
A girl could do worse than have a policeman for a friend these days, with the Avenger about.
Well, the Avenger don't worry me none. Even though he's got 2 more victims last night.
2 more?
Yes, the cabbie was telling me about it. On the way down from the station.
The slick devil.
Got them within a few yards of each other.
He's got a nerve. Daisy, you talk like you've been taken in by him.
Oh, Mother.
Oh, that'll be Joe, I'm thinking.
I'll go, Father.
Daisy.
Hello, Joe. It's nice to see you.
Oh, Daisy, I've missed you something terrible.
It's nice of you to say so. Won't you come in?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mrs. Bunting. Mr. Bunting.
Hello, Joe. Daisy was just telling us she heard from a cabbie that the Avenger struck again.
Aye, that he has.
Well, tell us about it, Joe. Have they got any clues?
Well, they have and they haven't. But the Yard is circulating a description at last.
Well, go on, tell us, Joe.
Well, it ain't given out to the public yet. But I guess you folks aren't the public.
Oh, no, of course not.
Tell us, Joe.
Well, this is the way we got it at 8 o'clock this morning. Wanted. A man of age approximately 28. Height 5 feet 8 inches. Complexion dark. No beard or whiskers. Wearing a black diagonal coat. Hard felt hat. High white collar and tie. Very respectable appearance.
What I'd like to know is why on earth did the people who saw him try and catch him?
Well, it's this way, Daisy.
no one person did see all that. You see, at such time when the murders took place, not much of anybody was about, especially on a foggy night. One woman declares that she saw a chap walking away from the spot where it's done, and another one says the Avenger passed her by. And, well, the inspector who has charge of that sort of thing looked up what other people said, and, well, that's how he made up this wanted.
Well, did they find the murder weapon yet?
No, but from the condition of the bodies, they know what it's like.
What is the condition of the body?
Daisy. Well, Daisy, you ought to see the way...
No.
I guess I'd better not go into that. But I can say that the inspector described the murder weapon as a peculiar kind of knife. Keen as a razor and pointed as a dagger. And the Avenger knows how to use it.
Oh, I'd give anything, Joe. I'd give anything to see that locked with a knife like that.
You cruel, bloodthirsty girl.
Of course I'd like to see it. It'd be fine looking at a knife like that.
Well, if they catches him and you come along with me to see our Black Museum at the yard, you'll certainly see the knife.
A Black Museum? Why, whatever did they have a museum in your place for?
Oh, it's a regular chamber of horrors, where they keep all sorts of things connected with crime.
Things like knives murders have been committed with?
Oh, much more than knives, Mr. Bunting. Why, they've got there in little bottles the real poison what people have been done away with.
And can you go there whenever you like?
Why, of course. And I can take you, too. And your daddy, if he wants it.
Well, what do you say to today, Joe? The three of us. Daisy and you and me. I don't expect Ellen would want to go.
'Twould turn me sick. Well, I guess I could.
Sure you could, Joe. Ellen ain't on in this turn. She can just stay home and mind the cat. I'll beg his pardon. I mean the lodger.
I won't have Mr. Sooth laughed at. I'm sure it's very kind of you, Joe, to think of giving Bunting and Daisy such a rare treat.
How curious, how amazing to reflect that one unseen, mysterious stranger had touched the lives of those ordinary people. Ellen and Bunting and Joe and Daisy. Here in this drab neighborhood, on that bitterly cold, dreary day, here they had all been, thinking of, talking of, evoking one unknown, mysterious personality, that of the shadowy and yet terribly real human being who chose to call himself the Avenger. And the effect was a very real one. A sort of witchery. The very name Avenger seduced common sense, and somehow even Mrs. Bunting realized the irony of her presence among such talk. While this thought threaded vaguely through her mind, she took her tea, doing everything as was her way, with a certain delicate and clean precision. A sound startled her. Shuffling, hesitating steps were creaking down the house. She looked up and listened. Surely the lodger was not going out again into the cold and foggy afternoon. Of course not. Mr. Sleuth was evidently about to do something that he had never done before. He was coming down into the kitchen.
Yes, sir? What can I do for you, sir? I hope you didn't ring, sir.
No, I didn't. The truth is, I didn't know you were here, Mrs. Bunting. My gas stove has gone wrong.
Yes?
So I came down to see if you had a gas stove. I'm going to ask you to allow me to use it tonight for an important experiment I wish to make.
You'll find it very cold down here, sir.
It seems most warm. Warm and cozy after my cold room upstairs.
For the matter of that, you ought to have a fire in your bedroom these cold nights.
Certainly not. I dislike an open fire. I thought I had told you as much.
Yes, I remember. Very good, sir. I'll be out of the kitchen in half an hour. You can use it then, sir.
Thank you all the same, Mrs. Bunting. But I shall come down later. Altogether later, after you and your husband have gone to bed tonight. I assure you I will pay you something for the use of the stove, Mrs. Bunting.
Oh, no, sir. I wouldn't think of charging you anything for that.
That's very generous of you. Sometimes I believe that you are too generous towards me. I feel I have become a burden to you. Have I, Mrs. Bunting?
Oh, no, sir.
Then I'll bid you good afternoon, Mrs. Bunting.
Yes, sir.
It was as simple as that. A simple request by her lodger. But another part of Ellen's mind seemed to be working independently of requests, asking her insistent questions. The house seemed to her alive with alien presences, and she would catch herself listening, which was absurd, for of course she could not hope to hear what Mr. Sleuth was doing 2 flights upstairs. She wondered briefly on what the lodger's experiments consisted. It was odd that she had never been able to discover what it was he really did with that gas stove. All she knew was that he used a very high degree of heat. And later, waiting for sleep to come to her that night, such thoughts persisted. They inserted themselves like a cloud between a sweet dream and the dreaming of it. Questions and contrived answers and sudden realizations, as, for example, the curious matter of Mr. Sleuth's 3 suits, which he had purchased the very day he had arrived at Ellen's home. Today, when she had dusted his room, she had noticed that one of those suits had completely disappeared. It was intensely dark, intensely quiet, the darkest, quietest hour of the night when Mrs. Bunting was awakened by sounds at once unexpected and familiar. Her sleep had been restless with constant disturbing images, and so when she heard the first stealthy footsteps outside her bedroom, she was fully conscious. Tensely, she followed those steps down the stairs, down the hallway. She heard the front door open, and then click shut. Utter stillness fell upon the house. And outside, the streets were so silent she could hear distinctly the clock from a church tower a mile away toll the hour. Troubled fancy, she pictured a long, long figure plodding through the swirling fog, moving quietly, stealthily, seeking, stalking, finding. When soon after she heard the lodger return, there was no surcease from the horrible dread which possessed her. Instead, it grew into something shrill, something that made her crouch in her bed, her thumb clasped between her teeth, stifling a scream. And then she remembered. Of course, the stove. The lodger had told her he would use the stove that night for an experiment. For an experiment that needed an intense amount of heat. But for Ellen, there was no more sleep. Merely a tormented state of half-awareness, which suddenly stripped away soon after dawn. Horrible murder, the piercing scream of a newsboy down in the street. Ellen Bunting heard the boy cry out the Avenger's latest stroke made during the night. No!
In tonight's full hour of suspense, Mr. Robert Montgomery appears in the title role as the Lodger. Tonight's study in Suspense. In just a moment, we will return with Act 2 of Suspense. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Now, back to our Hollywood soundstage. With Mr. Robert Montgomery in the title role, and with Act Two of The Lodger, we again calculate to keep you in suspense.
When Mrs. Bunting went down to her kitchen that morning, everything looked just as she had left it, except that the cavernous whitewash room seemed to be filled with an acrid kind of fog and the smell of burned cloth. She twisted a newspaper, lighted it, then stooped and flung open the door of her gas stove. A fierce heat had been generated there since she had last used the oven, and through to the stone floor below had fallen a mass of stringy black soot. Somehow she wasn't surprised. Somehow, it was as she expected. Yet her first glimpse that morning of the gray-faced lodger all but banished her sleepless night's terror. Mr. Sleuth looked lonely, very, very lonely and forlorn. There was a kind of pitiable, helpless weariness in his eyes. She found she was hoping desperately that her unspoken fears were unfounded, and she knew that she must be certain before she voiced her fears to a soul. And there was one thing she could do. Examine the lodger's single piece of luggage. What could it hold? Not much in the way of clothing, surely. It was too small, too narrow. It was more like a case for a knife. It was just noon when Ellen found her opportunity to search the lodger's room. When the bell was tolling the hour, Mr. Sleuth himself walked from the house, and she watched the tall, thin figure in the black Inverness cape disappear down the street. She waited a few minutes, and then she rushed upstairs.
Davy! What are you doing in Mr. Sleuth's room?
Oh, what is the matter with you, Mother?
Oh, well, I'm all right.
But you've gone white.
You gave me a fright, child.
I'll bet Father a sixpence that I'd have a dust cloth in my hand before you'd mention it. You see, I won.
Oh. Well, are you glad you've come home, Daisy?
Oh, you don't know how fun it is to be back again. Well, just yesterday I was saying to Joe, the country's all right in its way, but there's nothing like London. It's the truth now, Mother, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, I suppose it is.
And Joe. He's a nice one, Mother. I like Joe.
I'm glad of that. Joe's a steady one. Daisy, as long as that Avenger's about, I say you should do something about those fair locks of yours.
Don't worry about that. I'll dye them, maybe, or just pin them up under my hat.
I'm afraid that wouldn't do, Daisy.
What kind of a man is this lodger of yours?
Oh, I don't know. He
must be a queer one, sitting up here most all day by himself. Awful lonely, like I called it.
People do what they care to do, child.
Well, whatever does he do with himself all day?
He reads the Bible.
Never. That's a funny thing for a gentleman to do.
There's nothing to laugh at. I should feel ashamed of being caught laughing at anything connected with the Bible.
He must be a queer card, that lodger.
He's no queerer than a lot of people I could mention. Daisy, you go into the lodger's sitting room and dust up. I'll take care of things in here.
You won't send me back to old Aunt's? I can stay here, Mother, can't I?
I suppose, child. I suppose you can.
Mrs. Bunting went about her work. Quickly, she moved to the closet. The contents were a bit different from the last time. Another one of her lodger's new suits had disappeared, but somehow she expected that, too. It fitted with the smell of burned cloth she'd noticed that morning in the kitchen. But she found nothing under the bed. She went then to the chest of drawers against the wall. She opened the top drawer and found inside nothing but a frayed shirt and 2 handkerchiefs. The next drawer, underclothes and socks. The next, empty. There remained, then, only one possible place for the small, narrow bag. The bottom drawer. And it was locked. Tugging at the drawer, she heard suddenly the opening of the door behind her. Panic-stricken, she froze to the spot, and then slowly, ever so slowly, she turned her head.
Mr. Sleuth.
Mrs. Bunting? You've invaded my privacy.
Why, I was just...
My cupboard door is awry. Does this mean that you have been searching my room?
It's about her snuff box, sir. My husband, Bunting, that is. Remember the old snuff box? He thought still more...
Does this mean that I must keep each drawer locked to prevent your spying upon me?
Oh, no, sir. You see, sir, Bunting has a very high opinion of that snuff box.
Oh.
Quickly, tell me, who is this?
This is my stepdaughter, sir. Daisy. She just arrived yesterday, sir. You see...
Nice to meet you, sir.
She's been away for quite a long while, sir. We really didn't know when she was returning home, Mr. Sleuth. That's why I didn't mention Daisy when you took the room.
And I must say, sir, I was surprised to hear about us taking in a lodger. And pleased about it, too, sir.
Yes, I must say that I am the one who is surprised. Yes, and perhaps even pleased.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, of course I am pleased. There are, Miss Daisy, all kinds of pleasures, are there not?
Yes. I'm sure there are.
The despicable evil joy of the abandoned. Those who seek the darkness to sip the juice of forbidden fruit. Surely, Miss Daisy, you shun such pleasure as that.
Oh, yes. That is how...
A vast difference, that, from the divine happiness of the blessed. Those of clean hands and pure heart. You do understand me, don't you?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Sleuth.
I devoutly hope so, Miss Daisy. Nowadays, there are so very few young women like yourself who do understand. In fact, I all but despaired ever of finding one.
Oh, I'm sure it's nice of you to say so, Mr. Sleuth.
It is a people who do err in their hearts, and they have not known my ways. Unto them I swore in my wrath that they should not enter unto my rest. True words, Miss Daisy. True.
Yes, sir. Now, I must be putting things away downstairs, Mr. Sleuth.
Of course, Miss Daisy. And I must rest. Believe me, it has been a revelation to meet you.
Oh, thank you, sir.
I'm sure we shall have much to discuss.
He's a queer one, all right, Mother. But such a gentleman, isn't he?
At that moment, Ellen had been determined to pour out her terrible knowledge, but the moment was fleeting, and Ellen's resolve fled with it. She told herself that perhaps the past few days had been nothing more than a tormenting play of imagination. There would be a coroner's inquest tomorrow into the Avenger's last murder. Joe would take her. With Joe, they would admit her, and there perhaps she would hear evidence to disprove all her fears, to assure her there was no earthly harm in Daisy's being so near the lodger. This was her gravest concern now, for on the next morning Mr. Sleuth made it a point to see the girl more than once, and fearfully Ellen saw that Daisy welcomed the visits, that her eyes shined whenever the lodger's name was mentioned. That afternoon, she heard once more the voices of her stepdaughter and the lodger coming to her through the kitchen door. She hesitated before entering, tense, apprehensive.
I do believe, Mr. Sleuth, I've never known a gentleman with such funny ideas. Oh, Mother. Mother, you should hear what Mr. Sleuth was just saying.
Yes, Daisy. You would excuse yourself.
He thinks people, and especially girls, should spend all their time praying.
I sought to explain to her, Mrs. Bunting, that all women are placed on this earth filled with wickedness.
I'm not so sure of that, Mr. Sleuth.
And they therefore must cleanse from themselves that evil which they possess. They must struggle constantly to find the paths of righteousness.
Mr. Sleuth, you mean a girl's not to enjoy life at all, not have any fun?
Frivolity, my child, is the harbinger of destruction. It is the devil's breeding ground, and all his implements are there. Temptation, pleasure, wine.
Why, there's nothing I like better than a glass of wine.
You drink?
She didn't know what she was saying, Mr. Sleuth. Just a child. She never tasted wine. Daisy, you'd better go
my
now.
Child, is the devil's breeding ground. Mark this. Those who consort with temptation, with impropriety, with lascivious music and dancing, those are the accursed.
But that's crazy. Well, however can you say that? There's nothing I like better than an evening of dancing.
You dance?
She's joking, Mr. Sleuth. That's what she's joking with you. Daisy's just a child. She's never been one for dancing. She's never even learned how to dance.
Just learn, Mother. Thought I was away. What's so wrong about it? What's the harm in just a nice dance?
She lieth in wait as for a prey, and increaseth the transgressors among men.
I don't know what you mean. I'm sure I never heard such nonsense.
You call Holy Scripture nonsense? So what I prayed against has come to pass. You are beyond salvation.
That's not so. I'm a good girl. I am. I won't have you saying that.
Daisy, go into the front room.
It's quite all right, Mrs. Bunting. I must be going upstairs anyway. I'm used to being misunderstood, you know. People never realize that my efforts are for the greater good of humanity. They don't know that I'm their benefactor.
Of course.
And that power on high will direct my hand toward the expulsion of all evil. All the evil in the world.
Daisy. Daisy, listen to me.
Yes?
Daisy, I've got to tell you about...
About what, Mother?
Nothing. I suppose nothing.
And then I'll go out for a while. I'll tell Joe I'd meet him.
Yes. Yes, I suppose it's really nothing.
There was something. Though the words had not yet shaped themselves in her mind, there was a knowledge stark and terrifying. It was as if a grinning face were leaning toward her, whispering, and a hand at her back, thrusting her forward. Ellen ran up the steps. She had to know, and who but the lodger could tell her.
You are welcome, Mrs. Bunting. But I believe propriety dictates that you knock.
Mr. Sleuth.
Yes?
It's about Daisy, sir.
She is a great disappointment to me, madam. And I suppose to you. Yes, that must be it. You want me to help her seek salvation. You want me to kneel with her.
Oh, no. No, sir. It isn't that at all.
Well, then what is it, madam? Come, I was preparing myself for a walk. It's a fine dark day for a walk.
But surely you wouldn't go out now. It isn't fit for anyone to be out in that fog.
You must be jesting, Mrs. Bunting. From this window I saw Miss Daisy go into the street not 5 minutes ago. A very sweet-looking young girl, Miss Daisy. A pity she has estranged herself from innocence.
You don't know what you're saying, Mr. Sleuth.
Come to the window, Miss Bunting. Listen. How very quiet and still London is in the fog. Not a sound.
Yes. It's very quiet today. Too quiet, I'm thinking. Quite natural, like.
And I, for one, have a delicate feeling for nature. So now, Mrs. Bunting, if you'll excuse me,
But aren't you afraid, Mr. Sleuth? Aren't you afraid of going outside?
Afraid? Afraid of what?
I was thinking of the police.
The police? But what is man? What is man's puny power and his strength when set against that of the highest power?
So Ellen had tried, and she had failed. But even then she had had her moment of triumph. Looking out of the window, she had seen Daisy, arm in arm with Joe Chandler, and smiling up into his face. She was relieved when the lodger left the house. She needed this time for thinking. And now she knew what she must do. In an hour or so, Daisy would be coming home with Joe, and then she would ask him to take her to the coroner's inquest. She must give the lodger that last benefit of doubt. And if that should fail, then she would tell Bunting, or go to the police. And in an hour, as she expected.
Oh.
It's me, Mrs. Bunting. I've come to see you about something. Mind if I come in?
Yes, come in, Joe. But where's Daisy?
That's what I come to see you about, Mrs. Bunting. About Daisy. You see...
Where is she, Joe? What's happened?
Well, you see, we were walking, and Miss Daisy asked to be by herself for a while for the reason that...
No!
Now, don't take on, Mrs. Bunting. I don't think what I've got to say can take you by surprise. From the look or two you've been casting me lately.
Why, Joe? Whatever are you talking about?
Well, like I say, Mrs. Bunting, it's your daughter. It's Daisy. I want her, and I want to marry her. Mr. Bunting now said if it's all right with you, it's all right with him.
Then Daisy's all right. Nothing's happened to my Daisy.
Well, of course she's all right. She told me she wanted to do some thinking about me, and she didn't want me around while she done it. Oh. I left her with her daddy just a minute ago at the corner pub.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, you have my blessing, Joe.
Oh, that's mighty fine, Mrs. Bunting.
And, Joe, I want you to do something for me.
Of course I will. Just ask me, Mrs. Bunting.
Joe, I want to go to the coroner's inquest tomorrow.
Coroner? But why?
I've got a reason for wanting to go there. I want you to take me, Joe.
Well, I guess I could. Why, sure. Of course I'll take you, Mrs. Bunting. I'd be proud to take my future ma any place she says.
So the last frantic search for disproving evidence had begun, and the next day, with the knowledge that Bunting was left in the house to look after Daisy, Ellen boarded the underground train with Joe Chandler. During the last few days, all her perceptions had become sharpened by suspense and fear. She realized now, as she looked into the stolid but bewildered face of Joe, how she herself would have regarded any woman who wanted to attend such an inquiry from a simple, morbid feeling of curiosity. And yet, seated in the coroner's court, that was just what she was about to do herself. Ellen, seated near the rear of the room, listened to each of the witnesses, and from them she found none of the hope she had come for none of them had seen the Avenger or knew what he looked like. But then...
Miss Lizzie Cole may step forward. Right here, Miss Cole. Thank you. Now, we quite understand, Miss Cole, that you think you saw the individual who has perpetrated these terrible crimes. Let us begin at the beginning. What sort of hat was this man wearing?
It was just a black hat.
A black hat, thank you. And the coat? Were you able to see what sort of coat he was wearing?
He hadn't no coat. I remember that very particular. He's a queer one, I said. As it was so chilly, everybody as can wear some sort of coat this weather.
But the statement you gave to the newspaper reporters says that the Avenger, according to you, was wearing a coat. A big, heavy coat.
I never said so. I was made to say that by the young man from the newspaper. Just put in what he liked in the paper, he did. Not what I said at all.
And you assert that he looked at you, is that correct?
Frightened me after death, he did.
If you could really see his countenance, for we know that the night was dark and foggy, will you please tell me what he was like?
Dark. He was dark.
So it went with Miss Lizzie Cole. Most positively, most confidently, the witness declared the man she had seen hurrying by in the darkness was tall. No, he was short. He was thin. No, he was a stoutish young man. And as to whether he was carrying anything or not, Miss Cole absolutely refused to commit herself. The next witness was a Mr. Count. This elderly gentleman was certain that he had not only seen the Avenger, but that he had talked to him. It was near Whitechapel, he testified, only a few minutes
before the murder, Mr. Coroner, when I saw him. He was quite a tall man, very gaunt-looking.
I see. And this man you think was
the Avenger.
You're quite certain that you met him on the very night he committed the murder we are now investigating?
I do so declare, sir. And I might mention a thing about him to which you might attach importance. The man carried a bag.
A rather light-colored leather handbag.
A handbag, you say?
Yes, sir. A small, narrow one, sir. It was such a bag as might contain a long-handled knife.
A knife!
Please, we must have quiet. Quiet. Now, Mr. Kennett, what made you suppose that this stranger could possibly be the Avenger?
Well, this man, as he approached me in the fog, stopped and turned to me. And there was a very wild, mad look on his face, sir, if I may say so.
And he spoke to you?
Well, as he emerged from the fog, he was talking aloud to himself. Then, as he saw me, he said, "This night, my friend, a night fit for the commission of dark and salutary deeds." Yes, sir, that's exactly what he said, sir.
Is that all?
He had a rather high, hesitating voice. An educated man, I would judge, but quite mad, as I've told you, sir.
What do you mean by that?
Well, as he passed by then, he continued speaking to himself aloud. Oh, believe me, sir, believe me, he was reciting scriptures from the Bible.
Scriptures from the Bible. Horrified, Helen half rose from her seat, only half hearing the confusion about her.
Scriptures from the Bible, you say?
Aye, sir.
And you asked the court to believe that? I would say, Mr. Cannot, that the man we're looking for would be, least of all, a religious man.
And that's where you're in error, Mr. Coroner. The religious note is the very key to the case. I'm convinced of that, sir.
Very interesting. And now, if you please, you may stand down, Mr. Cannot.
Just a moment, sir, just a moment. You must understand, sir. The man you're looking for must be a religious maniac. That is the only possible explanation.
And you must understand, sir, time is going on. I have an important witness to call, a medical witness. Now, if
but certainly you're not...
You may stand down, Mr. Cannot.
Our court was dismissing the very truth. Ellen knew that. She could no longer keep silent. Her hand shot forth and she screamed.
I want to die!
Of speaking, she had fainted. And then when Ellen was revived a few minutes later, she said nothing. Her brain was in too great a turmoil, her nerves too shocked. Like one in a dream, she allowed herself to be led by Joe Chandler from the courtroom. Joe took his leave to go on duty. And as Ellen Bunting's train pulled away from the station, a new torture came to her. Forming in her mind was the awareness that if Sleuth were the murderer, she was equally responsible for his crimes. She had been giving him protection. If anything should happen to Daisy, she would be equally guilty. Fully as guilty as the Avenger. As Ellen neared her neighborhood, her dread was increased. With each moving footstep, with each heavier boom of thunder from the rainstorm that was almost here, the grip of terror grew tighter and tighter about her. She moved faster and faster. If only she were in time. The first light drops of rain sprinkled her brow as she turned into Marylebone Road. Then she saw Bunting walking toward her. Sharply, like the dart of a knife blade, the one fact pierced her mind. Daisy was now alone with the lodger.
Ellen, what is it?
Tell me, Bunting! Where's Daisy? Where is she? I say, where's Daisy? Where is she? I say, where?
At home, where I left her, Ellen.
Oh, no, Bunting.
What is it, Ellen?
No.
What is it?
Listen to me. Try to understand. Sleuth is the Avenger. Our lodger. He's the Avenger, Bunting. Daisy's in danger. Hurry!
Daisy!
Where are you? Oh, look, in the kitchen, Bunting. And then just his broom.
I am ready, O Lord. Ready to smite thine enemy. For man born of woman is born into trouble, and I shall cleanse thy kingdom on earth. Yes, I shall show her thy wrath from heaven.
Go on, open the door.
Speak, Lord, I am ready. The power on high will direct the expulsion of evil.
The knife! He has got the knife!
Daisy, thy servant heareth. I behold Satan and lightning fell from heaven. In this woman I behold him, and lightning strike him dead.
Bunting, is she all right?
Yes. Take her out, Ellen.
No, Bunting, you can't stop the fire. We must save ourselves. Come away, Daisy. He's dead, child. He's dead.
Aye, he's dead.
There, Daisy, there. Don't try to talk about it.
I'll tell you, Joe. It was queer, it was. As if the Lord himself struck the house with lightning and spread the fires of hell to cleanse whatever the lodger had touched. To burn down the house and all that's in it.
Our house. Everything we own.
No. Not everything, Ellen. Daisy's safe. That's all that should matter to us. She's safe. Thank heaven. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord.
Death by act of God. Thus the final entry in Scotland Yard's record of the famous Avenger case. Yes, the day which brought an end to Mrs. Bunting's lodger brought also an end to the knife slayings which had terrorized London. But curiously enough, there were those at Scotland Yard who were never quite sure that the charred remains of a man they removed from the ashes of the Bunting home were indeed those of the Avenger. Any more than Mrs. Belloc Lowndes, who novelized the case, was ever quite convinced. And there are those who will tell you that the real Avenger, a tall man, clad in an Inverness cape, a man almost exactly like Mr. Sleuth, left England and came to America to live in a town near your town. He would be quite old now, but it may be true. Yes, perhaps, as it is written in Holy Scripture, he did fly upon the wings of the wind to walk as a stranger in many strange places. He knoweth now that the dead are there. Hast found me, O mine enemy? Beautiful words those, don't you think? Beautiful words. This is Robert Montgomery, without the Inverness cape. And I want to thank Jeanette Nolan, who played Ellen, and Peggy Weber, who was Daisy, for their splendid performances in tonight's play. Next week, we have chosen a story whose elements are natural counterparts of suspense. I guess you could call it a love story. One kind of a love story. For indeed, there is a man and there is a woman who fall in love, and they marry. It is probably only a mischance of fortune that the man has no material means, and the woman comes from a family of substantial wealth. And the dire chain reaction of events, which are then set in motion against the bride's family, are undoubtedly matters of mere coincidence, I imagine. Yes, you could call it a love story. We'll leave it to your own good judgment after you hear Beyond Reason by Devery Freeman. Next week's study in Suspense.
Mr. Montgomery may currently be seen in the Universal International production Ride the Pink Horse. The Lodger was adapted for Suspense by Robert Tolman and directed by William N. Robeson. Bud Gluskin is our musical director and conductor, and Lucien Moraweck composes the original scores. Next week, hear Beyond Reason on radio's outstanding theater of thrills, 1 hour of Suspense. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Starring Mr. Robert Ryan and Miss Ruth Warwick in a play by Devery Freeman entitled Beyond Reason, edited and directed by Anton M. Leder and produced by Robert Montgomery.
This is Robert Montgomery. For well over a year, on the average of 5 times a week, my newsboy and I have engaged in the same spirited conversation. Each evening I greet him with, anything in the papers? And each evening he answers with, no, same old stuff. Then I spend part of the evening reading the chronicle of the day's events, the same old stuff. And I learn that the tensions in the world are greater or lesser, that some people want high taxes and some people want low, that some people are born and some are married, and some are divorced and some are dead. Same old stuff. Yesterday, a man walked out onto his front porch, lost his balance on the top step, and 1 minute later, he was dead. An hour ago, a wife in Fort Wayne, Indiana, went to the hospital. 10 minutes ago, she became a mother. One cycle of life completed, another just beginning. And the newspaper will report them both, clearly, accurately, and without editorial comment. We can assume that in each of these homes, the old patterns of living are broken, and the new ones are in formation. But we can't know what happens next in the history of these two families. And these are very real stories that begin with birth or death. We have one for you today, a story entitled Beyond Reason, and it began this way. At exactly 7:22 on the night of January 5th, Pinkton Carr reached the corner of Post and Stockton Streets in downtown San Francisco. He was feeling fine. He stopped for a moment to look at an attractive window display, and then, still looking back, he stepped off the curb.
Run, driver! Stop it!
Oh, no, don't look.
Somebody call an ambulance. This guy's hurt bad.
I saw it happen. He just stepped off the curb.
Somebody call an ambulance. Call an ambulance.
Who is he? Do you know who is he?
You mean, who was he?
Oh, the poor man.
Next day, the newspapers put it briefly and concisely in a small headline on page 4. Businessman hit. Businessman hit run victim. You probably read it. Not very interesting unless you knew him. The police were working on the case. Maybe one day soon they'd track down the car. Maybe. It looked like just another one of those things, soon forgotten, over and done with. But a tragedy like that can be a beginning as well as an end. It can start a whole chain of events, generate a whole series of reactions. It can become the genesis of fear, especially in the mind as sensitive as the mind of Evangeline Carr, the eldest of 3 daughters. Vangie Carr, beautiful, lonely, susceptible.
Daddy. Darling Daddy. Why did he have to die that way? How could such a thing have happened to him? Accidents like that don't happen to people like him. Not without some reason. Couldn't have been an accident. It couldn't have been. And who is this man? Harry Newton. This man has suddenly become so important in our lives. My father's business partner, they say? Oh, but my father never had a business partner. Never, I'm sure of that. He would have told me. But then, who is Harry Newton?
He was a hard one to pin down, Miss Carr. Doesn't have a home, not even a permanent address. He just seems to drift around.
Was he up here in San Francisco the night my father was killed?
I checked that. No, he wasn't. But he was here that day. In fact, that's the day your father and he signed the papers that made them partners.
That day?
Yeah. That's the date on the contract. He left Frisco in the 4 o'clock plane. Accident happened about 7:30.
Yes.
He seems to be the promoter type. Somebody else always takes the risk.
How could my father have made a man like that his partner?
The contract is perfectly legal, Vanjie. He is your father's partner.
But why? Why did Dad ever take him in? Dad contributed all the property. This man contributed nothing.
Nothing but himself. Evidently, your father thought him a super salesman. You see, they'd planned to subdivide and sell the acreage here at Della Vista, and he's determined to go through with it. No, I'm afraid there's not much we can do.
No, I suppose not.
I'm sorry. This is very trying for you and your sisters, I know. Perhaps when he comes up here, we can persuade him.
He's coming here?
Of course, to look the place over. He'd have to stay here quite a bit to get the work started.
Oh, yes, of course. I must have realized that, only I never really let myself think about how someday I'd have to meet him face to face.
Vanjie, be careful.
You don't trust him either, do you?
No, I don't trust him either.
Just an everyday accident, but it can be the beginning of many things, especially when the dead man leaves unfinished business behind. Unfinished business and 400 choice suburban acres between the highway and the sea. 400 undeveloped acres in which any real estate man would see the possibilities. Add to that a partner like Harry Newton and 3 beautiful daughters, especially a daughter like Vanjie.
Are you hurt?
No, I just fell down getting out of your way.
Here, let me brush you off. I'm sorry. I came around the bend and didn't see you.
Oh, no, it was my fault. I shouldn't have been walking in the middle of the road, daydreaming like that. I'm all right, thanks.
The receiving hospitals are made for people like you.
I know. I started out at the age of 2, playing with electric light sockets.
Well, since I nearly knocked you down, I better introduce myself. My name's Harry Newton, and I always cross streets when the light is green. Getting by in life merely requires the ability to take advantage of green lights.
And the ability to recognize red lights.
Huh?
I'm Evangeline Carr.
So you're Vanjie, the beautiful one.
No, Grace is the beautiful one.
And Susie?
She's the cute one, the baby.
And you, Vanjie?
Oh, I'm just me, Vanjie. The plain one, the old maid.
Just because you're the oldest?
Mr. Newton, you wouldn't be interested in me.
No? Maybe I like plain girls.
That was the way it was. So sudden I couldn't prepare for it. And I'd met Harry Newton. But what about all those questions and fears in my mind? What had happened to them? I didn't know. Downstairs, Harry Newton was talking to Aunt Martha.
Of course you'll realize, Mr. Newton, this was merely an interview. Our only knowledge of you is that my brother entrusted you with some of his real estate ventures.
He didn't entrust me with anything, Andy. He watched me like a hawk.
You'll realize, of course, the responsibilities that go with this venture. We know nothing of your character or affiliations. Perhaps you can supply some of the details.
I've got a credit card with the Union Oil Company. Look, Auntie, I came 400 miles from Los Angeles to discuss the promotion of a subdivision. It's a little late for references. I'm in this deal with both feet and a legal document. Are you handling it for the kids?
Well, not exactly.
Well, let's have a drink and make small talk. You'll learn more about me that way. How about it?
Thank you, no. You can make yourself at home. Dinner is at 7.
Okay, thanks. Thanks very much. Never let a lady make a phone call when she doesn't know she's not alone. That's rule number...
Who are you?
Harry Newton. Who are you, Grace?
No, I'm Susie. The youngest. You're the man who murdered my father.
That's a pretty big statement for a little girl.
I say it only as an apology for having thought it.
I accept your apology. Only don't say it again.
I won't. You going back to Los Angeles soon?
Tomorrow.
Would you like company?
A passenger?
I said company.
Your aunt will ask for character references.
I didn't ask for any.
You got yourself a ride, Junior.
You wouldn't be thinking of leaving earlier.
I'm sleeping over. Our first customer is coming to dinner.
Who?
People by the name of Burkhart.
Oh? Quit Burkhart and his silly wife, huh? They're awful bores.
And get set for some boring neighbors. We plan to sell them a lot.
That's too bad. I love company, but I think I'll develop a headache and stay in my room tonight. Unless I can change your mind about leaving.
Shall we change the subject?
Suit yourself.
I just don't want to press my luck too far.
All that evening, through dinner with the Burkharts, through the business talks that followed, all I could do was watch him, listen to his voice. I'd never expected a man like this. Never expected him to make me feel like this. Like I felt when he smiled and said goodnight. Like I felt when he drove away with Susie for Los Angeles next morning. Like I felt when he called me long distance.
How are you getting along up there without me, Benji?
Oh, I suppose we're just barely managing.
Good, I'll have to hurry back.
The surveyors will be here next week.
Who cares?
But
I don't want to waste this call talking business.
Well, then
I
what?
just want to talk to you. Still an all night, I hope.
I'm afraid so.
That's still as plain as ever.
Yes.
Wonderful. Don't ever change, Benji.
All right. Why did I laugh? And why did I go around walking on air? He was just flirting, probably with a purpose, for business reasons. But I didn't care. I knew it was crazy, but I didn't care. I counted the days until he'd be back. When he came, he brought me a gift, a quilted velvet robe. Aunt Martha said it looked like the inside of a coffin, but I liked it. And I liked the funny little note that went with it. After a few days, seeing him, talking to him, began to fill my thoughts so completely that I couldn't sleep. So one night I walked down through the rose garden to a little tea house on the edge of the palisade. I was sitting there, watching the moonlight and the surf far below.
Don't think anything about it. You're not alone.
Oh, it's you.
What's the matter? No sleep tonight?
I have things on my mind.
Like real estate? And me?
Yes. I'm trying to make some sort of plan.
I just like to feel my way along, see how far I can go. Plans are good to start with, then you follow your instinct.
I like to know where I'm going.
And you don't?
I'm not sure.
You've never asked me a lot of questions like the others. But I suppose you've been wondering why your father and I were doing business together, why he invited me in.
I knew there must have been a reason.
Reason? I met him in Palm Springs, gave him a tip on a horse, and it won. He figured he owed me something.
That's hard to believe.
Isn't it? Well, of course, he liked me, too. He thought I had guts and brains. Beyond that, he didn't want to know a thing.
And if he had?
I'd have told him.
Come here.
Harry, no.
You still afraid to follow your instincts?
I don't know.
Come here.
It's all so crazy. 2 weeks ago, Harry Newton was just a name I hated and feared. There's nothing of that now. Now he's a man that I love. My husband. We drove to Las Vegas and were married in a little chapel there. And we had a fast honeymoon, playing roulette, seeing Boulder Dam, just having fun being together. And when we came home again, the words were still ringing in my ears. For better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and cherish until death do us part. Until death do us part.
I've moved my things into a corner room, Benji, so that you and he may have the suite.
Relax, Auntie. This is strictly temporary.
We'll probably go to Los Angeles eventually. All Harry's friends are there.
Meanwhile, I'll have my stuff shipped up. There isn't much. It's packed away in Lou Dance's apartment. He's the one I was telling you about, honey. He owns that restaurant on the Strip.
Oh, while you were away, there was a phone call from Mr. Newton.
Yeah?
From a Miss Kitty Platt.
Kitty Platt?
The girl I used to date.
Oh.
Probably wondering what happened to me. I wonder what did. Look at me. Head over heels in matrimony, and I love it.
Oh, Harry. Harry.
Is that a private match, or can anybody get in it?
Oh. Hello, Susie.
Hi. You'll have to excuse my lack of tact. Never been a sister-in-law before, and I'm at a loss. Best of everything, sis. You rate it.
Oh, thank you, Susie. Oh, is anything wrong, dear? You look awfully tired.
Hasn't Harry told you? It takes a gentleman to keep a secret. Thank you, Harry.
You're welcome.
What a lovely wedding band, Vanjie. Nothing temporary about this piece of jewelry.
3 passes at a crap table.
Tell me, Vanjie, darling. Did he buy you the short order ceremony or the blue plate? It's very impressive, I understand. Bless, O Lord, this ring, that he who gives it and she who wears it may abide in thy peace.
Susie, dear. Harry.
That's a sick girl. You mind if I speak to her? As a member of the family, I feel I have the privilege of helping. I'll be right back.
Harry. Vanjie! What? What is it, Aunt Martha?
Well, I didn't want to talk to you, dear, while he was with you. But I'm worried about Susie. She's been acting very queerly. Not eating and so jumpy.
What do you suppose is wrong?
I don't know. But she hasn't been herself since she went to Los Angeles. Perhaps if you had a talk with her.
Harry is doing that now.
Harry?
Yes?
A stranger?
Auntie.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I shouldn't have said that. It's just that I can't get used to the idea. I mean, his being one of us. But then I hardly know him. It's very hard to know him.
Yes, I suppose it is.
Well, I only meant that perhaps someone else should talk to Susie.
You mean you think maybe Harry has something to do with Susie acting this way?
Why, no, Vanjie, I didn't say that.
No. No, of course not. Harry?
Yeah?
How is Susie?
She'll be okay.
Maybe I better talk to her.
Leave her alone. She won't tell you anything.
Then you tell me.
That's one of those things. How do the writers put it? Unrequited love.
You?
Well, if it is, she hasn't told me the whole truth.
What did she tell you?
Say, how do you turn the heat on in this dungeon of a room?
There's a gas heater in the fireplace, but what did she tell you? Harry?
Look, Angel. Are you going to turn on me, too? Don't do it. I need you. I've been rattling around like a pebble in this old drum of a world with nothing to grab onto. Now I'm safe. I've got somebody. This alley cat's got a home. That's you, Angel. You're my roof and 4 walls.
Oh, Harry, darling, please understand. It's not that I don't trust you.
But I'm worried about Susie.
Okay, baby. You talk to her tomorrow if it'll do any good. But right now, don't worry about it. Come on, let's get some sleep. What is that? What was that?
I don't know. What time is it?
6 o'clock.
Oh, it's Aaron, I think.
Who's Aaron?
He's the gardener. Quick, he must be up below that window there.
What's up?
It's Miss Susie.
What about her?
What about her?
She's dead.
Dead. Tragedy begets tragedy. Accidents breed more accidents. Or was this another accident? At any rate, in the grim sequence of events started by that simple accident on a city street, a second member of the Carr family was dead. They say tragedies strike in threes. I wonder. And so does Vanjie Carr wonder.
Why did it happen? Why did she do it? What did Harry know? Did he have anything to do with it? No, I mustn't. Just relax now. Rest. That's what I'm supposed to do. Relax. In a few minutes, he'll come up and tell me. Tell me what they're talking about down there. He and Aaron and my sister Grace.
Tell me about it, Aaron, from the beginning.
It's hard for me to tell it now, Miss Grace. It's like a dream.
He hasn't told it the same way twice.
But I tried to.
Mr. Newton knows that. Now try again, Aaron.
Well, I was up early. Not early for me, but early, and there was a mist and the ground was wet, so I wore my rubbers. I was pinning back the honeysuckle on the trellis near the garage when she came by. Didn't see me, but I saw her, walking as if in her sleep. Yet she looked as if she knew where she was going. And she was dressed and combed and carried a purse. So I said good morning. But she didn't answer and went off into the mist toward the tea house on the edge of the palisade, where there's only one path. And then presently I worked my way down the path through the rose garden to say good morning again, but she was gone. She had jumped into the ocean onto the rocks below, and I found her purse, that purse on the bar, and that riding crop.
The riding crop is mine. I left it there several days ago.
Oh, I see. All right, Aaron. That's all. You may go now.
All right, Miss Grace.
Well, Mr. Newton?
Harry's the name.
Yes, of course. We are related, aren't we? Should I apologize for not belaboring you with congratulatory messages on your marriage?
Some people are just naturally short on sentiment. You have other gifts.
Thanks. It's just that I have an instinctive aversion to attractive men being snatched from the open market.
If I ever get back on the market, I'll send you a credit slip.
Planning to get back on the market?
Not at this particular time.
I see.
Anybody here? Vanjie.
Don't turn on the light, Harry. I look awful.
Oh, relax, Angel. I know how upset you are, but you've got to relax.
I can't. Oh, Susie. Susie, you poor baby.
Take it easy. This way you'll just fly apart, springs and wheels and everything. You're going to have to rest a few days.
Oh, I want to know everything, Harry. Who was it? Who did this to Susie?
I lied to her.
Oh.
I lied when I said Susie chose me as a confidant. The way it happened, I stumbled into the middle of her romance by accident.
Then who?
A neighbor of yours, Whit Burkhart.
Whit Burkhart? But no, he's married.
Yeah, you see, I bumped into them in a quiet little restaurant in Los Angeles. It was about as welcome as bad news in a collect telegram. I grabbed a quick one at the bar and ran.
But is that all?
No. Susie made it her business to see me the next day. She wanted me to promise not to tell anyone I'd seen them together. I let her talk, and she did. Plenty. It wasn't nice the way she told it, crying as if her insides were splintered.
This fella Burkhart had met her in Los Angeles to let her know that they'd come to the end of the line. He was afraid his wife was getting wise, so they had one last rendezvous. That's all, except the way she loved this guy, he must be all right.
Oh, no, Harry. A man doesn't have to be all right for a woman to love him. The next few days I spent in bed. I was supposed to relax. I couldn't. It was too much to think about. Even the doctor's pills didn't help. Little things made impressions on me. Little things that people said. Your husband took me riding this morning, darling. Mm-hmm. Tell me, Vanjie, how did you ever trap him? I don't know. He just seemed to like me. Well, I guess we're not hard to like. Daddy left us quite a bit of allure. A square block in San Francisco, 4 theaters, 2 open-air markets, and a lovely office building in Los Angeles. In short, a real estate man's paradise. Grace. Sorry, darling. He's so different from my faithful, methodical Lenny, I'm just jealous. Aren't you flattered?
Well, got you making yourself irresistible.
Oh, I just got tired of looking like something that's been left out in the rain.
Flowers do all right.
You're very sweet, Harry, but I know my limitations.
Nonsense. I think you're very attractive.
But not beautiful, like Grace. If we take her for a measuring stick.
No one would take Grace for a measuring stick or any other kind of stick. She's the sexy type.
Nice of you to come, Mrs. Burkhart. Cigarette?
No, thanks. Let maybe give up smoking. He really babies me, that man. Wants me to go away for a 2-week rest. I told him I felt fine, but he insisted.
Was that when he went to Los Angeles?
Los Angeles? Oh, he hasn't been to Los Angeles in 4 years. Why, no, he went along with me.
Of course she was lying. Her husband had been to Los Angeles, just as Harry said he had, with Susie. He must have been. She was just trying to make Harry look bad, and so were the rest of them. That's why I took to listening, to find out what they were up to protect Harry. I listened, even from behind doors.
Hello, Newton. You remember me? Gurney, the lawyer? Is Mrs. Newton too ill for a visitor? Yes, she is. What do you want? It's in regard to your suggestion, Mr. Newton, that arrangements be made to give you power of attorney in matters pertaining to Della Vista. You can lower your voice. I told you my wife is ill. Any request of that nature should be gone over with all parties concerned. I said lower your voice. Of course, 2 untimely tragedies have decreased the number of parties concerned. I'd say you have 2 down and 2 to go, Mr. Newton. What do you mean by that? Nothing. Have you discussed this matter with Mrs. Newton? There's no reason for her to object. On the other hand, there's Grace Carr. You've spoken to her? Not more than a moment ago. It's no go, Newton. This Carr, it seems, has developed quite an interest in Della Vista, or some aspect of it. She intends to work with you as closely as possible. Oh, that sounds engaging. Yes. For you, it should be a cinch, Newton. I understand you're quite a hand with the ladies. Oh, I've had my innings.
I listened to everything. Sometimes I woke up in the middle of the night and listened. Listened to Harry and Grace downstairs talking, laughing. They laughed together a lot.
Harry, you're wonderful. I don't know how you did it.
What's up, partner?
Telegram from Jim Strand. He's willing to talk terms, and he's free to talk tonight.
Well, for heaven's sake, let's be sociable. Maybe we can have the deal signed and moving tomorrow.
That means staying over in San Francisco tonight.
I'll take care of the hotel reservations.
Oh, high pressure, Harry.
We'll take him to the best restaurant in town and we'll order their best meal. Are you worried about your figure?
No. Are you worried about it?
See you later.
Hello. I went to Grosvenor in San Francisco.
A charming little hotel.
Oh, it's you. Hello, Angel. Thought you were in bed. How's your headache?
Better? I'd like to go along with you, Harry.
Tonight? In your condition?
What's wrong with me? Don't you want my company?
You're not up to it. You're sick.
I said I'm better. I've decided to help you.
Help me?
Grace helps you.
She tags along.
Can't I tag along, too? Oh, please, Harry, I want to go with you.
All right. Why not?
And this afternoon, I want you to take me riding. Did you know I could ride? I'm better than Grace. I've won cups. Shall we go riding this afternoon?
Sure, Angel. Maybe that's a good idea.
What's that, Grace? No, I don't know, Aunt Martha. I can't see. The fog is rolling in. It's a horse. But no rider. Is it Dandy? Well, Harry's tearing down the path toward the highway, probably heading for the stables. Aunt Martha, something's happened. I knew it. Come on. Here comes the other one. It's Harry. He's carrying Dandy. Oh, hi.
Hi. Help me get her up to her room.
Please stop acting silly. I wasn't hurt a bit.
Yes, she was. Her shoulder's bruised. I'm calling Dr. Rupert. And what's more, you're going to the clinic tomorrow for x-rays. No sense taking chances.
Well, what happened?
The horse pulled it.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe Harry does. Yes. He was riding just behind. Did you see any reason for it, Harry?
No, not a thing.
I tell you, Harry, there's nothing wrong with me. Nothing but a simple old-fashioned headache.
Maybe you can grab some sleep before the doctor gets here.
Why are you making such a fuss? Is it because you don't want me with you in San Francisco?
You certainly can't go till we're sure you're all right.
Then you're going without me.
We'll talk about it later. Get some sleep, Angel.
What are you doing?
Connecting up your heater. This room is like a tomb. If we take the chill off, maybe you'll sleep.
You won't go without me, will you, Harry?
Are we back on that again?
Oh, I'm sorry. Harry.
What?
I've made you angry with me, haven't I?
No.
Do you love me?
Sure.
It's so strange, this marriage of ours. It's more like an affair. It happened so fast. We don't really know each other, do we, Harry? Why did you want me, Harry?
Because I love you.
Because you love me. Yet if I were gone tomorrow, would there be another to take my place as there were others before me? No, don't answer that. I get sillier by the minute. Forgive me, darling.
There's nothing to forgive.
Yes, there is. I won't be silly anymore.
I'm sure you won't, Angel. Good night. I'll see that you're not disturbed.
Harry. Harry. I'd come to that state of mind. The senses are so drugged with fatigue. There's an end to caring. Almost. All the doubts and fears loomed up and enveloped me. Yet I was getting drowsy. Reality was becoming distorted into nightmare. There was a strange ringing in my ears, and I began to see things like a dream. I thought I saw Pookie, my canary, lying in the bottom of this cage, with his little legs thrust stiffly upward in death. Then I was hearing things like a hissing snake. And down on the floor, I saw it, coiled up by the heater. I must Grace laughing with Harry. Somehow, for the first time, I didn't care. He had no cause to gloat. It just happened to her, too. Just like it happened to Dad and to Susan. And like it was happening to me.
Tonight's full hour of suspense, Mr. Robert Ryan appears as Harry Newton and Miss Ruth Warwick appears as Vanjie Carr in Beyond Reason. Tonight's study in suspense. In just a moment, we will return with Act Two of Suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, back to our Hollywood soundstage and to our producer, Mr. Robert Montgomery, for Act Two of Beyond Reason, starring Ruth Warwick and Robert Ryan, in a narrative well calculated to keep you in suspense.
It all started with a fatal accident on a street corner in San Francisco. You probably read about it in the papers a few weeks ago. Just an everyday accident. But it was an end and a beginning. An end for Pinkton Carr, who was killed, and a beginning for his 3 daughters and Harry Newton. But with the sequence of events half played through, there are now only 2 daughters. 1 down and 2 to go. And right now, lying on the bed in her room, is Vanjie Carr, the hiss of gas loud in her ears, drowning out the thoughts, the fears, and the voices of Sister Grace and Harry Newton in the living room below.
Harry, I told Jim Strand we'd meet him at 9. We can make it if we hurry.
Where's Auntie?
She's resting.
Okay, let's go.
Oh, what about Mrs. Newton? Shall we take a peek?
No, she'll wake up if I go in. Let her sleep. I could be back by midnight if we hurry. Let's just go.
I dreamed church bells were tolling my death. Someone was stuffing my throat, nostrils with cotton padding. I couldn't breathe. My limbs were bound to the bed. I tried to scream, but I couldn't. I tried to spin. The bed was spinning. The whole room was spinning like a whirlpool. Never now. Until finally, it was as thin as the sound of a bell.
Oh, Dr. Rupert.
I just got your message. Been out all day. How is she?
She seems quite well. I guess my call was a little hasty.
What happened?
Fell off a horse.
That girl, always something. It's been that way as long as I've known her. So she thought she was strong enough to go riding. Maybe that's my fault.
It was the horse's fault.
Well, I'll go up and have a look.
She's sleeping.
Oh, well, that's always good medicine. Going someplace?
Business appointment.
Oh. Well, good night. What's that crash?
That came from Vanjie's room. There's something wrong.
Darkness, flashing lights, changing colors, shifting design, noises, somehow recognizable human voices.
Andy.
What a death. Who tried to kill us?
Oh, this is Injustice Movement.
He's a murderer. Listen to me. I know. He's a murderer.
Andy, just the coffee. More coffee.
Kill her.
Blanket.
Murder.
Coffee.
Murder.
Vanjie.
Murder.
Vanjie. Vanjie. Vanjie.
Oh, Harry.
Good morning, Angel.
Oh, Harry.
it's been a tough night, but you came through it as good as new. Last night I wanted to shoot myself. It's all my fault.
No, it's not. Don't say that.
I thought I connected the heater fine, but something must have happened. Maybe I kicked the pipe. I don't know.
Harry.
Benji, listen to me before they come back in. They may say things about me. Your aunt's got some weird ideas about what happened. Don't listen to them, Benji. Don't listen to them.
I won't, Harry.
I love you, Angel. That's all that matters, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, that's all that matters.
Well, what's wrong?
Nothing, Harry.
You don't believe me.
I do, Harry. I do believe you love me. That is, I want to believe you. I want to more than anything else in the world.
You've got to.
I will.
Are we up, or are we going to sleep some more?
She's up, Dr. Rupert.
There's the lucky girl. What a fine room for such an accident. Big and drafty.
Poor Pookie, my poor Pookie. I'm sorry, Aunt Martha.
It's too bad you didn't knock over the bed table sooner. But then it was soon enough, thank heaven. You should get some sleep, Mr. Newton.
I'll settle for a cup of coffee. And as for you, Angel, no more trouble while I'm gone.
No.
You must reassure him, Benji. He's eaten with remorse.
Disappointment, you mean?
He considers the accident his fault.
Accident? You keep calling it an accident.
Your Auntie Evangeline is very disturbed and full of wild theories.
There's no need to theorize.
Oh?
Oh, the blame is all mine. I've got up to get some water, yes. The sleeping pill made me groggy. Must have stumbled on the gas hose and pulled it out without realizing it. I'm always doing things like that.
Yes, you are, as long as I've known you. You know, there are those of us who go through life with a predisposition toward having accidents. We actually will them to happen. We, who are thus disposed, live closer to the edge of time than others.
We fall from high places.
Sucked in by riptide wires, we will touch them. We are wedded.
Wedded? You may discount the other nonsense.
Wedded to calamity. Listen to such things. How could I? And the face is when I lay resting in my narrow escape. I wasn't alone. San Francisco on business. Oh, darling, I've missed you. San Francisco might as well be on the other side of the world. Oh, no, darling, come home tonight. Well, then try to. Oh, please, Harry. What? Unto eternity. Oh, yes, darling. Yes. I love you until eternity. Yes, darling. Yes. Goodbye. But suddenly, I was feeling alone again. Until eternity, he said. But what did he mean? Eternity? The word made me shudder. Hello.
Hello, Benji. You don't seem to recognize me. I'm Lenny Walden.
Oh.
Grace's friend.
Oh, yes, of course. Won't you come in?
Thanks. Grace isn't here?
Oh, no.
I didn't really expect her to be. I just thought that...
You two haven't quarreled, have you?
No. Well, yes, I guess so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, it was my fault. I'm jealous. I'm in love with Grace, you know.
I know.
Well, I won't bother you anymore with my problems.
Do you care to tell me just what or who you're jealous of?
I'd rather not.
Then may I guess? You're jealous of my husband. Well, don't be. My husband is very much in love with me. If anything, he merely tolerates the way Grace tags along after him and putters in real estate.
I guess you're right, Mrs. Newton. It's just that when I saw them dancing, Well, Grace didn't even tell me she was in town. Somebody saw them at the bandbox and called me. I
I guess I was steamed up and anxious to jump at conclusions. I'm an idiot.
Not at all. Just a little hasty.
I've got to hand it to you, Vanjie. You're a lot more broad-minded than I am. I envy you.
Envy me? When I was so alone and frightened. When he'd gone, I went upstairs to our room. Frantically, I looked through his luggage, went through his clothes, searching for some clue to the man I married. There was nothing. And I had to know. Now I had to know.
Business.
Give me the Hotel Grosvenor, San Francisco.
Thank you.
Oh, I had to know. I had to talk to him, ask him to come home and go to him. Anything. Mr. Newton, please. Room 724.
One moment. Hello? Hello? Who is this?
It was Grace's voice, without the slightest doubt. I ran out to my car. Grace had answered that telephone in Harry's room. And I knew. Now I was sure of it all. Harry had killed Susie. Whether it had been suicide or murder, he'd killed her. And in the same way, he would kill me.
Hey, look at that. That car better slow down for that train. Hey, look!
You see, the sequence of events comes to full circle. It started with an automobile accident. Was it going to end with another one? At least this was one they couldn't blame on Harry Newton. Vanjie simply drove too fast, tried to take a shortcut to San Francisco through a tree, rushing to her husband. In the end, he had to rush to the emergency hospital to her. But she was all right.
The indestructible Vanjie. Perennial accident case, always smelling of antiseptics and tainted with iodine. I lay there between hospital sheets, pretending that the hypodermic needle had put me to sleep. But I was listening to Dr. Rupert as he talked to Harry and Aunt Martha.
The night of your wife's first unfortunate experience, I had a vague suspicion that the circumstances were not entirely accidental.
What do you mean?
Vanjie has twice tried to take her own life.
I don't believe it.
It's true. People like Vanjie, it is sometimes harder to find the dividing point between accident and suicide. There's a certain will to die, a subconscious compulsion which invites disaster.
It's nonsense.
Go on.
In the matter of the gas heater, Vanjie said herself she pulled the flexible pipe by accident. Was that accident or intention?
I don't believe she ever did it. It was he who really pulled the cord.
No, I think it was Vanjie. She invited disaster again tonight, driving a car off the road at high speed. Was it accident, or did she suddenly cease to care whether the car made that curve or not?
Or did somebody tamper with the steering wheel on her car?
You'd better stop that, Andy.
Please, Martha. You'll know, too, that the tendency seems to run in her family. Her father stepped in front of a moving car.
How do we know even that?
And Susie leaped to her death off a cliff.
Or was pushed.
Times Vanjie was drawn to self-destruction were times of mental depression. They've got to work to save her.
I'll do anything, Doctor. Anything you say.
There'll be a lot for you to do. First of all...
You have it all figured out, haven't you, Dr. Rupert? And you're right, of course. What's that about mental depression? That's not what causes it. Oh, it's the fear. Fear of being alone, of not being loved by Harry Newton. I heard what he said. He'd do anything. But he didn't fool me. I know he wants Grace. I'm in his way. I know. They're gone now. Oh, it's stifling in here. So close. I must have some air. There. That's better. Now, there was a little razor sharp blade here a little while ago. I used it to make a blood test. Just off my room. There'll be a drinking glass. If I can break that, it's not too much noise. Glass cut. Yes. Glass.
Oh! What is it, Ned?
What's happened?
It's Lucy. She's gone out that window. Stop her. Stop her. She can't have gone far. Notify the highway patrol and tell Mr. Newton.
Yes, officer.
We've got to find her to protect her from herself.
And from him.
What?
Don't you see? You've given Harry Newton the soundest alibi in the world. Your assurance that Vanjie is bent on suicide.
Oh, what did our mother mean by that? The soundest alibi. No matter. I pressed close to the bathroom wall with one shoulder tucked in the corner. They didn't think to look there. Oh, but someone was bound too soon. Cellar. That was it. If I was going to die, I wanted to go home to die. I waited till my room was empty again. Then I went to the open window. If I could get to my car.
Home. It was right. It was right to come home. It was going on morning, but it was still dark. The house was pitch black. I went inside. There was a telephone. A stray ray of moonlight shone in it. I could see it plainly. And I remembered unto eternity.
To have and to hold until death do us part. With this ring I thee wed. This ring and 3 passes at a crab table.
I went upstairs. My room was cold, dark. One of his shirts was still on the floor where I'd thrown it in my frantic search of his things. It was a sports shirt. He said he wouldn't need a sports shirt in San Francisco. I hung it up in the closet. The room was in order otherwise. There was water by my bed and the sleeping pills. I emptied the bottle into my hand and counted them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not enough. I said it aloud. The words boomed in silence. Such silence. Not a sound. Not even the stirring of Pookie in her cage. I looked toward the empty cage and shuddered. The sun chill. Yes, there was the gas heater close by. I crossed over to it quickly, kneeled down, and turned on the gas.
Get a blanket. Murder. Coffee. More coffee. Kill her. Danger. Blankets. Murder. Kill her.
I held the match to the heater and watched it flare up warm and alive. I was beginning to enjoy my borrowed time. Oh, that was Harry. Suddenly, in a burst of panic, I knew what our motto had meant. Dr. Rupert had given him the soundest alibi in the world. The assurance I was going to commit suicide. He'd come to make sure I didn't change my mind. It was dark. I could barely make out the shadowy bulk of him. He looked at the car I'd come in. Then he entered the house, walking fast.
Vanjie.
I turned off the gas heater. I eased out into the hall, made myself part of the darkness.
Vanjie. Vanjie, I know you're here. Vanjie.
I had to have time to think. I had to think out what it all meant.
Vanjie, come here. I want to talk to you.
Oh, but I couldn't think. The sound of his voice frightened me. All at once I felt terribly depressed. The boat was sinking. The sides were caving in. All I wanted was to get off. I slipped down the stairs, outside, through the rose garden, to the tea house. The night was turning milky. vision was lengthening by the moment. I couldn't see the surf directly below me, but I could hear it. I thought of Susie, and I leaned on the rail above the retaining wall. And then I heard his footsteps approaching through the rose garden, through the morning mist.
Good morning, Angel. Not talking this morning, Mrs. Newton? I can't see you, but I know you're there.
Don't come any closer.
Is your hand on the rail, Angel? Are you poised and ready? Or are you hoping for a reprieve? Something I'll say that will turn despair to ecstasy.
Don't come any closer, Harry. I mean it. I'll jump.
And what's holding you back? A thread? A lingering hope?
Yes.
That I love you?
Yes.
That I don't love you?
Yes.
So that's it.
You know it is. Harry.
What?
Have you come to kill me?
No.
You have a perfect alibi. Dr. Rupert said I was a potential suicide.
I know.
If you push me off under the rocks below, as you pushed Susie, because you were through with it, it'll be just as perfect a crime, an obvious suicide.
But Burkhardt's wife spoke to you.
Yes.
She could have been lying.
I know.
And you called my hotel last night, didn't you? And when Grace answered, you hung up. I figured that out and called you back with a beautiful explanation ready. That I'd gotten Lenny Walden and Grace together to patch up their difference.
You're lying.
If you think so, why don't you just...
I will. I won't let you push me.
I'm not going to push you.
How do I know?
You don't. The act and the proof are both one. If I push you, I must want you dead. If I don't push you, I must want you alive. Isn't that so?
Yes.
You have to stand there and wait for the proof.
Harry, don't.
Jump if you want to, but I assure you, Vanjie, the proof is worth the anguish. This is it. Irene Burkhardt was lying or she wasn't lying. I killed Susie or I didn't. I want you or I don't want you. Total proof. Clear, concise, and quick.
Harry. Harry. Don't. If you come any closer, I'll jump.
Darling. Darling, I've got to help you. That's all that matters. Everything I said was true. It's easily proved.
Oh, this is all the proof a woman would want.
To have and to hold from this day forward.
Hold me, Harry.
I will.
Our grateful thanks to Robert Ryan and Ruth Warwick. You gave us the excellent performances we expected from an actress whose talent and versatility we've applauded many times before, and from an actor whose outstanding work in Crossfire has deservedly won him an Academy Award nomination. Next week, for Suspense, we have selected the story of a successful young man whose gifts are many. He is handsome in youth, charming and intelligent. He is a poet of considerable ability, and his fame is far-reaching. Beauty and comfort attend his everyday pattern of living. But over him reigns an element ominous and unseen, an element we call suspense. Next week, then, The House by the River.
Mr. Montgomery may currently be seen in the Universal International production Ride the Pink Horse. Mr. Ryan may soon be seen in the RKO production Berlin Express. Miss Warwick's current picture is 20th Century Fox's Daisy Canyon. Beyond Reason, an original story by Devery Freeman, was edited and directed by Anton M. Leader. Bud Gluskin is our musical director and conductor, and Lucien Morawek composes the original scores. Next week, hear The House by the River on radio's outstanding theater of thrills, 1 hour of
Suspense.